161. Yi Wangxi is not a man at all. After a few moments of silence, there was suddenly an uproar. All the guests in the hall turned pale. All of their gazes were focused on Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi lowered his head, closed his eyes, and did not make a sound. Not a man. This handsome and tall young man was actually a girl. This sentence was like a drop of water into a wok, instantly setting off a hot wave of heat. Some people gasped, and then the buzzing of words exploded like splashing hot oil in the wok. Yi Wangxi is a girl. Heavens, how could this be? No wonder Nan Gongxi didn't blame her just now. He obviously knew about this. Then just now, Song Qiutong. It's all for the sake of self-preservation and framing others. This is too sinister. It's fine if you didn't do it. Why do you have to accuse others just to clear your name? But I still don't believe it. How could Yi Wangxi be a woman? I can't tell at all. A cold light flashed in Nan Gongliu's eyes. He stared at the man in black's dark eyes and said, "Mister, don't lie. Where did you get the evidence? If you don't feel guilty, then release the Nan Gongxi." The man in black said, "Fortunately, although your son is wild, he is still a gentleman. He is not as cold and heartless as you." Seeing that Nan Gongliu's face was covered with a layer of greasy sweat, he clenched his fists and didn't say anything. The man in black coldly said, "What? You release it." Nan Gongliu flicked his sleeves and said, "It's just disciplining an unfilial son. It's not up to an outsider like Mister to tell us what to do." When he said this, although he did not admit that what the black-clothed man said was true, everyone's heart was as clear as a mirror. Those who originally did not believe the black-clothed man's words could not help but feel their hearts waver. They looked at Yi Wangxi's handsome face again, trying to find traces of him being a woman. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said in a clear voice, "Sect leader Nangong, this is your fault." Everyone turned their heads. My Hanshua was wearing a fox fur coat, graceful and luxurious. She stood in the shadows of the lights with a smile and said, "Although Miss Yi's heroic spirit is compelling, she is a woman. As a man, sect leader Immortal should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As an elder, he should be magnanimous and benevolent. How could you bully a girl so as to not lose face for the Confucian Wind sect?" As he spoke, he slowly walked to the front of the hall and said with a smile, "Little nephew is not ashamed. I once met Miss Yi at the Peach Blossom Spring. At that time, I felt that she was valiant and heroic, different from Miss Yi. I liked her in my heart, but it was a pity that little nephew was not good with words and offended Miss Yi with my words, causing her to feel disgusted and reject me. After experiencing Miss Yi's skill, I couldn't help but sigh that Confucian Wind sect really does produce heroes in large numbers. The female cultivators also have extraordinary skills. I even secretly cheered for Miss Yi's sect. But today, seeing sect leader Immortal's actions, I feel that the brilliant Confucian Wind sect is not worthy of such a proud beauty. My Xianjun, you and Yi Wangxi have only met once. It's normal for you to be mistaken." Nan Gongliu's face was dark and gloomy, but he still bit his lips and said, "For the sake of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, I won't argue with you. Don't make a mistake again." His words were no longer as calm and collected as before. The black-clothed man chuckled and said, "Young Master Mai's dissolute reputation is well known everywhere. If he can't tell whether a person is a man or a woman, I'm afraid no one else in the world can." When Nan Gongliu heard him say this, he couldn't help but burn with anger. He said stiffly, "Mister, you just accused Yi Wangxi of humiliating Song Qiutong, but now you say Yi Wangxi is a woman. You're twisting the facts back and forth. You're simply trying to disturb our Confucian Wind sect's integrity and ruin our sect's reputation." The black-clothed man said, "If I didn't do this, how could I let young Master Nan Gongxi miss Song's true nature? If he marries the wrong person, he'll be disgusted for most of his life. But what you just said clearly makes sense. Besides, if Yi Wangxi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Chieteng's wrist disappear? Why don't you ask her yourself? Why are you asking me? The black-clothed man sneered. What's more, there are thousands of male disciples in your Confucian Wind sect. If sect leader Immortal has the time, he can interrogate them one by one. He'll definitely be able to find a satisfactory answer. This matter was related to the Confucian Wind sect's face, so everyone kept silent. No one spoke, but the contempt and curiosity in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Nangong Liu felt a prickling sensation in his back. He stood in place for a while, then suddenly turned to Yi Wangxi and shouted, "You, come here. Tell me yourself, did Miss Song wrongly accuse you or not?" Nangong Liu stared at Yi Wangxi's face. He was gambling, and he still held the most important chip in his hand. He knew that Yi Wangxi had deep feelings for his son, so he definitely didn't want the Confucian Wind sect's reputation to be ruined. "Tell everyone, what is your identity?" Yi Wangxi had always been very obedient. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the most obedient chess piece on his chessboard. He even clearly remembered that when Yi Wangxi was 13 years old, she was ordered to come to the magnificent Confucian Wind sect's main hall. The hall's door was closed, and there were only the two of them inside. He sat on the ice-cold throne and looked down. The 13-year-old girl had yet to grow up. She was wearing a small green jacket, and her braids were tied with satin. She also had a small silver bracelet on her wrist. He smiled and said to her, "Wangxi, you already know the reason why I called you here today." Yi Wangxi knelt down and kowtowed, "Yes, Lord. Your adoptive father was seriously injured many times before, and his muscles and bones were damaged. He is no longer suitable to be the leader of the shadow gods. You are his adopted daughter, and also Sai Er's childhood sweetheart. I don't trust the others, but I trust you." Yi Wangxi didn't get up. She was still quietly lying on the ground. Her slender neck was exposed under her hair, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nangong Liu said, "You have outstanding talent, and your future is immeasurable. I have the intention of making you the leader of the shadow gods of the Confucian Wind sect, and in the future, you will be in charge of one of the 72 cities. This way, you can not only share your adoptive father's burden, but also become Sai Er's right-hand woman. From now on, he will be in the light, and you will be in the dark. Together, we will share the glory of the Confucian Wind sect for 100 years." He paused for a moment. "However, if you don't want to, then it's fine. Your adoptive father can still hold on for a while, and I will look for a more suitable candidate. In the end, this matter is too big of a sacrifice for you. I know what to do, so you don't need to force yourself." After Nangong Liu finished speaking, he changed his position on the high seat and waited calmly. This girl had no parents, and she had no one to rely on. He was completely confident in his heart. He waited for her to nod. Finally, Yi Wangxi straightened her back. She looked at him calmly. For a moment, Nangong Liu felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that his scheme and fake smile had been seen through by this girl. But in the next moment, Yi Wangxi said, "My life was given to me by adoptive father. In order to repay his kindness, I have nothing to be unwilling to do." Nangong Liu was quiet for a moment. He sighed and said, "In the end, we have wronged you." Yi Wangxi calmly and indifferently said, "I should thank Venerable Lord for his favor." Nangong Liu changed the topic. "However, in the Confucian Wind sect, men have always been superior to women. As for women, they have always been weak and powerless, full of womanly benevolence. In this world, only men can convince the masses, and only men are fit to lead a city. Wangxi, you are so smart, you should know what to do." Yi Wangxi was silent for a moment. In front of Nangong Liu, with a cold expression, she took off the silver bracelet on her wrist and the ribbon on her braid. Then she took off her jacket, leaving only her white undergarment. After doing all this, she let her braid down, changed it into a ponytail, and tied it up high. The sun shone in and shone on her body. Her back was straight, and her expression was resolute. Although she still had the body of a young girl, her temperament was like pine and cypress. Not bad. Nangong did not leak anything. He reminded her, in the future, you should dress like this. But don't forget, you still have a voice. Yi Wangxi lowered her eyelashes. When she came in, she had already noticed that in front of her seat, there was already a pair of golden scissors. She picked up the scissors and fiercely cut her throat. Blood dripped. The old voice vanishes, never to change. She slowly spat out these 8 words. Then she closed her eyes and threw the scissors in front of her seat. The scissors were mottled with blood. Nangong stared at it for a while and said, "Good, good. From now on, you will be the successor of the leader of Anqing City. You will be young Master Yi of Confucian Wind Sect. Even if it is I will ask him to give you some li." Yi Wangxi opened her mouth, but it was a different voice of a young man. "Please, Lord, from now on, don't let my adoptive father suffer alone. I am willing to share his worries." Therefore, Nangong knew Yi Wangxi too well. For 10 years, she had learned all the manners of a man. When she was young, she took secret medicine every day and endured the pain of the medicine alone. Only then did she grow into the figure and appearance of a man today. In his eyes, she was a dog raised by Confucian Wind Sect. In order to repay the kindness of raising her, she would never betray him. 10 years ago, she cut her throat and spilled blood, forever changing her voice. Today, she would not disappoint him. He bet that Yi Wangxi would help him. As long as Yi Wangxi personally said, "I am not a woman," then even if everyone didn't believe it, what could they do? The black-clothed man obviously thought so. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Yi Wangxi. He raised his hand to block her way and said, "Nangong, Miss Yi has already exhausted her heart and blood for your Confucian Wind Sect. Now that you can't quibble, do you want to use the rest of her life as a sacrifice?" Nangong was about to open her mouth to argue again. Suddenly, in the distant night sky, an orange-red dot of light rose into the sky and suddenly exploded. Someone had caught the spirit horned deer again. However, in front of the secret of Confucian Wind Sect, it didn't matter who the deer was. No one cared who got second place. Everyone's eyes were still firmly locked on the center of the main hall. There, tables and chairs were overturned, the table was broken in half. The mysterious black-clothed expert was between Nangong and Yi Wangxi. Tonight's groom was trapped by his father inside the barrier, and the bride was kneeling on the ground, her face full of tears, sobbing silently. It was really too unexpected. From the accusation of adultery to the husband and wife turning against each other, to the fact that she was a woman, and now the Confucian Wind sect leader refused to admit it. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, this would be a hot topic of conversation in the tea houses and wine shops. Who would care about those 3 pitiful deer? Therefore, no one noticed that a dark red hole was slowly opening in the sky above the dense forest. It was not until the sound of fireworks suddenly rose and fell, and the earth shook, that the forest was so quiet that the birds flew away in fright, squeaking as they fled into the depths of the night. It was not until 20 communication fireworks exploded at the same time, illuminating the night sky into a sea of azure blood. The people in the Hall of Poems suddenly realized that something was wrong. They rushed to the guardrail to see. What's going on? Why did everyone's fireworks explode at the same time? Look quickly. Above the sky. What's that? Heaven's fissure. It's a heaven's fissure. In a split second, the hall was deathly silent. Then, there was an uproar of cries and screams, a heaven's fissure in the ghost world. How could there be a heavens fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world? It's above the hunting forest park. Senior Marshal brother. My senior Marshal brother is still there. Elder sister. The crowd was like fish in a pond, crowded together. Panic and shock were like bait thrown into the pond, stirring up waves of activity. At this time, they couldn't care less about the sex scandal or the Jianghu secrets. Nangong Liu, probably in order to save face, used the sound amplification technique to shout, "Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. It's just a heavens fissure in the ghost world. Everyone is in the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Liu definitely won't let the guests suffer the slightest harm." As he spoke, he waved his hand to summon his sword, stepped on the dazzling blue sword hilt, and stood on the sword in the whistling night wind. The Confucian Wind sect's 5 guards immediately follow me to the dense forest to investigate. The rest of the elders and disciples guard the poetry platform and ensure the safety of the guests. After he finished speaking, he led the 5 guards and hurried towards the direction of the Howling Moon drill ground as if to escape from the black-clothed man's interrogation. He didn't even want to clean up the mess of the wedding banquet. Why did it suddenly become like this? Yeah, there has never been a heavens fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world. What's going on? On the pearl-studded balcony, everyone was anxious. These cultivators in the upper cultivation world were used to living like princes. In the face of a sudden heavens fissure in the ghost world, they were more afraid than responsible. It would be fine if they had to kill a lone big demon, but a heavens fissure was different. If it was the upper level of hell that cracked open and ordinary ghosts came out, then it would be fine. But if it was the same as 5 years ago in the colorful butterfly town, where the infernal hell cracked open, they shuddered, thinking that even a grandmaster like Chu Warning died in that fierce battle. They couldn't help but feel insecure. They crowded by the vermilion railings and looked at the scarlet crack in the sky in the distance. Chu Warning got up and said to Shui Zhengyong, "My lord, the color of this crack is not right. After it cracks open, it's very likely to be the lower levels of hell. I'm worried about Shui Meng and the others, so I'll go and take a look." After he finished speaking, he jumped up in his white robe and went straight to the railings. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he jumped on the blue tile roof and quickly went away. Chu Warning. Shui Zhengyong was about to call him, but Chu Warning had already disappeared in the dark night. He cursed inwardly and wanted to jump down as well, but his shoulder was grabbed by someone. When he turned around, he saw a grimacing bronze mask. The black-clothed man patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Uncle, you stay here and watch over Auntie. I'll follow Shizun, so don't worry." Shui Zhengyong was shocked, ran. The black-clothed man raised his hand and gently pressed it to his lips, shaking his head. Shui Zhengyong never thought that the black-clothed man would be Mo Ran. And Mo Ran didn't wait for him to ask any more questions. He held the railings with one hand and jumped into the darkness like an eagle. His cloak billowed like ink, and not long after, he disappeared behind the same arched roof as Chu Warning. "Shizun." Mo Ran ran along the roof with his qinggong. He felt that it was too slow, so he summoned a sword that had a contract with him. Riding the sword, he quickly caught up with Chu Warning. He raised his hand and lifted his mask. The ferocious bronze mask was pushed to the side of his forehead, revealing a handsome face. "Wait for me." Chu Warning's eyes widened. "How come it's you? Come up, I'll bring Shizun over with the sword. I'll tell Shizun the details on the way." Chu Warning grabbed his outstretched hand and jumped up, landing firmly on the sword. He wanted to let go of Mo Ran, but that thick and rough hand held him even tighter. Mo Ran was standing behind him. When he spoke, the unique burning breath of a young man brushed against the back of his ear. In the cold night wind, it seemed even hotter. Mo Ran said, "This sword's momentum is too strong, and it's flying too fast. Shizun, hold on tight." The two rode on the sword. Chu Wanning asked, "Everything that happened in the hall just now, was it all calculated by you?" "Yes. I've wandered the Jianghu these past few years, and I've heard many things related to the Song and Chitong." Mo Ran said, although she doesn't have the guts to commit such evil deeds as killing people and slaughtering cities, she's definitely someone who hits people when they're down. If she really marries Nangong Sai and becomes the wife of the young master of the Confucian Wind sect, I'm afraid that this sect will be much worse than it is now. Chu Wanning said, "The Confucian Wind sect won't be worse than it is now." After saying this, he frowned. He glanced at Mo Ran's black cloak, and his heart was filled with doubt. "Speaking of which, how did you know that Yi Wangshi is a girl?" 162. I won't hide what she said from Master. I already knew about it in the Peach Blossom Spring. In fact, she already knew about it in her previous life, but she couldn't tell Chu Wanning the truth. Mo Ran smiled and said, "When I was walking on the road, I heard my Hanshue and the people from the Treading Snow Palace talking about her. At that time, I believed that my Hanshue's eyes could not be wrong. After that, I carefully observed her and was even more certain that Miss Yi was not a man." "Why? Didn't Shizun notice that her collar is always pulled up high? They're all the kind that covers the neck, and the design is very strange. It's fine if an ordinary person has one or two, but she has all of them." I wasn't paying attention. Mo Ran gestured at Chu Wanning with his empty hand. "Go to this position, more or less like this." As he spoke, his fingers inadvertently touched Chu Wanning's Adam's apple. That slightly protruding part was very fragile, and he couldn't help but rub it for a moment. He thought that his Shizun was so ruthless, so wild, and hard to tame, yet he would expose such a weak part of his throat to his fingers and let him pinch it. This kind of feeling was too exciting. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he forgot to look at the road ahead. The sword was swift and fierce. He waited until he heard Chu Wanning's shout, "Careful!" It was too late to stop, and the heavy sword crashed straight into a towering tree. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Mo Ran was completely dumbfounded. He only remembered to hold Chu Wanning's hand tightly. Anxiously, he called out, "Wanning," in a low voice, but because he was too anxious and the sound of the trees breaking was so loud, Chu Wanning didn't hear it clearly. Chu Wanning was so angry that he nearly fainted. Sword control, what sword control? Wouldn't it be better to run with your feet on the ground? Why did he have to be so smug? The two of them fell to the ground. Mo Ran hit the ground first, his back slamming into the rocky forest. Although he wasn't injured, it was definitely painful. But as he lay on his back and watched the stars twinkling through the branches, he suddenly felt very happy. Ha ha, fortunately, the person who fell below was him and not Chu Wanning. He couldn't help but laugh. Although Chu Wanning had bumped into his chest and caused his ribs to hurt, he couldn't help but want to laugh even if it hurt. He curved his eyes and grinned. His dimples were deep, and it was full of infatuation. Chu Wanning looked up and saw him laughing. He couldn't help but be furious. "What are you laughing at? Did you become stupid from the fall?" Mo Ran took the opportunity to hug him, pressing him into his embrace. Although it was not the right time, at this time, he just wanted to raise his hand to touch Chu Wanning's hair. He thought this way and really did it. Chu Wanning was right. He was probably stupid from the fall. "Master," he rubbed Chu Wanning's hair. The dark night seemed to have given him a key. The box that imprisoned his private love was opened. He couldn't control the intimacy in his words, and it overflowed. This call was too intimate, so intimate that Chu Wanning froze at first, then panicked. He hurriedly put away his fierce dignity. "What are you shouting for? You can even fall while riding a sword. Good skill." Mo Ran sighed softly, and finally rubbed his hair again. He cleared his throat and smiled bitterly. Master is right. Please get off of me. Although in his heart, he wanted to ask Shizun to lie in his arms for a while. But this kind of words obviously couldn't be said. Chu Waning's face darkened. He stood up quickly and pulled Mo Ran up as well. How are you? He asked stiffly. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Mo Ran smiled. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I can withstand a fall. Chu Waning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a wilted flower on Mo Ran's head. It was probably knocked off when he fell, and it just happened to fall on top of his head. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Your head, is it hurt? Mo Ran raised his hand and touched it. It was fine. No, it bloomed. Chu Waning casually plucked the flower and handed it to him expressionlessly. Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head shyly, and his smile was even brighter. Chu Waning turned his head and coughed lightly. Since it's fine, let's go forward. Mo Ran said, no. Chu Waning angrily turned his head and glared at him. Qinggong. Qinggong it is. Mo Ran waved his hand and reluctantly put the heavy sword back into his Qianquan bag. But the deeper they went into the forest garden, the denser the trees became. The speed of sword riding was actually not as fast as Qinggong. Chu Waning's leg martial arts were also good. He skimmed the ground and moved very quickly. A cool breeze brushed past his face, calming Mo Ran's heart that could not hold back earlier. Chu Waning's voice suddenly came from the front. His tone was very calm and he asked carelessly, Song Chiuteng has a mole on her leg. How did you know? Mo Ran was stunned and was caught off guard. With a bang, the awe-inspiring Grandmaster Mo once again hit his head on a pine tree. Chu Waning. Are you night blind? Oh, no. Mo Ran said, I'm sorry, I'm a little absent-minded today. Chu Waning frowned slightly. Then, as if he had figured something out, he said angrily, does the mole on Song Chiuteng's leg make you absent-minded? It's most important for a cultivator to have a clear mind and few desires. If you're so shaken by a beauty, what's the point of cultivating? Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. He felt that Chu Waning's words were very reasonable. But Chu Waning had the wrong person. The beauty he was greedy for was not Chiuteng, but the man in front of him who had a fierce temper and was roaring like a snow leopard. He sighed and looked at Chu Waning with gentle eyes. Shizun, I don't like Miss Song's appearance. You're thinking too much. She has a mole on her leg. That's what I heard from the Xianyuan Pavilion auction house. I didn't see it with my own eyes. Shizun, please don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? Fine, let me ask you. Since Yi Wangxi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Song Chiuteng's hand disappear? This shouldn't be a coincidence. It really isn't a coincidence. Does Shizun still remember the bracelet I gave to Song Chiuteng before? Ian. There's a spell on that bracelet that I created. Mo Ran paused. It took me 4 days to create it. It's not very good, but in a short time, as long as Song Chiuteng wears that bracelet, it can cover the cinnabar on her hand that fell from the cold scale sacred hand. Chu Waning didn't speak, but his expression was somewhat ugly. He felt that Mo Ran was hiding something from him. Mo Ran had changed a lot these years. He had learned 70% of his own meddling nature. But the so-called meddling in other people's business was just helping out when he saw injustice on the road. To go through so much trouble, even to the point of creating a little spell to expose a certain person's true face and prevent her from marrying into the Confucian Wind sect, was really too much. Unless Song Chiuteng and Mo Ran had a great grudge, or Yi Wangxi and Mo Ran had a great relationship, this guy shouldn't do such a thing. In this silence, Mo Ran also sensed Chu Waning's mood. He flew a foot behind Chu Wanning and said, "Shizun. What's wrong?" Chu Wanning asked indifferently. Naturally, he couldn't talk about the matters of his previous life, but Mo Ran didn't want to make Chu Wanning feel uncomfortable. He thought about it, then decided to tell Chu Wanning half of his true feelings. "Shizun, Yi Wangxi is a very good person. She spent a lot of money in the Xianyuan pavilion and saved a woman she didn't know. You also know this. Millimeter, but Yi Wangxi likes Nangong Sai. Can Shizun see it? It's okay. I can see it tonight. It's good that Shizun can see it. Because I already knew Miss Yi's true identity, I've always understood her feelings. As for Song Qiutong, she didn't know that Yi Wangxi was a woman, so she only revered her and didn't have any evil intentions. But if she marries Nangong Sai, then the Confucian Wind sect won't necessarily keep this secret from her. Given Qiutong's nature, she will certainly view any woman who also likes Nangong Sai as a thorn in her side." Mo Ran paused. He thought of his previous life, when Song Qiutong sensed the secret love between him and Chu Wanning. She was so jealous that she took advantage of his absence from the palace to pull off all 10 of Chu Wanning's fingernails. What would happen if Yi Wangxi fell into her hands? The answer was self-evident. The evil deeds that Song Qiutong did were all like pulling off fingernails. They weren't so evil that they were sensational. It was enough for her to hide behind the greater evil deeds of others. It was enough for her to struggle at death's door behind the evil deeds of others. In this world, doing good and doing evil were the same. Both were things that fell from the sky. The tallest person would bear the brunt of the fall. First, the kindest person would be crushed to death. For example, Shizun would be pushed out by the hands of the weak. First, the most vicious person would be crushed to death. For example, the Emperor Ta. Then, the whole world would attack him, and he would be killed by 10,000 people. However, if it wasn't for the accumulation of one small evil after another, if it wasn't for the fact that in the torrent of time, if it wasn't for the fact that one after another, not considered extremely evil, left scars on Mo Ran's body after another. Then, in this world, would there really be an Emperor Ta, Mo Weiyu? Chu Wanning said, "Meddling in this matter, aren't you afraid of inviting trouble to yourself?" Mo Ran also knew that this time, he had revealed too much of his ability. However, in his previous life, he had dragged Yi Wangxi into the sea of blood. In this life, even if the rise and fall of the Confucian Wind sect had nothing to do with him, he still owed Yi Wangxi a life. Therefore, even if he overstepped his boundaries, even if it would arouse suspicion, he still did this matter without any hesitation. Not only Chu Wanning, but he also wanted the people that he had treated unfairly in his previous life to have a better life. He still hoped that he could atone for his sins. "I'm afraid," Mo Ran said, "but since I know the truth, I want to have peace of mind." Although Chu Wanning still felt that Mo Ran's actions were too rash, after hearing him say this, he didn't think too much about it. Just at this time, a strong fishy sweet smell suddenly came from the wind. Along with it, there was also some kind of powerful spiritual current that suddenly appeared in front of them. Before Chu Wanning could react, Mo Ran's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Not good. It's the exquisite chess set. It's in that direction." In the thick night, a fishy wind filled the air. Ghosts and monsters were already crawling out from the crack in the sky. 5 pillars of light rose from the ground, respectively metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was exactly the same as the incident at colorful Butterfly Town. Chu Wanning's eyes were cold. "It's him." Mo Ran naturally knew who he was talking about. Jin Chengkai, Peach Blossom Spring, colorful Butterfly Town. After 5 years of silence, he had returned today. It was that person who had always been hiding behind the scenes, that fake North Pole. However, Mo Ran had a vague feeling that this exquisite chess set was completely different from the previous ones. There was no disguise, that person seemed to feel that victory was in his grasp and was determined to win. The birds in the forest were startled, flapping their wings and fleeing in all directions. Mo Ran sprinted with Chu Wanning towards the bottom of the sky fissure, one in front of the other. When they got closer and saw the ghosts and monsters surging out from the crack, Mo Ran muttered, "The abyss of hell." This time, it was actually the same as 5 years ago at colorful Butterfly Town. It was still the abyss of hell. Mo Ran turned around in a panic and grabbed Chu Wanning's arm. "Shizun, don't go. Don't be silly." Mo Ran also knew that this was silly, but in his 2 lives, he had seen the abyss of heaven and earth twice. The consequences of those 2 abyss of heaven and earth were like nightmares that he couldn't forget. Now that he saw the 3rd one, how could he not be worried? But what was the use of saying, "Don't go"? It was extremely difficult to change a person's nature. For someone like Chu Wanning, even if he was given 1,000 or 10,000 chances to choose, he still wouldn't turn around and run away in the face of a disaster. Thus, Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning, not knowing what to say. Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, I will act cautiously." When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned Heaven's Inquisition. Golden light flowed between his slender fingers and sparks flew in all directions. Mo Ran stared at Chu Wanning's eyes and finally sighed. A dazzling brilliance appeared in his hand. Ghost Sea broke through the air and was held at Mo Ran's fingertips. The fiery red brilliance and the golden light of Heaven's Inquisition reflected each other. When the 2 weapons met, they were both stable and powerful, unstoppable. "Okay, I understand. I won't persuade you. Whatever Shizun wants to do, I will accompany you." The bright spiritual light was reflected in their eyes. The fierce red light burned the flowing gold, and the flowing gold was dyed red. "I will go with Shizun." Chu Wanning looked at Mo Ran's foolish appearance of wanting to fight with him. He felt both warm and helpless. Mo Ran's eyes were filled with too many emotions. Some of them seemed to have gone beyond the feelings of master and disciple, but he couldn't be sure what the additional feelings were. So he raised his hand and poked Mo Ran's forehead, saying, "There is no reward." Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He pulled down Chu Wanning's hand and held it in his palm. He tried his best to restrain himself from kissing it. He smiled and said, "Well, if there is no reward, then there is no reward. Let's go." The divine martial spiritual light was like a celestial shadow in the night. The golden red light faded and swept to the core of the hunting jungle in an instant. Lake Ganquan. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran concealed their auras and hid in the orange grove, looking in that direction. The spiritual flow supplying the lake water was cut off. In the harsh cold night, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the lake. There were 4 formations drawn around the lake, and each of them had a shining weapon. Chu Wanning said in a low voice, "For divine martial weapons of different attributes." Mo Ran was stunned at first, and then said, "The theft of the divine martial weapons in the past 5 years was indeed related to him, but in the colorful Butterfly Town, he clearly used a living person's heart. Why did he suddenly change the formations?" Mo Ran wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning raised a finger and stopped him. "Be quiet, look over there." Following his gaze, Mo Ran saw a group of guards of the Confucian Wind sect slowly walking on the lake in the distance. The young cultivators who went hunting in the jungle were also among them. A steady stream of spiritual energy was drawn out of their chests and gathered towards the divine martial weapons of different attributes. This powerful and pure spiritual energy made the divine martial weapons shine brighter and brighter. The light shot straight into the sky and tore open a huge crack in the night sky, crazily tearing open the infernal hell. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide. "What are they doing?" It seems that these guards have all lost their minds. It seems that they are being controlled by the exquisite Go game. Chu Waning's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her expression was gloomy. Her gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly, she stopped. His face suddenly became pale, and unexpectedly, he tightly grasped Mo Ran's shoulder, his fingers trembling. "What's wrong?" Mo Ran turned his head. After a while, he saw a familiar figure walking in the crowd. He said in horror, "Xue Meng." 163. As one of the 20 or so youths who were chasing the deer in the forest, Xue Meng also had a precious chess piece buried in his body. He was walking around the lake non-stop, his eyes empty. When ghosts fell from the sky, he and the others would rush up together. They were brave and fearless, like puppets who were not afraid of pain or death. They would cut down the ghosts with their swords and sabers, not letting them destroy the formation. However, when the ghosts tried to escape into the darkness of the night, they did not care. The purpose of these chess pieces was obvious. They were guarding the 5 elements array. Chu Waning saw that his disciple was being controlled. He endured for a moment, but he could not stand it anymore. When he was about to get up and rush out, Mo Ran suddenly stopped him. Chu Waning gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Let go. Don't go out. Wait a little longer." "How can we wait?" "That is Xue Meng." Chu Waning was too strong. Mo Ran could not hold him with one hand. He could only hold him tightly and hold him in his arms. He covered Chu Waning's mouth with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled in his arms, he did not let go. Mo Ran whispered in his ear. His hot breath brushed against the back of his ear. "It is too risky to go out now. Don't be so impulsive. Listen to me." Mo Ran was answered with an elbow. Chu Waning pried open his hand and gasped. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a low voice, "Under the control of the exquisite chess game, his spiritual power is quickly depleted. There are ghosts here. If there is a mistake, he will die." "He won't." Mo Ran grabbed his hand. His eyes were burning and firm. "I know the exquisite chess game. You have to trust me." Chu Waning saw his serious expression. He could not help but be startled. His breathing slowly slowed down. At this time, a strange howl came from afar. They quickly turned around and saw an evil spirit breaking through the air and pouncing on Xue Meng. Swoosh! Dragon City's scimitar reflected the cold moonlight. Xue Meng's body was as light as a swallow, and the blade instantly pierced through the ghost. A living person who was hit by the exquisite chess piece would have their spiritual energy gradually depleted. In the end, they would not be as good as before. But he's only under control for a short time, so he'll be fine for now. Chu Waning turned his head to look at him with a scar between his eyebrows. "Why are you so clear about this?" "What I saw during my travels." The evil spirit fell down and soon turned into ashes. Xue Meng held the Dragon City scimitar in his hand. Black drops of blood continuously flowed down the blade, dragging a strange and crooked trace on the snow. The moonlight shone on his face. His expression was cold and his eyes were dull. Mo Ran's heart clenched. Xue Meng had never been a chess piece in his previous life. Who was it? Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. Mo Ran returned to his senses and said in a low voice, "It seems that someone is coming." Sure enough, 2 people came out of the forest and walked along the frozen lake to the eye of the array. The eye of the array was shining with a green light. One of them was holding a divine weapon in his hand, but because of the angle, Mo Ran could not see what the divine weapon was. The man broke the ice with his palm and threw the divine weapon into the eye of the array. In an instant, the eye of the array shone brightly. The dark clouds moved away, and the moon showed up from behind the thick clouds. The cold light shone on the ice and completely illuminated the two people guarding the eye of the array. One of them was wearing a luxurious robe with golden silk, graceful and bright, but he was wearing a thick coat and a bamboo hat, so his face could not be seen clearly. The other one was barefoot in the cold, but he did not mind the cold. The man raised his head and looked at the endless sky fissure. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? Xu Shuanglin. He was extremely stunned and shocked. Xu Shuanglin. Elder Shuanglin. He was Yu Wanxi's adoptive father. In his previous life, he used his flesh and blood to protect Yu Wanxi and died under the knife. How could it be him? Chu Wanning did not know that Mo Ran was shocked. He lightly patted Mo Ran's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Go." Why hasn't he appeared yet? The man wearing the bamboo hat beside Xu Shuanglin spoke. Mo Ran listened and found that it was Nangong Liu's voice. Nangong Liu's voice was obviously anxious and gloomy. He could not help but curse, "Damn it, did you make a mistake?" Xu Shuanglin said, "Let's wait and see." Hurry up. Tear the sky fissure wider. I don't know when those guests will send people here. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. I know you're impatient, but don't you know whether the sky fissure can be torn wider? Last time in Colorful Butterfly Town, because you were too impatient, the situation got out of hand and attracted the 10 great sects to come here one after another. If you can't stay calm, you'll still fall short. Sigh. Xu Shuanglin closed his eyes and said, "Sect leader, it was not easy for you to find these 5 divine weapons with different attributes. They can absorb and accumulate the spiritual energy of cultivators. You've endured for so many years. How could you miss this short night?" "You're right." Nangong Liu took a deep breath and nodded. "I've waited for 5 years. No, it's not just 5 years. From the day I became the sect leader of Confucian Wind Sect, I've been waiting." He rubbed the thumb ring in his sleeve, and his eyes flashed with a dark fire. Nangong Liu murmured, "I've been waiting, don't wait." Suddenly, a fierce and strict male voice sounded on the empty lake, like thunder breaking through the clouds. The two people on the lake were shocked and looked at each other. The moon was bright in the sky, and the thousands of pine trees were rustling. A slender man stood on the treetops. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his white robe billowed. The dark color of his robe made his face look like a frozen jade, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in his handsomeness. "Nangong Liu, it's over." Nangong Liu was shocked, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Wanning." Heaven's inquisition exploded with golden light, reflecting Chu Wanning's gloomy eyes, and his whole person looked more and more dangerous. "Wanya Yuheng, venerable Northern Dipper, why didn't I let you die after suppressing the rainbow butterfly? Now you're here to ruin my plan, evil creature." Chu Wanning was stunned. He lowered his eyebrows and said sternly, "So the disaster 5 years ago was caused by you." Nangong Liu saw that the matter was exposed, and he had no intention to hide. He sneered and said, "So what?" Chu Wanning raised Heaven's inquisition, and his fingers swept over the willow vine. The vine whip was polished on his fingertips inch by inch, and the light was almost platinum. His eyes were like a hawk's. "Back then, when you asked for a sword in Jincheng Lake, the spirit in the lake wanted your wife's spiritual nucleus in exchange. You ordered people to cut open her heart and threw it into the lake. At that time, I was disgusted to the bone, and I hated you so much that I wanted to kill you. But you told me that Nangong Sai is still young, and can't be without a father. You said that you were obsessed for a moment, and you regretted it. You also said that from now on, you will be a righteous scholar and not do evil again, you." The willow vine touched the last tip, and the golden light burst out. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth, "Nangong Liu, you are so evil, and so vicious. Blame me." Nangong Liu suddenly laughed in a low voice, Grandmaster Chu, why don't you blame yourself for being young and naive? At that time, you were still a 15 or 16-year-old boy, right? You were so naive, and after a few words from me, a few tears, and using as a cover, you let me go mercifully. Ah, Grandmaster, why don't you think about it? What I am today can't be separated from your leniency. Before he finished speaking, the wind had already arrived. Heaven's inquisition cut through the dark night, and slashed towards the place where Nangong Liu was standing. In an instant, the dragon light danced, and flames broke through the sky, splitting the entire frozen Lingshui lake in half, and the ice shattered. Nangong Liu shouted, "Rise!" The group of puppets that had been walking around Lingshui Lake suddenly had a flash of light in their eyes. They all turned around and surged in Chu Waning's direction. Xue Meng's battle prowess was the strongest, and she actually took the lead. Clang! Dragon City and Heaven's Inquisition collided fiercely. Chu Waning was afraid of hurting Xue Meng, so he retreated in time and moved back a few feet. With a ruthless expression, he said, "Nangong Liu, you used others as a wedding dress. What kind of ability is that?" "Ha, I made you unable to attack, and you can't kill me. This is my ability." Nangong Liu laughed, "Go ahead and hit them, they are all living people, they just got hit by my precious black stones." "Chu Waning, this young Master Xue is your disciple, right? Can you bear to do it? You are helpless, you are waiting for death. You are the same as more than 10 years ago by the Jinqing pool. You are powerless, you can only let me go, you." He suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face was like a basin of cold water suddenly poured on him, and the ash-black fire was still smoking. Chu Waning's eyes were too calm. He stared closely at Chu Waning, and the calmness on that person's face made him suddenly feel uneasy, and he shuddered. Nangong Liu's lips moved, and he seemed to have a guilty conscience. "What do you want to do?" Chu Waning didn't want to talk nonsense with Nangong Liu. His eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to wave Heaven's Inquisition, and shouted, "Heaven's Inquisition, 10,000 coffins." Dozens of golden vines rose from the ground, trapping the puppets that were hit by the precious stones. A thick and powerful giant vine rose like a dragon from the ice lake, and ice crystals splashed everywhere. Chu Waning flew and sat on the ancient vine, his robe fluttering in the wind. He raised a slender and powerful hand, and said one word at a time. "Jirga, summon." Strands of golden light gushed out from his palms and gathered on his knees to form a jet-black guqin. The guqin's tail was curled up like a tree that was still full of vitality. The leaves on the guqin's tail were lush, and the guqin's strings were translucent and icy white. The strings were constantly emitting cold air. Shenwu Jirga. Heaven's Inquisition's most commonly used skill was Wind, which was a killing move, and Jirga's most commonly used skill was Song, which was a healing move. Chu Waning only gently plucked the strings a few times, and played a short section of Song, and those who were hit by the precious stones showed confused expressions. They were originally struggling under the entanglement of Heaven's Inquisition, but now they looked left and right, as if they were a little confused. Nangong Liu was furious, and he silently chanted a spell. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he fought against Chu Waning. Seeing that he couldn't hold on, he angrily turned around. "Shuang Lin, go and interrupt his guqin." "Me. Sai, okay. Xu Shuanglin sighed and helplessly wanted to fly to the top of the giant tree where Chu Waning was. Unexpectedly, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Mo Ran stood in the wind, raised his whip, and stopped him. "Elder Shuanglin, please advise me." Xu Shuanglin blinked, and suddenly sneered, "Stop me. You two are really master and disciple, how touching." Chu Waning fought while saying to Mo Ran, "Barrier. It's all set up." It turned out that Mo Ran didn't appear just now because he was ordered to set up a barrier around the Lingshui Lake. Although this Heaven's Fissure wasn't as exaggerated as the one in colorful Butterfly Town, the abyss of hell imprisoned evil spirits with twisted minds. It would be fine if 3 or 5 of them escaped, but if too many escaped, there would be a rain of blood in the mortal world, and it wouldn't stop for a long time. Mo Ran and Xuanglin exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. Mo Ran said, "Elder Xuanglin, don't keep trying to run to my Shizun. The person you should be fighting is me." "What am I doing?" Xuanglin suddenly laughed. "Do you have to force the opponent to fight these days? It's not that I want to say this, but young man, you're a bit too fierce. Uncle is old, and I'm afraid I can't handle your violence." Mo Ran was speechless. "If I come with you, I'll be ruined." He giggled, "Little brother, spare me. Let me go a little and let me play with your Shizun, okay?" Mo Ran actually didn't know how to face Xu Xuanglin. In his previous life, he had witnessed Xu Xuanglin's death with his own eyes, so he knew that he wasn't a bad person. Who would have thought that in this life, besides Nangong Liu, he was also the mastermind behind the scenes? For a moment, he didn't know what to do, so he remained silent and focused on exchanging blows with him. Ghost Sea had the same interrogation ability as Heaven's Inquisition. As long as he could successfully hold Xu Xuanglin, it wouldn't be difficult to get the truth out of him. However, Xu Xuanglin's movements were light, and his movements were much better than Nangong Liu's. He floated like a kite on the shattered ice lake. The red light could only hit him, but it couldn't lock him down firmly. Moreover, because he was Yu Wanxi's adoptive father, before things were clear, Mo Ran couldn't help but give him some face. Xu Xuanglin suddenly laughed evilly. "That's about it. Grandmaster Mo, I'll apologize to you first." Mo Ran didn't know why he said this, so he was startled. "What?" "Because I'm going to bully your master." Xu Xuanglin raised his hand, and a light flashed at his fingertips. A white stream of light whistled in the direction of Chu Waning, who was playing the zither. Mo Ran was the most worried about Chu Waning, so he was distracted. Xu Xuanglin's eyes darkened, and his other hand pulled out the folding fan at his waist. He swiftly and fiercely thrust it towards Mo Ran's throat. Sure, in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Although Mo Ran dodged quickly, his neck was still scratched by the sharp barbs of the fan. Xu Xuanglin took back the handle of the fan, which was stained with Mo Ran's blood, and pointed to the ground. A drop of blood fell into the lake, and the bottom of the lake suddenly lit up with a green light. Looking down, it turned out that Nangong Liu and Xu Xuanglin were guarding the core of the wood element formation. The divine martial sword was immersed in the ice lake, absorbing the essence of the surrounding plants. At this time, because of Mo Ran's drop of blood, which was full of spiritual energy, the divine martial sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green brilliance. The earth trembled, and after a few moments of silence, a fierce black blade broke out of the water, shining brightly. Xu Xuanglin shouted to Nangong Liu, "The forbidden spell has been activated. He's coming out, quickly go under the sky fissure and fight." "Fight! Fight?" They summoned someone from the abyss of hell. Was it just for a fight? But this thought only flashed through Mo Ran's mind. When he saw the divine martial sword floating in the air, he didn't think about anything else. His whole body was like being whipped, standing there stiffly, unable to say half a word. Because the weapon that gathered the wood element formation core was actually Emperor Ta's fierce blade, divine martial sword. Mo Ran suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, and his vision turned black. There seemed to be some kind of ravings that he couldn't hear that kept repeating in his ears. He couldn't breathe, and only felt that the blood of his previous life came from the night, soaking him. He felt sick, dizzy, and his heart was beating fast. Seeing that Xu Xuanglin wanted to do something with the divine martial sword, Mo Ran didn't have time to think. He raised his hand, wanting to call back the divine martial sword. But as soon as his spiritual energy reached out, he heard Chu Waning's zither music suddenly stop. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, and endured the inexplicable suffocation, turning his head. His pupils suddenly shrank. Master! How could he forget? Chu Waning's spiritual core was very weak. As early as the Xianyuan Society, there was a doctor who said that the divine martial sword seemed to have some kind of repulsive force with Chu Waning. It would backfire on Chu Waning, and it would make Chu Waning's already weak spiritual core even more unable to bear it. How could he forget? Mo Ran suddenly cut off his connection with the divine martial sword and flew onto the giant vine. The moment the divine martial sword was exhausted, he jumped up and hugged Chu Waning, who was in so much pain that his face was pale, and landed with him in the nearby orange grove. At the same time, the coffins that Chu Waning summoned also broke and disintegrated, but fortunately, those who were bewitched were already confused. Although they didn't completely wake up, they no longer listened to Nangong Liu's instructions. One by one, they stood there blankly, with a dreamy expression on their faces. Master! Mo Ran was anxious and regretful. He knelt in the snow and hugged Chu Waning, who was frowning, and kept stroking Chu Waning's face. How are you? He saw blood seeping out from the corner of Chu Waning's mouth, and felt even more distressed. He hurriedly wiped it for him, but as he wiped, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Chu Waning was also lying in his arms like this, on the peak of the Kunlun snow mountain, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. And he was the same as now, frantically wiping away the mottled blood, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. It was like an awl piercing into his heart. His eyes were red. Is it very painful? Chu Waning was greatly affected by the divine martial sword. He felt that the divine martial sword was flowing to his chest in an instant, as if it was going to cut his chest open. What was worse was that there seemed to be many broken illusions in front of his eyes, twisting and flickering. He shook his head, trying to shake off those blurry illusions, and struggled to look in the direction of Nangong Liu. But with just a glance, the last bit of color on his face suddenly disappeared. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly grabbed Mo Ran's arm and said hoarsely, "Over there, be careful." Mo Ran saw that his face was like gold paper, and his eyes flashed with great shock, reflecting the light of the fire, light of the fire. He turned his head. What came out of the fissure was no longer small ghosts and monsters, but rolling hell's lava. The fire of the earth boiled and flowed down from the sky. Those ghosts and monsters that escaped at the same time were burned to ashes by this turbulent evil fire. They didn't even have time to cry out before they turned into a cloud of green smoke. What kind of strange situation was this? The lava of hell hung in the sky like a magnificent golden red waterfall, flowing slowly and leisurely, licking dangerously and magnificently. When the lava flowed to the Lingxie Lake, the shattered ice and lake water were ignited like firewood and began to burn fiercely. Nangong Liu and Xu Shuanglin, who were standing at the front, activated the most powerful water spell, so that they wouldn't be engulfed by the fire. Although the flow of the fire was slow, it would soon burn those who were frozen in the exquisite chess game. Mo Ran cursed and raised his hand to make a hand seal, but he wasn't familiar with the water spell. Halfway through, Chu Waning, who was in his arms, suddenly grabbed his hand and said with a pale face, "You made the wrong hand seal. Let me do it." Mo Ran hugged him and let him sit up, but he stopped his hand. "Don't move anymore, teach me." Although Chu Waning was hesitant, he knew that his spiritual power was temporarily damaged, so he might not be able to cast the spell well. This was a matter of life and death, so he couldn't be careless. So he held Mo Ran's hand and put all 10 of his fingers in the right position. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Cast the spell." The spiritual power overflowed from his fingertips and quickly formed a barrier in the air, forming a blue wave that wrapped around those puppets who had lost their minds. Chu Waning let out a sigh of relief. She wanted to praise Mo Ran, but when she looked up, she saw that under the illumination of the light of hell, there were traces of tears on his handsome face. He Why was he crying? Because of who? Chu Wanning was a little confused. Shamai wasn't here, Xue Meng wasn't injured, and Mo Ran didn't know the others. So, could he be so bold and greedy that Mo Ran was crying for him? Don't cry. Mo Ran came back to his senses and wiped his face in a panic. You're already so old, what do you look like? Mo Ran only looked at him with teary eyes and asked, does it hurt? Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning was stunned. Then, the pain in his chest that hadn't subsided suddenly felt a soft warmth like a hot spring stream. Sorrow and gentleness intertwined together, sour and painful, sweet and bitter. For the first time in his life, he had personal feelings related to his life before a great calamity. It wasn't appropriate, but he couldn't stop it. It's just a small injury. It's probably because I used too much spiritual power to summon two divine weapons at the same time, so my old illness flared up. Chu Wanning raised his hand, hesitated, and touched Mo Ran's hair. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then he turned his head and looked at the vast hellfire and the blazing flame red lotus. His eyes gradually darkened, the pain in his eyes subsided, and his gaze became firm. You saw what Nan Gonglu was going to do and found a good opportunity. He paused, and when he opened his mouth again, he didn't hesitate, kill him. Chu Wanning's eyes were full of hatred, but there was also regret in them. Nan Gonglu was right. At the side of the Jinqing pool, it was him who was 14 or 15 years old. He had just stepped into the mortal world and didn't know much about the world, so he let go of Nan Gonglu, who had revealed his evil face at that time. He even took into consideration the stability of the upper cultivation world and didn't let the young Usai know that Nan Gonglu sacrificed his wife to get the divine weapon. It was his ignorance and naivety when he was young and too much kindness that led to the current situation. He let the tiger return to the forest and provoked the torrential hellfire of the Red Lotus. What did Nan Gonglu want to do? 164. As if responding to him, a giant skeletal foot suddenly stepped out from the boiling lava. Just its fingernails were as wide as wheels. When this foot stepped into the lake of Ganquan, half of the lake was filled. Immediately after, another foot stepped into the lake, crushing countless orange-colored trees on the shore. A humongous skeleton roared as it stepped out of the fissure. It turned its stiff head and let out a howl that shook the 9 heavens. Then, it held a sharp axe with jingling shackles and fiercely chopped down on the shore with a hark sound. The huge axe fell into the ground, stirring up layers of heat waves. Mud and stones tumbled, and grass and trees were instantly cut. Seeing that the place where Xue Meng was standing was about to collapse, a blue light suddenly appeared. It was Nan Gonglu, holding 2 swords, waving all of his spiritual energy to resist the attack. With a loud bang, the 2 forces collided, causing the soil and broken wood to explode. Xu Shuanglin, who was on the side supporting the water barrier, shouted, hit between his ribs. Do you see it? I see it. Nan Gonglu gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, he threw away his usual submissive appearance and attacked the giant skeleton's ribs. Mo Ran looked carefully and saw that there was a cluster of flames burning on the giant skeleton's chest. In the flames, there was a human figure that was tied up. He wanted to see more clearly, but because of the flickering flames when the giant skeleton and Nan Gonglu fought, he couldn't see clearly. Logically speaking, Nan Gonglu had spent a great deal of effort to summon this demon god from hell. No matter how one looked at it, she should have ordered it to do harm to the human world. Only then would it be easy to understand. But looking at Nan Gonglu's current posture, it seemed that he was going to risk his life to fight this thing. This was really strange, but Mo Ran didn't have time to think about it. Xue Meng and the others were still standing in the same place. If they continued to fight like this, they might be affected. Mo Ran recalled Chu Wanning's hand gesture and shouted, damn it, 10,000 coffins. Dozens of red willow vines rushed from all directions like flying snakes, wrapping the chess pieces on the shore and then retreating to the periphery. Good, you used it well. Chu Waning's words made Mo Ran's chest warm. At this moment, the person he liked was next to him, and the people he wanted to protect were also under the protection of the divine martial ghost. This time, Mo Ran watched them fight, and his mind was much calmer. He found that although Nangong Liu's offensive spells were not up to par, her evasion and defense were first class. He didn't know if this person had a preference for this kind of spells since childhood. It was no wonder that when he massacred the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, this illustrious sect leader had fled faster than a rabbit. Although the giant skeleton's attack was fierce, because of its large body, its movement was slow, and it didn't hurt Nangong Liu at all. Nangong Liu moved higher and higher along its skeleton. His robe fluttered, and the bright red tassels of his bamboo hat fluttered. He stood on the giant skeleton's ribs, and through the white bones, he could see the person hanging on the skeleton's heart. Nangong Liu first shouted loudly, like a person who was relieved from extreme suffering. His voice was twisted and ferocious, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I found you. Finally. I finally found you. His shining eyes were bloodshot in the depths of his bamboo hat. He shouted angrily and ecstatically, I found you. Wrapped in the flames was a man with his eyes closed. He looked thin and fragile, without any outstanding features. It was a face that was easy to forget. Nangong Liu kept muttering, almost crazy, I found you, I found you. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I found you. I found you. He abruptly raised the sword in his hand, which glowed with blue light, and fiercely stabbed at the sleeping man in the core of the giant skeleton. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the deathly silent man suddenly raised his head and abruptly opened his eyes. Xu Shuanglin shouted angrily from below, don't look at his eyes. I told you not to look at his eyes. However, Nangong Liu was too close to the man. He was almost caught off guard and met the man's eyes. Nangong Liu only had time to see the scarlet pupils of the dog-like round eyes, and then he felt a tearing pain all over his body. He screamed, ah, and fell straight down from the sky, crashing to the ground. If it wasn't for Xu Shuanglin supporting a barrier to protect him, he was afraid that he would have broken all his bones and tendons. Xu Shuanglin walked over quickly, stomping his bare feet on the ground. Why are you looking at him? Didn't I tell you that you will feel the pain of his soul when you look at him? You? Halfway through his words, Nangong Liu stood up shakily from the ground. His bamboo hat fell off, revealing his messy hair and a pair of panicked eyes under his messy hair. Ah. Ah. The moonlight shone on his face. His fingers convulsed as he painfully covered his face. However, it was useless. All the skin exposed to the moonlight quickly began to crack and burst open. Bright red tender flesh rolled out, and blood flowed down continuously. Ah! Nangong Liuquang screamed and tried to use his sleeves to cover his face. However, this caused his hands and forearms to be exposed in panic. His skin and flesh began to tear apart rapidly, and his flesh was mottled with blood. Mo Ran and Chu Waning watched from a distance, and they both couldn't believe it. What happened to Nangong Liu? He actually couldn't directly shine on the moonlight. Xu Shuanglin took off his own outer robe and threw it over Nangong Liu's face, covering her completely. He himself stood in the middle of the winter night wearing only a pure white undergarment, yet he did not feel cold in the slightest. His robe was slightly open, and his strong chest was rising and falling slightly. When he saw Nangong Liu sitting on the ground like a sieve, he was angry. He kicked the head of the sect leader with his bare feet and said, "Why are you sitting there? Get up! If you still haven't killed it by the time you finish gathering your spiritual power, you won't have a good life." Who would have thought that Nangong Liu, the good-for-nothing, would sit on the ground and cry with snot and tears? I'm in so much pain. I'm better off dead. Really better off dead. My face is full of blood. My hands are also full of blood. I can't stand it anymore. Xuanlin, I can't stand it anymore. You take my place, I'll take your place, I'll take your place, I'll take your place. Xu Xuanlin flew into a rage and kicked his face again. Why don't you just give me the position of the sect leader and let me take your place? Do you think I don't want to? Nangong Liu was kicked to the ground and howled, do you think I don't want to? I'm tired of it. The curse left by Luo Fenghua has harmed me for a lifetime. He made me unable to get away from this position forever. Come on. I can't wait for someone to take my place. I only hate that I can't take off this ring on my finger. Luo Fenghua. Mo Ran whispered, this name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. That was the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect before Nangong Liu. Chu Wanning listened to the conversation between the two and frowned. After only 2 years, he died of a terrible disease. Mo Ran was stunned. The Confucian Wind sect has been inherited by the Nangong family for generations. How can there be a sect leader with the surname Luo? Shouldn't his surname be Nangong? Normally, the surname should be Nangong, but Luo Fenghua usurped power and became the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. Hearing Chu Wanning say this, Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he had read a book about this person in the history of the Confucian Wind sect. However, there wasn't much detail. Because the history of the Confucian Wind sect was very chaotic, there were too many grudges involved. Mo Ran really didn't have any interest in reading this book, so he just casually flipped through it and didn't delve too deeply into it. His eyes widened slightly. The Confucian Wind sect was usurped. Because this matter was disgraceful and involved the current sect leader, very few people mention it nowadays. Chu Wanning said, Nangong Liu didn't get his position as sect leader easily. When he was young, his father suffered from cultivation deviation and died. Although he was appointed as the successor before his death, Nangong Liu had a younger brother. That younger brother was proud and arrogant, and his magic was peerless. He refused to accept this decision, so on the night of his father's death, he seized the Confucian Wind sect leader's ring and replaced Nangong Liu as sect leader. The usurper should also be his younger brother, so his surname should also be Nangong. How could his surname be Luo? Let me finish. Chu Wanning looked at Nangong Liu in the distance trembling as he crawled up from the ground. He tightly wrapped the clothes that Frost Forest Elder gave him and once again ran towards the flames on the giant skeleton's chest. He continued, Nangong Liu's younger brother is bloody and cruel. In a short 3 months after seizing the position, he killed 2 high lords of the upper cultivation world. He said that it was because during the competition at the Spiritual Mountain Conference, those 2 people made things difficult for him because he was a bastard son of the Confucian Wind sect. They didn't judge the outcome fairly. Later, he even broke the law and captured everyone who denounced him. He dragged them to the square of the Confucian Wind sect and dug out their eyes one by one. I didn't see that disaster with my own eyes, but it was recorded in the book that the eyes he dug out were filled with 3 carriages before they were all transported away. Mo Ran's heart trembled, but he remained silent. At this time, it was normal for him to curse a few words, but what position did he have to curse? In this life, Chu Wanning didn't know what Mo Ran did in his previous life. Mo Ran once killed almost everyone in the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect because of a personal grievance. He even used the Fruit of Thousand Cuts to hang the city lord of one of the cities and tortured him for a whole year before letting him die. In fact, when Mo Ran came to the Confucian Wind sect this time, he had always tried to avoid meeting that city lord as much as possible. The hatred between him and that person was too deep. He was afraid that if he saw him, he would do something crazy again. Even now, he still had a fierce nature. What qualifications did he have to curse others for being bloody and cruel? On the other side, Nangong Liu approached the core of the giant skeleton step by step and once again raised his sword towards the burning flames. He was getting closer and closer, the sword in his hand glinting with a cold light. Chu Wanning said, as that person's master, Luo Fenghua couldn't tolerate his atrocities, so he rebelled together with Nangong Liu. The two of them raised an army one night and smoothly drove that person out of the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader's seat. But under the influence of power, Luo Fenghua held the sect leader's thumb ring, but he didn't give it to Nangong Liu. Mo Ran was shocked, he put it on himself. Correct. Chu Wanning said, every sect leader's keepsake has a powerful spiritual power boost. These keepsakes recognize their master, and the Confucian Wind sect's ring is the same. Whoever wears it will own it. Unless the sect changes masters, the only way to break it is death. That Luo Fenghua died after being in power for only 2 years. Could it be that Nangong Liu killed him in order to take back the sect leader's seat? Chu Wanning shook his head. The official history of the Confucian Wind sect says that Luo Fenghua died of illness. After he died of illness, Nangong Liu regained the sect leader's thumb ring, but no one can say for sure what the truth is. Look at how Nangong Liu tried so hard to lure this monster out to fight, shouting curses and so on. I'm afraid what happened that year is not so simple. Mo Ran also felt that things were not so simple, but he still had a question in his heart. What about his younger brother? What happened to Nangong Liu's younger brother after he was driven out of power? He died. Chu Wanning said, on the night of the mutiny, Luo Fenghua cleaned up the sect and personally took his own disciple's life. It is said that he was hacked into pieces and chopped into minced meat. Mo Ran was speechless. He couldn't help but feel a burst of guilt. He thought to himself, if what I did in my previous life was known by Chu Wan Ning in this life, then wouldn't his master also want to clean up the sect? Would she also want to chop him into mincemeat and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Nangong Liu's sword had pierced through the man wrapped in the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton instantly grimaced and let out an extremely painful roar. Its huge bony palms stomped on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. It angrily waved its hand and with one slap, it overturned a large patch of orange trees. The golden fruits rolled all over the ground and were crushed by the giant skeleton. In this strange smell of blood and fruit, the giant skeleton suddenly stopped moving. Then, it abruptly knelt on the ground. Lava splashed everywhere, and its white bones instantly turned into fine powder, disappearing into thin air. Nangong Liu pulled out his long sword and caught the man who fell inside the giant skeleton. He said ecstatically, I did it. I'm free. The curse is broken. The curse is broken. Ha 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 ha. He flew down with the wind and landed on the ground. At this time, a group of cultivators from the Hall of Poetry who saw that the situation was not right also came to the Gangquan Lake. When the leader of Lone Moon Knight, Jiang 11, saw the rolling magma, his handsome and arrogant face showed a surprised expression, boundless earth fire. He immediately waved his sleeve and raised his hand, dropping a layer of water spirit powder on the people behind him. Every sect had different defensive spells and skills. Most of them used enchantments, but Lone Moon Knight used spirit powder to resist the scorching sun fire. After doing all this, Jiang 11 turned around angrily and asked sternly, Nangong Liu, what's going on? Nangong Liu did not answer. He tightly held the man who was pulled out of the giant skeleton. The flames that surrounded the man's body had disappeared, along with his strength and consciousness. He did not open his eyes again, and was no different from an ordinary corpse. He fell powerlessly between Nangong Liu's claws. When Xue Zhenyong saw Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, he immediately rushed over and shouted anxiously, Ran, Yu Heng, are you okay? Where's Meng? Meng, Mo Ran quickly comforted him, Shui Meng is fine, he's over there. Shui Xinyong looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shui Meng was wrapped in a giant vine, only his pale face was exposed. He could not help but change his expression and staggered to Shui Meng. Mo Ran pulled him and said, "Uncle, he's only temporarily conscious. He'll be fine in a while. He'll be safer in the vine. Don't go over, you stay with us." Shui Xinyong said anxiously, "What happened?" "I saw a ghost coming from afar, leader Nangong." He turned around and saw Nangong Liu standing in the lava and the lifeless corpse in his arms. He suddenly stopped talking. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did that corpse look so familiar? It seemed like a long time ago, really a long time ago. He seemed to have seen this man's face. This person's facial features were too ordinary, and it was easy to be drowned in the past. Shui Xinyong could not remember it at the moment. But he felt that something was wrong, everything was wrong. At this time, he saw Nangong Liu suddenly raise his face. His face was covered in blood, but the corners of his mouth were wide open. Nangong Liu was laughing, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. It was completely different from his usual flattering appearance. In the crowd, there were Yi Wangxi and Nangong Sai. Nangong Sai murmured, "Father." Yi Wangxi saw Xu Shuanglin next to her and said in shock, "Father." Xu Shuanglin glanced at Yi Wangxi and shook his head, hinting her not to come over. In the burning lava, his clothes were slightly open, and his loose white undergarment fluttered in the wind. There was a lazy smile on his face, and he slightly raised his chin, looking at the bustling scene in front of him. The Red Lotus underworld. His bare feet stepped on the ground, and his round toes moved, creating little sparks. Then he lowered his head, as if he was waiting for something. The light of the fire was reflected in his eyes, like a golden red carp swimming in a dark pool. "Ah!" Suddenly, a female cultivator in the crowd cried out in alarm. Xu Shuanglin did not look up, and only smiled. Of course, he knew what was happening. He had heard the sound of flesh being chewed. Behind him, Nangong Liu grabbed the man's shoulder. Under the moonlight, he bit open the man's neck, greedily sucking the blood and juice. After that scream, no one said anything, and no one blamed him. For a moment, no one understood what was going on in front of them. Everyone was shocked. The world's #1 scholar, Winsect sect leader, Nangong Liu, was actually gnawing on a corpse like this. How was this possible, father? Nangong Sai was the first to break down. He ran crazily towards Nangong Liu. Yi Wangxi could not hold him back, so she ran with him to Nangong Liu. "Father, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Sect leader, Nangong Liu turned a deaf ear and continued to chew. The clothes he used to cover his face had long been removed. His red skin and flesh were constantly rolling under the moonlight, causing him more and more pain. The more pain he was in, the more frenzied he was to chew on the corpse's flesh and blood, as if it was a sweet spring, a bitter medicine, a relief that he could not get. Some cultivators could not stand it, and the sound of vomiting came from the crowd. Some people moaned weakly, "How could this be? Madman, madman, so disgusting." The moonlight slowly moved and shone on Nangong Liu's body. Nangong Liu first lowered his head and spasmed, saliva and pus flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Then he suddenly looked up, opened his sticky bloody mouth, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Ah! Ah ah!" The flesh and blood on his face did not heal after eating the man's corpse. It was still cut into pieces under the moonlight. His face was already full of blood, and only his eyes were still white. He threw the corpse on the ground and stepped on it. He turned around and grabbed Xu Shuanglin's lapel, roaring like a beast, "What's going on? Why is it useless, useless?" His meridians were bulging, and his hands were trembling non-stop. His eyes were bloodshot, and large drops of tears rolled down because of the severe pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much. I hate that I can't die. I hate that I can't die. He shouted in a low voice, almost desperate. Suddenly, he thought of something and let go of Xu Shuanglin. He lowered his head and dug out the man's heart. Spiritual core. It must be that my strength is not enough. I'm going to eat his spiritual core. Spiritual core. Spiritual core, spiritual core. He reached into the sword wound on the man's chest and kept rubbing it. His hands were full of blood, and he was almost crazy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a sharp claw suddenly pierced into his back and fiercely pierced through his ribs. Blood spurted wildly. Nangong Liu was stunned for a moment, as if he had not yet reacted to what had happened. He did not feel the pain, and just looked back in a daze. He opened his bloodshot eyes and saw Xu Shuanglin look up with a smile on his clean and refreshing face. What do you want to eat? For people like you, eating anything is a waste. 165. The claw, which had been infused with spiritual power, was suddenly pulled back, bringing with it a large patch of bright red. Nangong Liu's mouth opened and closed, then closed and opened again, but he couldn't say a single word for a long time. It seemed like he didn't expect that Xu Shuanglin would make a hole in his back. After a long time, he finally spat out a large mouthful of blood and knelt stiffly on the ground. Father! Nangong Sai's blood-curdling screams tore through the sky. Sect leader! Everyone was shocked. Xu Shuanglin calmly crouched down and absent-mindedly took out a fruit from his qianquan pouch. He stuffed it into Nangong Liu's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Mo Rant's eyes were sharp, and his expression immediately changed. Linkai fruit. The fruit that Xu Shuanglin fed to Nangong Liu was precisely the Linkai fruit that had kept the Feathermen alive at the Peach Blossom Spring. It was the fruit that made them beg for death. Nangong Liu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His entire body curled up on the ground like a shrimp as he trembled violently. Xu Shuanglin looked at him. The light from the fire reflected in his eyes, making them look very warm. Sect leader, I pity you. You've lived for most of your life, but in the end, you're still a good-for-nothing who can be manipulated by others. Yi Wenshi said in horror, Ifu. Father, let go of my father. Let go of him. In the end, blood was thicker than water. Even though Nangong Liu couldn't bear it, seeing him in such a miserable state, Nangong Sai still couldn't bear it. His hair stood up in anger, and he attacked Xu Shuanglin. However, Xu Shuanglin single-handedly blocked him with a defensive barrier. Xu Shuanglin rolled his eyes and coldly glanced at him. When the elders are talking, the younger generation shouldn't interrupt. Kneel. After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger in the air. Nangong Sai only felt that 1,000 catties had fallen from his back. He couldn't stand up. He clenched his teeth and endured for a moment, but he still knelt heavily on the ground. Sai. Yi Wenshi immediately stood in front of Nangong Sai. She couldn't point her sword at Xu Shuanglin, but she couldn't stand by and watch. For a moment, her expression was both painful and dazed. Ifu, don't hurt him, who wants to hurt him? What is he? Xu Shuanglin turned his gaze back to Nangong Liu. Then, he raised his leg and kicked Nangong Liu's bloody face. After so many years, I can't help but reminisce with this person in front of all the tyrants in the world. Nangong Liu coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Reminisce. Didn't you tell me that as long as I called back Luo Fenghua's soul from the abyss of hell, I'd be able to break the curse he put on me? I'd be able to recover and never fear the night again. You lied to me. You actually lied to me. Hearing this, the young cultivators didn't react, but the expressions of Xue Xingyong's generation all changed. Xue Xingyong abruptly looked at the young man's corpse. Luo Fenghua. It's Luo Fenghua. Lying on the ground was the body of the Nangong brothers' master from many years ago, the short-lived sect master who had once usurped power, the only sect master with a different surname in the Confucian Wind sect, Luo Fenghua. "You're dreaming," Xu Shuanglin said with a smile. "Break the curse. You killed him with your own hands back then, and now you drank his blood and ate his flesh. You're so cruel, but you still want to break the curse. You're really naive. Don't tell me I shouldn't drink his blood and eat his flesh. Although I tried to seize power and sent him to an early death, he left a curse on the sect master's ring before he died. After I put it on, it's been more than 10 years. There hasn't been a single day, cough cough, there hasn't, not a single day, that I've been able to live a normal life at night. Don't tell me. I shouldn't. You should." Xu Shuanglin expressionlessly expressed his agreement. "You really should." Suddenly, his face twisted into a smile. He simply squatted down, lifted Nangong Liu's face, and said, "You did very well. No one can do better than you, be more outstanding, and be more obedient. Sect Master, no one can be more stupid than you." With a sinister smile, he concluded, "Trash." After Xu Shuanglin finished speaking, he slowly stood up. Unexpectedly, with a solemn and gentle smile on his face, he spread his arms and said cordially to everyone, "Honored guests, the banquet is over. I still have some desserts here that I'd like to invite everyone to taste together." Someone angrily shouted, "Xu Shuanglin, what do you want to do?" "Actually, it's nothing. I just want to ask everyone to share some interesting stories." Confucian Wind sect has disdained the cultivation world for 100 years, and its stinking scandals are too many to mention. But among them, there's one thing that I've been waiting for more than 10 years. Today, I'm going to announce it to the public in front of the whole world. As he spoke to this point, his voice turned from high-pitched to gentle. Then, he softly said, "I'm afraid this is the last secret history of Confucian Wind sect." When Nangong Liu heard him say this, a strong fear suddenly welled up in his heart. He rapidly stammered, and his lips trembled. He almost couldn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on the person standing above the lava. "You? Who the hell are you?" Xu Shuanglin turned his face and smiled, but he didn't answer. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in his hand, and a dagger appeared in his palm. He gripped it hard and cut his skin, causing blood to gush out from the palm of his hand. He dipped it in the blood and drew a formation on his arm. Then, he gently blew on it and said, "The small boat at the west window brings you into dreams." Then he turned his head and smiled. "Sect leader, if you want to know who I am, you'll know everything after you see these things." Mo Ran wanted to stop him, but he was gently stopped by Chu Warning. "Shizun? It's not an evil curse, it's a dream recall enchantment. It's very similar to the magic technique of the Peach Blossom Springs Feathermen. It's a magic technique that allows everyone to see his memories," Chu Warning said. "Wait a moment. Let's see what he wants to say." The brilliance of the formation that Xu Shuanglin blew into the wind flowed. It flew higher and higher, continuously expanding. In an instant, the entire Lingshui Lake was enveloped by the formation. The fragmented memories were like sand powder, slowly falling from the sky. The surface of the lake was quickly covered by Xu Shuanglin's memories. It was as if the snow had replaced the ground with a new layer of snow. As the power of the formation continued to overflow, the scene changed. Although everyone was still standing around the Lingshui Lake, the vegetation and lava in front of them were fading away. In the end, it turned into the appearance of the Confucian Wind sect's Flying Jade Pavilion. In this illusion, the Flying Jade Pavilion was empty. There were only two people, one standing and one sitting. The one standing was barefooted and dressed casually. His hair was not combed properly, and the crown on his head was even a little crooked. He was Xu Shuanglin. The one sitting was wearing a dark red robe and had a pale face. He was Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu stroked the sect leader's thumb ring that was inlaid with a dark green jade. His face flickered with an excited and anxious light. Then, are the 5 divine weapons ready? Xu Xuanlin lazily said, "You've already asked me for the 9th time. If you ask me for the 10th time today, I'm going to quit." Nangong Liu was unable to control his emotions. He couldn't help but shake his legs. Okay. Then let's wait for all the guests to arrive. Let's wait for the day of Sai Er's wedding. Let me take a look at the list of sacrificial offerings. I want to see how many of the people on the list haven't arrived yet. Xu Xuanlin threw him a book, and Nangong Liu immediately flipped through it impatiently. His gaze was fanatical, like a thirsty person drinking water. He flipped through the book until the sound of hua hua could be heard. He counted once, but he was still worried, so he counted a second time. His finger poked at the pages as if he wanted to poke a hole in the book. They're all here. Xu Xuanlin saw that he was crazily chanting and said, "There are more than 20 people with pure 5 elements. In addition, you've organized the 5 elements spiritual force guards over the years. With the power of these people's spiritual cores and the help of the divine weapons, although the power is not as strong as directly using the essence of spiritual bodies, it's enough. I guarantee that we can open the gates of hell." Nangong Liu clenched the book and nodded repeatedly. Okay. But this is the last good opportunity. If you mess it up again, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult for you to break the curse. You can't mess it up. Xu Xuanlin lazily said, "You should say, you won't mess it up." Okay. I won't mess it up, I won't mess it up. Nangong Liu paused and said, "Xuanlin, I'm still worried. Let's go over the plan again. Big brother, you've already done it 10 or 20 times. Nangong Liu didn't care. A few more times. It's always better to be cautious. Xu Xuanlin looked a little helpless. Okay, as you wish. Nangong Liu calculated and said, on the eve of Sai Er's wedding, all the guests will come to the poetry stage. I'll arrange to draw lots and draw the 21 pieces that have been marked in advance. He looked up at Xu Xuanlin. Then it's your turn. Okay, I'll ask to go with you. Xu Xuanlin had no choice but to agree. After entering the jungle, I'll lead the sacrifices to the Ganquan Lake and plant the precious chess pieces on them. They'll be obedient and give their spiritual power to the divine weapons. After this is done, I'll manipulate everyone to shoot the fuse into the sky and tear open the crack of hell. Good. Unlike Xu Xuanlin's laziness, Nangong Liu seemed to be very excited. He talked about strategy on paper. After seeing the fireworks, I led 5 groups of guards and rushed to the hunting forest to meet up with you in the name of quelling the sky-splitting chaos. After that, we will make the 5 groups of guards into exquisite chess pieces and sacrifice them. Xu Xuanlin nodded and concluded, there shouldn't be any mistakes. There can't be any mistakes. Nangong Liu clenched his thumb ring, and his face turned blue. I've had enough. He muttered for a while, then suddenly looked up and asked Xu Xuanlin, Xuanlin, is it really okay to not use the essence of the spiritual body? What if the power of the divine weapons is not pure enough? Don't worry, these 5 divine weapons are the best of the best, the peak of the peak. They have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. After absorbing the spiritual power of the sacrifices, they will succeed. What if? I'm saying what if the gate of the infernal hell can't be opened? What if, like in colorful Butterfly Town, someone comes out to stop us? Look at that Chuaning. Nangong Liu spat. What Wan Yu Yuheng? What a busybody. Last time in colorful Butterfly Town, I killed him by a stroke of luck. It was supposed to be a good thing, but who knew that old bald donkey Huizue had the ability to bring him back from the dead, hateful. When Mo Ran saw this, he was furious. Back then, when colorful Butterfly Town was in chaos, Confucian Wind Sect sent a large number of cultivators to quell the chaos. More than 100 Confucian Wind Sect disciples died in that chaotic battle. These two people knew it very well. Then, who was the fake Gaochen? Was it Nangong Liu or Xu Shuanglin? Chu Waning's life is not meant to end. Xu Shuanglin said in the illusion, he's a capable person. It's a pity that he died so easily. So what if he's capable? I just can't stand that arrogant face of his. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Sect Master Immortal, you saw Chu Waning a few days ago, right? How was it? Since he came back from the dead, was his spiritual power damaged? I don't know about his spiritual power, but his temper didn't decrease in the slightest. Nangong Lu said resentfully, he's high and mighty, and he considers everyone beneath him. In front of him, I'm like a *king dog that rolled in the mud. Xu Shuanglin laughed. That's an interesting analogy, Sect Master. It would have been better if you didn't mention it, but now that you mention it, I'm full of anger. I'm the Sect Master of the #1 sect in the world. Not only do I have to nod and bow to Chu Waning, but I also have to look at his disciple's face. That disciple of his is amazing, Grandmaster Mo. He has no rules, and his temper is worse than his master's. He took a deep breath, and a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. What a good wood essence spiritual body. I hate that I can't abandon Shenwu and use his flesh as a sacrifice to the heavens, just like my original plan. I'll tear open the gates of hell. Jin Chenkai, the peach blossom spring, failed twice. Xu Shuanglin said, later, he traveled alone for 5 years. During those 5 years, we couldn't find his whereabouts. The only time we could lure him into a trap, we succeeded in making him seriously injured by the Yellow River Serpent. However, that kid was lucky and was saved by Jiang 11, who was passing by. Now, Mo Rant's wings are fully grown, and he's no longer the 16 or 17-year-old boy. None of us can touch him. Using the wood essence spiritual body won't work. Just wait and see. Nangong Lu said angrily, when I break the curse, my power will increase greatly. At that time, whether it's Grandmaster Chu or Grandmaster Mo, they'll have to kneel in front of me and listen to my orders. When Xu Shuanglin heard him say this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Nangong Lu was angry for a while and gradually calmed down. He stared at the ring on his hand and suddenly said, Shuanglin, 5 years ago, you gave up looking for the wood essence spiritual body. It wasn't just because Mo Ran left the mountain to travel and disappeared, right? Slowly looking up from the ring, Nangong Lu said, it was also because you continued to investigate and found that the earth essence spiritual body was Yu Wangxi, right? You were reluctant to give up your adopted daughter. She's your only family in this world. I have no family in this world. Xu Shuanglin interrupted him expressionlessly, what's more, sect leader, you know that the fire essence spiritual body is your son. Even if I was willing to give up Yu Wangxi, would you be willing to give up Sai? Forget it. Nangong Lu waved his hand and said with a sad expression, since Shenwu can be replaced, what else is there to say? Let's not talk about it anymore. What if Shenwu can't be replaced? Nangong Lu was shocked, what do you mean? Didn't you say that there would be no mistakes? Sect Master, there's no need to be so nervous. I was just suddenly curious. If in this world, the only way to successfully open the seamless gate was to use those 5 living spirits and Sai as a sacrifice, what choice would the Exalt make? Would he continue to endure the pain of the curse, or? There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth and he didn't say anything else. Nangong Lu didn't answer. After a long time, so long that everyone thought this memory was going to end, Nangong Lu softly said, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost." Hearing him say this, everyone's face changed, especially Xue Xingyong, who loved his son as much as his life. He couldn't understand Nan Gonglu's choice at all. He said angrily, "Ridiculous. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own son. In order to live, you're willing to sacrifice your own son. This is ridiculous." Nan Gongsai stood stiffly in the same place. There was a blank expression on his face. Other than that, he didn't have any other expression. His eyes were empty, the scene turned black. Those sparkling memory fragments flipped and flipped again, making the tinkling sound of wind chimes colliding. When the illusion lit up again, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. The towering snow mountain reflected a dazzling white light. Someone exclaimed, "Is that Jin Chengkai?" 166, it was the Jincheng pool. The inscription, imitating the path of difficulty, on the side of the pool was written in bright red. There were only 2 living people in the scene, Nan Gonglu and Xu Xuanlin. The reason why it was said that there were only 2 living people was because there were countless dead people lying on the ground. Or it could be said that there were dead flood dragon people. "Hurry up. If we seal the path and don't let other cultivators go up the mountain, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. It's almost done." Xu Xuanlin stuffed a black chess piece into a flood dragon person's mouth and then silently chanted a spell. The flood dragon person stood up shakily from the ground and bowed to the 2 of them. With a plop, it jumped back into the Jincheng pool floating with ice shards. Xu Xuanlin said, "I'm not familiar with this forbidden technique yet. When I'm more familiar with it, I don't need to feed them chess pieces one by one. I just need to point in the air, and they will receive my orders and be at my disposal. It's that powerful. Otherwise, how can it be called a forbidden technique? Even if you cultivate to that level, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen people." Xu Xuanlin suddenly stopped talking and smiled. "I mean, I've seen records in books about people who can keep all the consciousness of living beings and make them listen to their orders willingly. That's called powerful. At my level, I can only control the body, but I can't control the mind. I'm still far from that." Nan Gonglu nodded. "You don't need to cultivate too well. It's not a good thing to attract attention." "You're right, Lord. But it's good that you thought of this method. To break my curse, you need to open the infernal gate, and to open the infernal gate, you need to have the spiritual power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's not easy to find the essence of spiritual bodies in this world. We can't test them one by one, but you have the ability to change the Jincheng pool. Those cultivators who come to ask for the sword will all tell you what spiritual core they have. It's really a good thing to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work." As he spoke, he took out an orange from a pouch on the horse beside him and peeled it. As he ate, he praised, "Xuanlin, those monsters in the Jincheng pool can't even defeat you. You're really capable." Xu Xuanlin smiled. Although the Jincheng pool is an ancient ruin, after hundreds of millions of years, the divine power of the Go-Chen Upper Palace has been weakened. Or else, with my ability, I wouldn't have been able to enter. "Lord, you're praising me." Nan Gonglu laughed out loud. "Tell me, how do you want me to reward you?" "I don't want anything." "Sigh, no, I have to say one." "Lord, give me half of the orange." Nan Gonglu was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "This is nothing." However, she still peeled the orange and handed it to Xu Xuanlin. "I'll give you the whole one. You're such a strange person." "Then I'll give you half," Nan Gonglu said and handed the orange meat over. Xu Xuanlin's fingertips were blood-stained, so it was inconvenient for him to take it. He directly ate it from Nan Gonglu's fingertips and said brightly, "It's sweet and juicy. It tastes good." At that moment, Xu Xuanlin's smile seemed a little scary under the sunlight. The orange juice stained the corner of his mouth and was licked off by his tongue, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Nangong Lu suddenly felt a little scared and immediately took back his hand, but then his face showed an annoyed and confused expression, as if he didn't understand what he was afraid of. Xu Xuanlin suddenly said, "Look at that." "What?" Nangong Liu looked over. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened. His slightly chubby face showed an extremely complicated expression. It's man-eating pomfret." Xu Xuanlin picked up the dead pomfret and threw it on the sandy beach. He leaned over and looked at it carefully. The monster with a lion's face and a fish's body bared its teeth, revealing blood-stained canine teeth. Its pair of grey and black eyes were bulging, and there was no light in them. Xu Xuanlin dipped a little of its blood and smelled it. He subconsciously rubbed his bare feet and frowned. "Ah, it stinks." He stood up and kicked the pomfret. This should be one of the rare evil beasts in the Golden City pool. Although the beasts that the North Star left in the pool to guard Shenwu were all auspicious beasts, a long time is enough to change a lot of things. Ghosts can transcend, gods can fall, let alone a mere divine beast. Nangong Liu murmured, "It was it that wanted me to offer the Rong Yang's heart." Everyone outside the illusion was horrified. Except for Chu Waning, who already knew the truth, the others were even more surprised than before. "What? Rong Yang? That's..." Some people murmured, and some people had already turned to look at Nangong Sai with astonishment and pity. "That's his." Nangong Sai was stunned at first, and then his whole body began to tremble. He staggered back and fell to his knees. His face was paler than a dead person, and more terrifying than a ghost. "Mother! Impossible! Impossible!" Yi Wangxi held back his tears and said, "Ah Sai, impossible." Nangong Sai was on the verge of insanity. His handsome face was distorted by fear and anger, grief and shock. His facial features were almost dislocated. He couldn't listen to anyone's words, and he couldn't hear anything anymore. "Impossible. My mother died when she was killing a monster. Father told me that her heart was pierced through when she was killing a demonic beast." Then he suddenly shook and murmured to himself, "Without a heart. She died when her heart was pierced." He didn't cry. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were about to burst. He kept repeating in a hoarse voice, from murmuring to shouting, from shouting to roaring, from roaring to crazily roaring, "Pierced the heart. Pierced the heart." His memory suddenly flashed back. That year, he was still very young. His parents and a group of people set out together to Jincheng Lake to seek a sword. He remembered very clearly that the night before, because he wanted to play, he and Nair Beijing went crazy at the back of the mountain until very late at night. Lu Kang sneaked back to his room in the middle of the night and wanted to pretend to be reciting a book. However, he didn't know that his mother had come to find him after dinner, and wanted to give him a newly embroidered quiver. In the end, after looking around, she didn't see him in the young master's mansion, so she knew that he sneaked out to play again. Rong Yang was a woman with a very cold temperament. Unlike other mothers, she didn't dote on Nangong Sai intimately. When she came to Nangong Sai's bedroom again, Nangong Sai was pretending to hold a scroll of the Wandering Free and Unfettered, shaking his head and reciting it. Rong Yang asked him to stop and asked him, "What did you do after dinner?" Nangong Sai didn't know that Rong Yang had already found out that he was slacking. He put down the book, scratched his head, and said with a bright smile, "Mother, I was reciting a book." "You were reciting it the whole time?" The child was afraid of being punished, so after stuttering for a long time, he still nodded, "Millimeter, millimeter, millimeter." Rong Yang slightly raised her elegant neck and raised her chin. She lowered her eyes and looked at him with disdain. Her eyes were sharp and cold. "Liar." Nangong Sai was startled. His face turned red. "I didn't." Rong Yang didn't say much. She took his bamboo scroll and closed it, asking, "What's the first sentence? What's the first sentence?" And the whole world, and the whole world praises it, but not persuades. Roan Yang frowned. She slapped the bamboo scroll on the table and sternly said, "Nangong Sai, what did mother teach you? It's fine if you play outside until late at night, but now you've learned how to deceive people. Mother, don't call me." Nangong Sai saw that his mother was angry, so he couldn't help but panic. Compared to his amiable father, he was actually more in awe of his mother, who was always dressed in military attire and had a heroic spirit. "You're too unreasonable." The little child's eyes reddened. He was afraid that his mother would scold him again, so he tried to argue, I didn't come back too late. I just played outside for a while after dinner." Roan Yang glared at him. His mother, who was originally not so angry, became more and more disappointed and angry as her son racked his brains to argue. "I'll come back as soon as it's dark." Slap. A loud slap interrupted Nangong Sai's words. Roan Yang's chest heaved up and down. She still maintained her posture of raising her hand. She angrily shouted, "Nangong Sai! Greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that a scholarly gentleman mustn't do. Where did you learn these words? Do you want to continue lying to your mother?" Nangong Sai was stunned by her slap. After a while, he came back to his senses. Tears filled his eyes. He felt wronged and shouted, "If you weren't so fierce, why would I lie? You hit me and scolded me. You don't treat me well at all. I don't like you. I like father." As he said this, he ran out to find Nangong Liu. "You, stop right there." Roan Yang pulled him back. Her face was extremely ugly. She pointed at the tip of her son's nose with a red cardamom finger. Her eyes were burning with anger. "Why are you looking for your father? Your father is always a yes man and flatters. He's just a piece of trash. Don't tell me you want to learn from him. Sit down." "I don't want to. I don't want to." Roan Yang gritted her teeth and dragged the struggling Nangong Sai back to his seat. But as soon as she let go, Nangong Sai tried to run again. In the end, Roan Yang had no choice but to raise her hand and release a restriction spell, binding him. Nangong Sai knelt on the ground. He was humiliated and angry. Like a caged beast, he couldn't stop gasping for breath. "Let me go. I don't want a mother like you. You've never talked to me properly. You've never cared about me. You only know how to scold me. You only know how to scold me." Roan Yang's face turned red and white. Her lips trembled slightly. After a while, she said, "You stay in the room obediently. Recite the entire Carefree Travel Manual. I'll check it tomorrow. If you continue to be naughty, I'll..." As she finished speaking, she was at a loss. What would she do? What she didn't know was that she had always been iron-blooded and fierce. Even when facing her cowardly husband, she would not hesitate to reprimand him in public. But Nangong Sai. What could she do? She stood in the same place for a while. She felt sour, resentful, sad, and helpless. Under the attack of anger, she couldn't help but cough violently. She was someone with an old illness. As she coughed and coughed out a mouthful of blood. But she didn't care. Before Nangong Sai could see it, she wiped it with a handkerchief. Then, she opened her mouth in a hoarse and gloomy voice. "Sai, you're still young. In this world, right and wrong are often not things that can be seen clearly with your pair of eyes. Sometimes, people who are tolerant to you may not necessarily wish you well. People who are harsh to you may not necessarily wish you ill. Your father is weak and incompetent. Besides..." She paused. She didn't immediately continue speaking. After deliberating for a while, she gave up on this sentence and changed the topic. Mother doesn't want you to become a cultivator like him in the future. I don't want you to become a sect leader like him. Nan Gongsai bit her lip and didn't say anything. You're naughty and mischievous. You don't pay attention to your studies. These aren't important matters. But how did you learn to lie and deceive people? Our Confucian Wind sect has a glorious foundation of 100 years. It's only because we've always adhered to the character of a gentleman that we have the face to stand at the peak of the immortals. Your father has never seriously taught you these principles. But I'm your mother. He doesn't want to tell you. So, I'll be the one to give you advice and repeat it to you again and again. Even if you don't listen, even if you think I'm harsh, even if you hate me. Father doesn't want to tell me. That's because he treats me as Saipa. If he makes me happy, he'll be happy. What about you? Nan Gongsai angrily said, What mother? You only treat me as the young master of the Confucian Wind sect and as the future sect leader. When I'm with you, I don't even have half a day of good days. I won't listen to you. Rong Yang was extremely angry. An abnormal flush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. She covered her face with her handkerchief and coughed again. After gasping for breath for a long time, she sternly said, Fine. If you don't want to listen, I'll keep talking to you. I'll talk to you until you finally understand one day. The child was extremely stubborn. He simply covered his ears with his hands. Rong Yang sat on the chair and slowly calmed down. However, her heart was still throbbing with pain. She remembered the injury she received when she killed a demon in her early years. Although she was on an intravenous drip of medicine every day, it still turned into a serious illness. Her illness was getting worse and worse. She looked up at the child's rebellious appearance under the candlelight and couldn't help but close her eyes. After a long time, her tone softened and she said, Sai-er, mother can't accompany you for a lifetime. There will be a day when I can no longer watch over you. I can no longer warn you. I only hope that you can understand in the future. She suddenly stopped talking. That was because she saw Nan Gongsai squatting on the ground, his little body curled up into a ball. He was crying inside the forbidden spell that she had cast. Her child, Sai-er, who had always been happy and cheerful, was choked with sobs as she scolded and beat him. Rong Yang was stunned for a long time. She slowly stood up and walked to the forbidden spell. She raised her hand and wanted to undo it. She wanted to bend over and hug him. She wanted to caress his red and swollen cheeks and kiss his forehead. But she endured. In the end, she still stood there fiercely. She slowly finished the second half of her sentence, You have to understand, greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder. These are the 7 things that I, a scholar, cannot do. I don't understand. I don't want to understand. Nan Gongsai raised his teary eyes and shouted at his mother outside the forbidden spell, I hate you. I don't have a mother like you. At that moment, outside the forbidden spell, Rong Yang's face was so pale. Her usually cold and resolute face looked as if she was heartbroken. That face, for the past 20 years, had appeared in Nan Gongsai's dreams many times. When he woke up, his pillow was already wet. At that time, he was like a poisonous scorpion, waving its pincers and stabbing its poisonous juice into his mother's heart. Pain, it was really painful. Even after a lifetime, he would never be able to release it. He would never be able to reconcile with himself. On the 3rd day, Rong Yang did not come to the mansion to see him. She only asked a maid to bring him a quiver embroidered with camellias and a letter. In the letter, his mother's handwriting was neat and solemn. There were not many good words. She only said that she knew that Nan Gongsai was practicing martial arts and liked bows and arrows, so she embroidered a knapsack for him to carry. She also said that she was going to go to the Jincheng pond with his father. When they came back, she would take a good look at the carefree travel. She hoped that he would not be playful and capricious again. What about him? What did he do? His anger had not yet subsided, his heart was full of resentment. He took a knife and cut his mother's quiver into pieces, he threw his mother's letter into the fire pit and burned it to ashes, he tore up the free and unfettered tour on the table, and the young child felt very happy in the midst of all this. He took revenge on her. He hated her. He wanted to let her know that he would never listen to the teachings of such a terrible mother. He would never compromise. He grimaced in viciousness. He racked his brains to build a high wall. He was waiting for his mother to lower her head to him, to admit her mistake. Or perhaps, at that time, he was only using his pitiful malice to exchange for his mother's soft words and a hug. But he did not get anything. It did not matter if she admitted her mistake, hugged him, regretted it, or was gentle. He was ready to fight, immensely proud of himself. He was waiting for the woman to declare war again. And then, he had been waiting for her bones to arrive. Confucian Wind School's sect leader was attacked in the forest at night. His wife protected him with her own body. Her heart was pierced through and she died. When the coffin was brought back, Nan Gongsai stood blankly on the edge of the Confucian Wind School's towering city gate tower. White silk and paper money was scattered all over the place. As the only legitimate son, he stood in front of the crowd, waiting. According to custom, when the elder knocked down the basin, his wife's coffin would cross the fire pit and be carried back to the school. At this time, the legitimate son would kneel down and cry bitterly, kowtow to the ground to welcome the return of his mother's spirit. But Nan Gongsai could not cry. He felt that everything was so absurd. Everything was so fake, as if it was not real. The sun shone on the ground, reflecting a dazzling white light. He felt dizzy and nauseous. It was not real. It was not real. If it was real, what should he do? How could he accept? In this life, separated by life and death, the last thing she said to him was, greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that I, the Confucian Wind School, cannot do. But what was his answer to her? He did not want to remember, but that day, his hatred was so deep. He shouted so deeply. Outside the barrier, his mother's face was so painful and sorrowful. Pain, it was really painful. He said that in this life, the last thing he said to his mother, he said, I hate you. I don't have a mother like you. The coffin was carried over. The elders beside it broke the porcelain basin. Thousands of people knelt down and wailed. His father had long been sobbing beside the coffin. Nan Gongsai just stood there. In his hand, he tightly grasped the camellia quiver that he had cut into pieces. Bright red petals, yellow stamens. The flowers were covered with snow. They were born proudly in the snow. It was as if her warm fingertips had just touched the surface of the silk, opening up this beautiful purple and brilliant red. He did not know if it was because she had a premonition before she died, or if it was just a coincidence, but she embroidered very carefully. The flowers were vivid and lifelike. It was as if she wanted to embroider the love that she did not say, as well as the rest of her life's exhortations and instructions, into every stitch and thread, locked in this small quiver. Nan Gongsai tightly grasped the quiver. That was the last thing that his mother, left for him in this life. 167. The illusion would not disappear because of Nan Gongsai's pain. It continued cruelly, revealing the truth of the bloody past to everyone one by one. Beside the Jincheng pool, Nan Gonglu crushed the face of the man-eating pomfret with his foot, looked around, and said, Beast. The beast wanted your wife's spiritual nucleus. The Lord didn't have to give it to him. Xu Shuanglin said, but the Lord still sold your wife for the divine martial arts. What do you mean by selling? Don't make it sound so bad. Senior Sister Rong's body was already weak. I invited the best doctor in Linlingyu to see her, and they all said that she didn't have much time left. If she was healthy, how could I be willing to give her to this evil beast? Xu Shuanglin raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. Nangong Lu stared at the man eating pomfret for a while and suddenly became angry. He complained angrily, "Fate is unfair." It seemed that he didn't expect that a person with both fame and fortune like him would criticize fate. Xu Shuanglin was a little surprised and actually laughed. "What?" I said, "Fate is unfair. Why is it that when others ask for the divine martial arts, those auspicious beasts ask for things like breaking flowers and singing songs? When it comes to me, I summon an evil beast that wants my wife's life. What can I do? What else can I choose?" Nangong Liu looked very angry. "When I asked for the divine martial arts at the Jinqing pool, you also saw it." The attendant was silent, and the Grandmaster criticized. "That Chu Warning. Damn, a 15 or 16-year-old boy dares to offend me like that. He talks so much about benevolence and morality. It's easy for him to say that. I don't believe that if he had to make a choice, he would choose between a dying wife and a powerful divine martial arts." Xu Shuanglin laughed. "That's really hard to say. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious. You can never guess what they are thinking. What else can they think? It's nothing more than being famous in history. How can I not know them?" The more Nangong Lu thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He cursed and kicked the pomfret. "Ever since I became the sect leader, I've really suffered a lot of grievances. Not to mention the curses, I still have to smile and greet people all day long. It's fortunate that I was able to swallow my anger and endure the humiliation of kneeling. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when I asked for the sword, I would have died at the hands of Chu Warning." "You're right." Xu Shuanglin was still smiling. "I also think that Chu Warning really wanted to kill you back then. But I didn't expect that you would actually be able to persuade him. Not only did you escape death from his Heaven's Inquisition, you even sealed his mouth so that he wouldn't reveal what you did beside the Jinqing pool to the public. If we're talking about survival skills, I'm quite impressed by sect leader Immortal Lord. He also knows that the Confucian Wind sect can't fall into chaos. So what if he's angry?" Nangong Lu said, "Besides, I still have sight there. Letting him think that his mother was seriously injured and died while killing a demon is a lot less irritating to him than the truth." Xu Shuanglin sighed. Surprisingly, he nodded impartially. No wonder he wanted to leave. "If I were him, I would also disgust you. Do you think I want to? Do I have a choice?" "I already said," Nangong Lu said, "fate is unfair." Seeing this, someone quietly looked in Chu Warning's direction and muttered, "So Grandmaster Chu actually knew about Madame Rong's matter." He knew, but he still helped Nangong Liu hide it. He actually didn't tell the world. He's probably afraid of trouble. At that time, he was only 15 years old. If he really offended the Confucian Wind sect, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Someone softly spoke up for Chu Warning. "I don't think so. He's just worried about losing the big picture." Didn't Nangong Liu say that Grandmaster Chu didn't tell the truth because he was afraid that Nangong Sai would be sad if he found out? But he can't tell the severity of the matter. Is a child more important, or is the integrity of a sect leader more important? Alas, if he told the truth earlier, the Confucian Wind sect wouldn't be in this situation now. You can't say that. If he really told the truth back then, I'm afraid the upper cultivation world would be in chaos. In short, everyone has their own choices. If you were in his shoes, you might not necessarily be willing to stand up. Oh, that's not necessarily true. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely immediately expose Nangong Liu's true colors. In this kind of matter, if you just stand by and watch, you'll be an accomplice. Although their voices were low, Mo Ran's hearing was good. When several words reached his ears, he immediately became angry. Just as he was about to speak, someone pulled his sleeve. "Master." Chu Waning's expression was indifferent as he shook his head. "There's no need to say more. But it's not like that at all. Didn't they understand? In that kind of situation, how could you make the matter public? Who can't tell the severity of the matter?" "It's obviously," Chu Waning said indifferently, "angry." Mo Ran nodded. Chu Waning said, "Do you have to do something?" Mo Ran nodded again. Chu Waning said, "Okay, then help me cover my ears. I have no intention of arguing with them, but I don't want to listen either. Help me cover my ears. When they stop talking, you can let go." Mo Ran really walked behind Chu Waning, raised his hands, and covered his ears. He lowered his eyes to look at the person in front of him. He only felt resentful and distressed. He really couldn't understand why there were still people dissatisfied when Chu Waning did everything so well. This person seemed to have lived for others for both of his lifetimes. He had never been selfish for even a single day. Why was it that as long as something was controversial, as long as something was not so black and white, he would be criticized by so many people behind his back? It seemed that things were always like this. People were often used to being grateful to the good deeds of the bad, but would not let go of the bad deeds of the good. In his previous life, the Emperor Ta had killed countless people. One day, he took the wrong medicine and gave each of the masters of Wubei Temple 10,000 taels of gold. Because of this, he was praised and said that the Emperor Ta had become a Buddha. During that time, the Emperor Ta that people talked about, because of this small act of kindness, was practically shining brightly from head to toe. But what about Chu Waning? Chu Waning was an indisputable grandmaster. He was the most benevolent immortal in the world. So as long as he did something wrong, he would be maliciously speculated by people. It was so many times. When Chu Waning did things ruthlessly, people would angrily scold him for being cold-blooded. When Chu Waning did things softly, people would suspect that he was afraid of trouble. Mo Ran even heard people talking about the incident of Councillor Chen in colorful Butterfly Town during his 5 years of traveling. There was actually a voice saying that Chu Waning was just trying to impress people, so he whipped his employer and hurt ordinary people. He's just a heartless blockhead. Otherwise, look, which normal person doesn't have a few friends? Look at this Chu Waning, he betrayed Huizue at the age of 15 and has been alone ever since. In this big world, who would be willing to be his friend? Yes, that Councillor Chen in colorful Butterfly Town, no matter how wrong he was still an employer. Chu Waning was so heavy-handed, he didn't care about the face of the sect and didn't care about the rules of the immortal sect. I think he has been alone for a long time, so his heart is a little twisted. Twisted heart. Who was the twisted one? Didn't this person give enough? Did he really want to squeeze his blood dry, chew his flesh, and even sacrifice his bones? Was this the right thing to do? Was this the right thing to do? Was this the right thing to do? Was he worthy of the name Grandmaster Chu? Mo Ran covered his ears. Chu Waning's figure was tall and slender, but when he stood in front of Mo Ran today, the top of his head only reached his chin. Chu Waning wasn't a weak person, but when Mo Ran looked at him with lowered eyelashes, he suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. He couldn't help but feel infinite love and tenderness. He wanted to hug this person more than ever before. There was no lust. He simply wanted to hug him. He wanted to use his flesh and blood to give him warmth in this hard world. That was all. Regarding these doubts that came out of his mouth without thinking, as well as the words, "If it were me, I would do and do and do and do," Chu Waning was much more used to it than Mo Ran, so he appeared very calm. At this time, Jin Chench's memories also ended. The memory fragments collapsed and reformed. Chu Wanning moved his gaze away and fell on Nan Gongsai. Nan Gongsai had his back to him. He kept kneeling and didn't stand up again. Chu Wanning sighed softly. Although he and Nan Gongsai weren't master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. If possible, he really hoped that Nan Gongsai would think that Rongyang unfortunately died while killing a monster. But things didn't go as he wished. After so many years, the paper was penetrated by flames and burned to ashes. In Chu Wanning's gaze, the kneeling Nan Gongsai and the child kneeling in the morning hall in his memories suddenly overlapped. That child was clumsily carrying Xiao Yaoyu, but his recitation was very jerky. He couldn't connect the words together. While wiping his tears, he slowly recited to his mother. There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so big, I don't know how many thousands of li it is, it turns into a bird, its name is Peng. He stumbled. Every time he stopped, his young and tender face showed a pain that shouldn't be experienced at his age. And the world praises it, but does not advise 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 it, but does not insist on it, but does not insist on it, to insist on the distinction between inside and outside, to debate it. The child's soft voice came to an abrupt stop. He didn't recite it. His small body trembled slightly like a willow tree in the wind. In the end, he covered his face. Unable to hold it in any longer, he burst into tears. Mother. I was wrong. I was wrong, please wake up, Mother. I won't be playful anymore. Please wake up and teach me again, okay? Later on, Xiao Yaoyu became Nan Gongsai. Every morning class, he would copy the scriptures from memory. He accompanied him from a young child to a high-spirited scholar. Madame Rong left. She couldn't teach him anymore. Not long after, Chu Wanning also left. He didn't look back. Nan Gongsai didn't have a teacher. He relied on this patched-up quiver of arrows and that sentence: greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things a scholar should not do. In the end, he grew up in this world's #1 sect. He grew up to be a righteous hero who was completely different from his father. At this time, nearly 15 years had passed since Madame Rong's death. The illusion gathered again. This time, what appeared in front of everyone was Nan Gonglu's sleeping chamber. It was a full moon night. Nan Gonglu was curled up on the bed. The bed was covered with a mat and Madame Zhu was placed on it. It was obviously summer. However, Nan Gonglu was wrapped in several layers of thick mattresses. He was trembling incessantly and his lips were purple. Chu Wanning patted Mo Ran's hand. Let go. I want to continue watching. Mo Ran said, you don't have to watch. I'll tell you. He still didn't want to let go of his hand that was covering Chu Wanning's ear. However, after being patted twice by Chu Wanning, he knew that he couldn't change his mind. He had no choice but to let go of his hand. At the same time, he gloomily swept his eyes around. He thought that if anyone said anything bad about Chu Wanning, he would secretly remember it in his mind. Later on, he would deal with these people alone. In the illusion, Xu Xuanlin walked in from the door and saluted in a crooked manner. He didn't follow the rules at all. However, Nan Gonglu seemed to be used to it. He didn't care. His eyes were bloodshot. He trembled as he asked, Xuanlin, where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? It was mixed. It failed. Nan Gonglu cried out. He was so scared that his snot and tears flowed out. How could, you clearly said it could. I can't take it anymore. It's like all the bones in my body have grown thorns and are pricking me. You, hurry up and help me close the windows tightly. Don't let any light in. Don't let any. It's already closed tightly. Today is the full moon. Even if you don't go out, you will still feel pain. Xu Xuanlin said, it's useless. You can't escape. No, no. Where's the medicine? Nan Gonglu was a little crazy. Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? You said it could be mixed. I believe you. Where's the medicine? I reread the scroll. I couldn't mix it. The curse on your body is too vicious. You need something to break it. What? I can give you whatever you want. Just give me the medicine. Give me the medicine. Xu Xuanlin said, I want the spiritual nucleus of the person who cast the curse. Nan Gonglu's face instantly turned pale. Spiritual nucleus, you want his spiritual nucleus. Do you have it? How could there be more? Nan Gonglu roared. His hair was messy, and saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. You also know who cursed me. My good teacher, that trash, good-for-nothing, gentleman. Luo Fenghua. He usurped my position. When I drove him off the throne, I had already cut him into pieces. I even buried his ashes in the dangerous blood pool and sent his soul to hell, never to be reincarnated. Now, his bones have rotted away. You still want me to find his spiritual nucleus? How can I find it? How can I find it? Xu Xuanlin was silent for a while. When Nan Gonglu finished roaring and gradually fell into despair, he slowly said, I still have a way, but it's very difficult to do. Do you want to hear it? Tell me quickly. Although Luo Fenghua is dead, you should know that it is recorded in the record of the dead that ghosts who fall into hell, although they can never be reincarnated, they can gather the 3 souls and 7 spirits, giving birth to the same skin, bones, and flesh as when they were alive, forming a ghost fetus. The more tragic the death of the ghost fetus, the stronger it will be. Some will even grow a giant skeleton outside of the ghost fetus to protect the soul from dissipating. So what? I can't just go to the Avachi hell and dig up his corpse. You can't go, but he can come. Xu Xuanlin smiled slightly. His expression was very peaceful under the candlelight, as if he was talking about which friend he would be going to for tea tonight. The ghost realm and the mortal realm are separated by a barrier. As long as you gather the 5 pure spiritual energies, you can tear open a gap in hell. Tear open a gap in hell. Xu Xuanlin smiled and said, yes, tear open a gap and lure Luo Fenghua's ghost fetus out. The ghost fetus will have the same physical body as when he was alive, and it also has a spirit core. You can eat his flesh and take out his spirit core. Then you don't have to worry about the curse not being broken. He paused and said, it's just that it's a little difficult to gather the 5 spiritual energies. It's best to need a good essence spirit body. Don't worry, let me think of a way. Nan Gonglu opened his mouth to say something, but what came out was a terrible wail. His tears and snot flowed, and he lay on the bed trembling violently. Is it really that painful? Xu Xuanlin sighed. Your master must have hated you for killing him. He actually put such a cruel curse on the ring. It's really pitiful. Wu, all right, just bear with it. It won't hurt when the sun comes up. As Xu Xuanlin spoke, he sat down on the edge of the bed and crossed his legs. He supported his cheek with one hand and scratched his foot with the other. I'll accompany you. I'll talk to you and distract you. You won't be in so much pain. Nan Gonglu's whole body was buried in the depths of the quilt, and he couldn't stop panting. Xu Xuanlin said, Hey, what are you talking about? Why don't we talk about it? He's also a child who didn't have it easy. He was born with a tyrannical spirit core, and it's easy for him to go berserk. This seems to be a chronic illness of the Nangong family. I heard that his great-grandfather also had this illness. Nangong Lu shrank under the quilt and swallowed his saliva. Yes. What are you going to do? What do you mean? Nangong Lu's voice was trembling. His illness is better than mine. It's much easier to deal with. In the future, when he marries a wife, they'll all be able to suppress the spirit flow through dual cultivation. You'd better worry more about my curse. Haven't I always been worried about your curse? But the more you think about it, the more pain you'll feel. Xu Xuanlin thus changed the topic. He scratched his toe and said with a smile, but wouldn't this kind of dual cultivation be too good for a Dao companion's body? I heard that Sai Er's great-grandmother passed away at a young age. Duh. Oh, I was just casually asking. I didn't expect that she really died early because of dual cultivation. Xu Xuanlin sighed. The Confucian Wind sect is really deep. Sect master actually wants to use his wife's life to help him get through this tribulation. A woman's life is useless. Xu Xuanlin laughed. You look down on women so much. It's not like you don't understand the teachings of the Grand Sect Master. I don't understand. What did the Grand Sect Master say? The Confucian Wind sect should be led by a gentleman. That's right. What's a gentleman? It's a man. Do you understand? Pfet, I'll say something disrespectful. Sect Master, I'm afraid you're going to make the Grand Sect Master come back from Hero's Mound, in anger. Nangong Lu said with a trembling voice, you haven't married a wife, so you don't understand. Women are useless. Only carrying on the family line is their responsibility. Grandmother is willing to sacrifice herself for grandfather. Willing? Xu Xuanlin laughed. Then shouldn't you also find someone for Sai Er who is willing to dual cultivation with him and give up her life for him? I've already found someone. Xu Xuanlin was stunned. What? Who? He seemed to be very gossipy. He crawled deeper into the bed and almost wanted to pull Nangong Lu out of the quilt. Okay, you even have a candidate in mind for the young master of the Confucian Wind sect. Then tell me quickly. Nangong Lu wrapped himself in the quilt and moved deeper into the bed. After enduring the pain for a while, he said in a hoarse voice, your adopted daughter, Yu Wangxi. 168, in the picture, Xu Xuanlin's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, most of the people outside the picture were also stunned. When Mo Ran saw this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He was a person who had lived two lives. This conversation and some things in his previous life were linked together, allowing him to figure out some thought-provoking details. He knew that Yi Wangxi's friendship with Nangong Sai was not only because Yi Wangxi had asked to be buried with Nangong Sai before she died, but because in the previous life, Yi Wangxi's female identity was made public to the world very early on. Nangong Lu personally chose her and let her marry Nangong Sai. Now it seemed that this section was completely a father looking for a double cultivation furnace for his son. However, not long after the two people made the marriage agreement, Nangong Sai suddenly died, and Yi Wangxi was able to survive. Mo Ran couldn't help but think, was Nangong Sai's death really just a coincidence? He didn't think so. In the picture, Xu Xuanlin's fingers were clenched into fists. Although his face was still smiling, his tone was a little cold. You want little Yi Wangxi to marry our Sai? Well, she's the most suitable. How is it suitable? Xu Xuanlin laughed. You originally wanted to cultivate her to be the commander of the Shadow Guards, but you made her look neither male nor female. Now you say that you want to marry her to Sire. Aren't you afraid that Sire will dislike her? He was really unhappy. I saw that he often talked and laughed with Yi Wangxi and treated her well. I thought that he would be able to accept it more or less. But when I told him about the marriage, he was furious. He said that he didn't like Wuxia at all. The reason why he took care of her was because she was a girl and it wasn't easy for her to survive in Anqing. He refused to accept the marriage. Xu Xuanlin, how could I compromise? He had a big quarrel with me, saying that I didn't respect his decision, that I casually handled his most important matter in life, and that I couldn't avoid Wuxia, that I was cold and distant. The more I told him, the worse his attitude became. In the end, he even thought that I was biased towards Wuxia. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Nan Gonglu scolded, isn't it because he thinks she's not pretty? Xu Xuanlin was quite fair. If the previous sect leader suddenly asked you to marry a woman you didn't like, would you be willing? I don't think it's a matter of good looks or not. You really don't respect him. He's shallow. One has to marry a useful and virtuous wife. If he likes pretty girls, does that mean he can't take concubines after his health stabilizes? Nan Gonglu sighed, sigh, this is also my fault. Back then, cough cough, I didn't see Wuxia's feelings for Sai in time. If she was still the same as before, Sai would definitely like her. You're too preposterous. Xu Xuanlin said, Sai won't accept it. Unless he doesn't want his life anymore. Dual cultivation with a person with a violent spiritual core like him is extremely painful. If he marries an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it. Nan Gonglu gasped for breath. Wuxia likes him. If she's willing, she'll be able to bear it. How could she possibly be willing? I've already asked her. What? I've already asked her. I've already told her about this matter. Nan Gonglu said, she's more afraid that something bad will happen to Sai than she's afraid of dying. Xu Xuanlin didn't say anything. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, she's really a fool. Seeing this, Mo Ran was almost certain, in his previous life, Nan Gongsai didn't suddenly die of a disease. In all likelihood, it was Xu Xuanlin who killed her personally. With Nan Gongsai dead, Wuxia could live on. The reason why Nan Gongsai was still alive in this life was probably because of the incident with Song Qiutong. Song Qiutong was a beauty with a bone in her body, which was extremely suitable for dual cultivation. With her marrying Nan Gongsai, as a father, he naturally had nothing to say. He even felt that a meat pie had fallen from the sky and wouldn't force Wuxia to marry Nan Gongsai. Since Yi and Sai's engagement was annulled, it was completely reasonable that Xu Xuanlin wouldn't harm Nan Gongsai in this life. However, there was still one thing that Mo Ran couldn't figure out. Xu Xuanlin looked like a deranged devil now. But why would such a devil value Wuxia so much? She was clearly just an adopted daughter. What was that treacherous, terrifying, and unpredictable person obsessed with? What exactly was it that he wanted? This memory was not long, it ended very quickly. When the illusion lit up again, it was a lot earlier. Nan Gonglu obviously looked younger than he was now, he didn't even put on weight yet. He was holding a small object in his hand that was flickering with green light. Everybody looked carefully and found that it was Confucian Wind School's sect leader's ring. Once this ring was put on, it couldn't be taken off. Until the day of his resignation, Nan Gonglu still hadn't put it on. Therefore, it proved that at this time, he still hadn't become the true master of Confucian Wind School. An attendant came in and knelt down to salute. The attendant's Daoist robe was stained with blood, apparently, he had just fought a fierce battle. This memory should have happened on the night when Nan Gonglu killed his Shifu and regained the sect leader's thumb ring. Sect leader, what should we do with Luo Fenghua's body? Nan Gonglu turned the ring in his hand, thinking, bury him in the hero's mound. For better or for worse, he was my Shifu. I'll leave him a decent place to return to. Yes. The attendant withdrew. Mo Ran slightly frowned. He felt a little strange. According to the memory he saw just now, the Nangong brothers Shifu, Luo Fenghua, was clearly chopped into 10,000 pieces by Nangong Liu, sank into the corpse blood pool, turned into a malicious spirit, and fell into the infernal hell, never to be reincarnated. But why did this memory say that Nangong Liu buried his Shifu in the hero's mound? In the illusion, Nangong Liu gently stroked the sparkling green sect leader's ring. His eyes flashed with a complicated and strange luster, as if he was a little scared, but also full of desire. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Finally, he slowly raised his hand. Under the candlelight, he solemnly put the ring on his thumb. He stared at his hand, looking back and forth. The corners of his mouth slowly curved up, as if he was about to burst into a brilliant and happy smile. But before the ripples of his smile spread out halfway, he suddenly stopped. Nangong Liu shouted and suddenly fell down from the sect leader's throne. His whole body was convulsing and trembling. Ah! Ah! Sect leader! Sect leader, what happened to you? His left and right rushed to support him. Unexpectedly, when Nangong Liu raised his head, his face was full of blood. His face, which was fine just now, suddenly had countless small wounds. Those wounds immediately healed, and then immediately tore again. Blood kept surging out of those strange scars. What's going on? Nangong Liu was at a loss. Pain, so painful, how could this happen? What's going on? The sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A man with a pair of smooth bare feet stepped on the cold bricks against the moonlight. He came in front of Nangong Liu, lifted his robe, and half knelt down. This man was Xu Shuanglin, who was younger than he was now. He bent down and pinched Nangong Liu's face to examine it carefully. Nangong Liu was gasping for breath and struggling. Tears, snot, and blood mixed together. Xu Shuanglin seemed to be a little disgusted. He frowned and then asked, why did this happen all of a sudden? I don't know. Dao. I don't know. Mr. Shuanglin. Mr. Shuanglin, please save me. At this time, Xu Shuanglin was just a counselor who assisted Nangong Liu, so Nangong Liu called him Mr. Shuanglin instead of elder. After some investigation, Xu Shuanglin grabbed Nangong Liu's right hand and looked at the shining ring. Suddenly, his expression changed. The curse of 10,000 calamities is attached to this ring? After hearing this name, the people gathered around all gasped. Only Nangong Liu was muddle-headed. He didn't know what the curse of life and death was. He only raised his head blankly with tears. Crystal snot kept flowing out of his nose, dripping on the tiles together with blood. Ah, what is that? The curse of death. Xu Shuanglin's expression was very bad. This ring was cursed by Luo Fenghua. After he cursed the person who wore the ring, as long as the moonlight shone on him, his skin would be chapped and he would suffer a fate worse than death. Every night, it happened. What? It's more than that. Xu Shuanglin's hand stroked the jade of the ring. He closed his eyes and felt the turbulent spiritual current there. On the 15th day of the full moon, even if you don't go out of the house and the walls are sealed, you will still feel the pain of being cut into pieces and there is no way to escape. He opened his eyes and looked at Nangong Liu, who was curled up on the ground miserably, and whispered. Until death. Under the thick stench of blood, Nangong Liu's pupils suddenly constricted. She looked like a large rat that had lost its head in panic, but also like a venomous snake that had stuck its head out of a dark cave. He twitched comically and muttered, "Won't rest until death." Yes. Can't you break it? Can't break it. Xu Shuanglin said, at least I can't think of any way to break it at the moment. I can only. Before he could finish his words, Nangong Liu broke free from his hand and climbed down the stairs while screaming and laughing madly. He dragged a crooked trail of blood on the cold and clean floor tiles. He screamed and laughed at the same time. His voice was hoarse and distorted to the extreme. It was as sharp as a needle. Even many people outside the illusion couldn't stand it and covered their ears with their hands. Ha ha ha, curse me. You curse me. Luo Fenghua. You took the position of the head of the Nangong family. I kicked you off the stage and left your body intact. It's already justified. You actually curse me. How can you bear, how can you? Because of your teaching. I buried you in the hero's mound. Ha! Hero's mound. Yet, you want me to suffer every night until my skin is torn and my flesh is torn apart, until I die. He roared and moved inch by inch to the entrance of the main hall. He hibernated in the thick shadow cast by the heavy red bronze door of the main hall. His fingers twitched ferociously and suddenly slammed on the ground. He couldn't help but hit the ground heavily. Until death. How can you be so cruel? How can you be so cruel, beast? Beast. You've ruined my life. Head. The people around couldn't bear it and wanted to help him back, but Nangong Liu roared and shouted as if he had gone mad. This mangled face had always been one of cowardice and incompetence, more so than any other color. But today, it was different. There was a bone-deep hatred on his face. It leaped about in his pupils like a wildfire, burning away his reason and leaving him barren. Nangong Liu screamed hysterically, "Send me, the first order, the head of the sect." The attendants knelt down and listened to the order. The former head of the sect, Luo Fenghua, has committed a great, evil, unforgivable. Order people to cut his remains, into 10,000 pieces, into 10,000 pieces. Xu Shuanglin stood quietly on the side. He lowered his eyes and listened, but no expression could be seen on his face. At this time, a new round of tearing came. Nangong Liu couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly collapsed and burst into tears again. But while he was crying, he still finished the first order he gave when he ascended the Confucian Wind sect's throne. He squeezed every word out of his molars, "Sink into the corpse, blood pool, you cursed me to be mutilated until I die. I sank you into the endless purgatory, never to be reincarnated." At the end of this illusion, Nangong Liu opened his empty and vacant eyes. His voice was like a tattered pottery zun, extremely hoarse. He muttered, "Luo Fenghua, beast, you beast." The memory fragments began to collapse and reassemble like snowflakes. The bloody secret of the Confucian Wind sect was revealed inch by inch, so that almost everyone present was enthralled. Some people, like Yi Wangxi and Nangong Sai, had no choice but to watch because of their own personal matters. But even more people were inspired by the pleasure of spying on other people's secret. Jealousy was one of the ugliest emotions in the world. Of these people who were invited to attend Nangong Sai's wedding, how many of them sincerely worshipped the Confucian Wind sect? How many of them went through the magnificent 3 outbuildings, saw the spiritual stones that were as valuable as gold, and saw the 72 cities under the heavens, and only had admiration in their hearts, without the slightest bit of jealousy? The taller the pavilion, the more it would attract people's attention when it collapsed. Melon seeds were all over the ground, and spittle splattered 3 feet away. The pain of others was always the best topic of conversation on the streets and alleys, and after a meal. Mo Ran was somewhat unwilling to continue watching, but this matter was full of doubts and was of great importance. Although Xu Shuanglin's memory seemed to have no problems, and could explain the changes in the Jin Chenkai and the Peach Blossom Spring, he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. He always felt that there was something particularly wrong with this memory. What was it? He furrowed his brows as he pondered. But suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that there seemed to be a strange light flashing in the distance. But because there was one illusion after another unfolding here, no one would look outside the forest, so unexpectedly no one noticed it. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Tribulation fire!" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Tribulation fire? Where is the tribulation fire? Over there, over there. No. There's also one here. No one had expected that while they were watching Xu Shuanglin reminisce about the past, the 72 cities around the Confucian Wind sect were burning with raging scarlet flames. At this time, the flames were still far away, and they were deep in the forest, so if they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. The tribulation fire was one of the most severe types of fire. Unless there was a heavy rain and sweet dew, it wouldn't stop until the surroundings were burned to ashes. Thick smoke billowed, and the flames were like water splashed on a piece of silk, quickly spreading out in all directions. In the distance, they could see that there were bright meteors flying in all directions from the 72 cities, but if they looked carefully, where were the meteors? They were clearly the disciples of the Confucian Wind sect who had escaped from the Sea of Fire and flew out on their swords. When the people in the forest saw this, many of them suddenly turned pale and shouted, "What's going on?" Some people immediately turned around and ran toward the poetry hall, repeatedly calling the names of their companions. Xue Xingyang's expression also changed, because Madame Wang was still there, and she didn't know the art of sword manipulation at all. Mo Ran. "You Heng. I'll leave Meng to you, I'll go see Madame." Mo Ran was also very anxious, so he nodded and said, "Uncle, go quickly, take Auntie and leave first. With us here, I definitely won't let anything happen to Xue Meng." Xue Xingyang patted his shoulder with force, then flew toward the poetry hall where the flames were rushing. Seeing the sudden chaos, Xu Shuanglin stood quietly in the same place. Suddenly, an extremely brilliant smile bloomed on his face. He said with a smile, "What a scene of monkeys scattering when the tree falls." Mo Ran suddenly turned his head and saw Xu Shuanglin snap his fingers, causing the fragments of memories to gather in his palm like thousands of snowflakes. The surrounding sea of fire was restored, and the infernal hell's fissure in the sky still hadn't closed. It was still pouring out golden red lava, spreading toward the forest at an extremely slow speed. Mo Ran stared at Xu Shuanglin, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. There was something wrong with this person's eyes. Mo Ran was all too familiar with this gaze, in his previous life, when he was at the peak of life and death, when he was in the empty Shaman Mountain Palace, when he looked in the mirror after Chu Waning's death. What he saw was a pair of terrifying eyes like this. Filled with madness and blood, a pair of eyes that had given up on themselves and wanted everyone to be buried with them. "You want to destroy the Confucian Wind sect?" Hearing Mo Ran's question, Xu Shuanglin's reaction was only to rub his two toes together. Then he smiled. "So what if I do? If I destroy my own home, who are you to care?" "Your own home." Xu Shuanglin stepped on the rolling lava and walked to Nangong Liu's side. He grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him up from the ground. He raised his eyes and said, "Yes, my own home." He forced Nangong Liu to look at his face. Then he raised his hand. In front of Nangong Liu, who was hanging by a thread, he raised his other hand. Slowly, inch by inch, starting from the bottom of Nangong Liu's neck, he slowly tore, bit by bit, rip. In the end, there was only a soft sound. An exquisite human skin mask made from the skin of a 100-year-old snake demon was taken off, revealing a face that was no longer youthful. At first, Nangong Liu's entire body shook, and then he began to tremble violently. His breathing was weak, but he was still struggling to squeeze out bits and pieces of sound from his throat. It's you? You didn't die. You actually. I didn't die. You're still alive. How can I die before you? Xu Xuanlin said with a smile, I'm much stronger than you in every aspect, including my lifespan. Even if you rot into mud, I'll still live well. What? You and I have met again after a long separation. Are you so happy that you can't say anything else? He created a cluster of fire and casually burned the human skin mask. The flames continued to spread until it reached his fingertips. He did not care at all and did not feel any pain. He shook his hand and pressed his burnt fingertips to Nan Gonglu's lips. He tilted his head and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Nan Gonglu. Sect leader, immortal monarch, long time no see. Or should I call you, brother? 169, Nan Gongshu. Among the people who hadn't left yet, there were some older people who suddenly reacted and cried out in alarm, it's him. It's Nan Gongshu, didn't he die a long time ago? Luo Fenghua killed him with his own hands back then. How could he? How could he still be alive? Yi Wanshi was even more shocked. Her handsome face was deathly pale and her lips trembled. After a long while, she shook her head and retreated with tears in her eyes. Adoptive father, Xu Xuanlin glanced at Yi Wanshi and smiled at her. Little Yi Wanshi, come to adoptive father's side. Adoptive father won't hurt you. Don't even think about touching her again. Suddenly, someone shouted. Yi Wanshi's wrist was grabbed. She turned her head and saw Nan Gongsai's eyes filled with endless pain and dripping blood. Yi Wanshi, get behind me. Xu Xuanlin smiled. My good nephew, why is it that your temper isn't the least bit like your father's? It's only like your mother's. Shut up. You don't deserve to talk about my mother. How am I not worthy? Xu Xuanlin said slowly, did you know that the person your mother liked the most wasn't your father, but me? Seeing the anger and disgust on the young man's face and the infatuation and pain in his eyes, Xu Xuanlin actually enjoyed it. It was as if he was nourished by this deep-rooted hatred. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your father ruined my reputation and took everything from me, but so what? Confucian Wind Sect. Confucian Wind Sect. It's still in his hands. Hate me, hate me. Big brother. Ha 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 ha. Did you think that the pitiful Nan Gongshu from back then would just die like this? Did you think that I would obediently lie in my grave and watch you live a carefree life in this world? His smile suddenly twisted as he shouted. In your dreams. While saying that, he circled around to Nan Gonglu, who was on the verge of death, but was unable to stop breathing. With one hand he pulled up his big brother's lapel, as if he was pulling up a pile of mud. What use is the brilliant Confucian Wind Sect in the hands of such trash? Sect leader. Ha, what a joke. As the sect master, he was still fooled by me for so many years. When I tell you what I want, you stick your butt out like a dog and obediently give me what? He smiled and patted Nan Gonglu's bloody cheeks. He smiled intimately, but his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Big brother, you're really a good-for-nothing coward, a good-for-nothing snack. Lone Moon's sect master, Jiang 11, said, Your Excellency's goal is to destroy the century-old foundation of the Confucian Wind Sect. Xu Xuanlin turned around and blinked. 100 years of foundation. That's nothing. If the foundation is destroyed, we can start all over again. If the 72 cities are burned down, we can still rebuild them. Only when the people's hearts are dead and become scattered ashes, scattered by the wind, that's satisfying. He paused, then smiled brightly. I'm going to destroy all of your hearts. These words were neither overtly nor overtly spoken. Coupled with his radiant face, it made people tremble with fear. Before the others could react, Nan Gongsai could no longer hold back. His eyes burned with endless karmic fire, filled with the smoke of despair. There was only hatred and madness in those eyes, not the slightest desire to live. The sound of the jade flute rang out, and a demon wolf as tall as 3 people rushed out of the forest with a howl, leaping in front of Nangongsai. Nangongsai flipped onto the wolf's back. Before he could sit properly, the wolf's shadow had already swept past. Mandala, summon. Following his shout, a dazzling Shenwu bow appeared in his hand. Nangongsai clamped down on the demon wolf's back. Riding on the wolf's back, his upper body was straight, and his arm was holding the jade mandala. His face was filled with crazed hatred, and in an instant, he had already shot 3 arrows in succession, aiming straight for Xu Shuanglin's vital points. Xu Shuanglin smiled and said, you're very naughty. He dodged 2 arrows, but seeing that he couldn't dodge the 3rd, he didn't panic. Instead, he grabbed his brother's limp, half-dead body and blocked the arrow. After all, this was his own father. Even if the other party was fickle, for Nangongsai, blood ties were still deeply ingrained in his bones. He couldn't help but tense up, his temples throbbing. His canine teeth had already bitten through his lips, filling them with blood. Do you still want to play with Uncle? Xu Shuanglin was very affectionate. He smiled and said, Uncle will play with you. Nan Gongshu. I'll kill you. You're just a child, why are you shouting about fighting and killing? Xu Shuanglin's words were light, but his hands didn't slow down in the slightest as he started to exchange moves with his nephew. In just a few moves, his swift and fierce skills left almost all the surrounding cultivators dumbstruck. Some people even couldn't help but think, no wonder Nangong Liu's attitude as the younger brother was twisted when he took over as the sect leader. The difference between the magic and spiritual power of these 2 brothers was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. The older brother couldn't even carry the younger brother's shoes. So powerful. Didn't Nan Gongshu secretly learn his older brother's magic back then? How could he have such ability? He's practically on par with the #1 Grandmaster. A few people who originally wanted to help Nangongsai besiege him retracted their formation one after another. There were even more astute people who thought that this time, the Confucian Wind sect's calamity seemed to be unsolvable, so they took advantage of the chaos to turn around and flee. This kind of mentality spread extremely quickly. In just a short time, those cultivators who didn't leave also ran away or scattered. They didn't even care about those who had been made into chess pieces and hadn't recovered their senses yet. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the hunting forest. Mo Ran turned his head and saw that he was the only one left. Chu Waning and Yi Wangxi hadn't left yet. No, there was still Jiang 11. He didn't expect this. Jiang 11 was the richest man in the world, the sect leader of Lin Lingyu, and the best businessman in the world. He was also the leader of the largest sect in the cultivation world aside from the Confucian Wind sect. He didn't expect that he would be willing to take care of this thankless situation. Sect leader Jiang, a slightly trembling voice startled Mo Ran even more. He turned around and saw that he didn't notice that there was a person hiding behind the orange tree. Although his face was ashen and his lips were trembling, he still forced himself not to leave. Li Wuxin. As the sect leader of the sect at the bottom of the upper cultivation world, Li Wuxin swallowed his saliva. His oily yellow face was covered in sweat. He looked at the remaining people with uncertainty. Do you want to attack together? Jiang 11 didn't answer immediately. His eyes quickly swept over the remaining people and he said decisively, Villa Master Li, come with me. I'll go and rescue those sleeping chess pieces. You're in charge of flying on your sword and taking them to a safe place. Okay. As for Grandmaster Chu and Grandmaster Mo. Chu Waning said, Mo Ran, you go and help Nangongsai. I'll mend the Skyfisher and come to help you immediately. This Skyfisher was different from the one in colorful Butterfly Town. There weren't thousands of evil spirits surging out. There was only the golden red lava flow left, so it wasn't dangerous. It was just that the tear was huge, so Chu Wanning was more suitable to mend it. Mo Ran removed the ghost coffin of 10,000 people, and the 20 or so young cultivators who were used as chess pieces all fell to the ground. Jiang 11 flicked his blue sleeve and instantly sprinkled thousands of drops of medicinal powder to stabilize the weak state of these people. He then turned to Li Wuxin and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Li Wuxin nodded and summoned a heavy sword that flashed with a dark green brilliance. He silently recited an incantation, and the heavy sword that could only carry 2 or 3 people suddenly expanded by dozens of feet and hung in the air. Jiang 11 carried those people onto the sword's hilt one by one. The last one was Xue Meng, but Li Wuxin's weapon couldn't support him. Li Wuxin said, "I can't carry him anymore. There are too many people. Wait until I come back from this trip." Jiang 11 glanced not far away. Flames and sparks flew everywhere as the spiritual flow became increasingly fierce and terrifying. The surrounding orange trees fell one after another as if they were withered and rotten. It was obvious that this place would be affected very soon. He had no choice but to lower his head and look at Xue Meng in disgust. He said, "Fine, you go. I'll take care of this trash." When he finished speaking, he called out in a deep voice, "Summon the Snow Phoenix." A silver longsword that glowed with a blue radiance instantly appeared under his feet. The sword, Snow Phoenix, was extremely luxurious and exquisite. Its hilt was slender and the decorations were exquisite beyond compare. However, it was obvious that it wasn't good at carrying heavy loads. Fortunately, the weight of 2 people was still bearable. Jiang 11 carried the unconscious Xue Meng in his arms. When he thought of how this person had previously talked back to him and how he was Madame Wang and Xue Jinyang's son, he couldn't hide his disgust. Disdain was written all over his face. Li Wuxin, looking at Sect Master Jiang's expression, he wouldn't choose the highest point of the sword and throw the young master at the peak of life and death down, right? What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. Send them out as soon as possible. We still need to come back and help, Jiang 11 said with a gloomy expression. We can't just let the Confucian Wind sect disappear like this. The 2 divine weapons flew up with the wind, carrying the youths who were still in the spiritual current and flying into the distance. At the same time, Chu Wanning had sealed the last section of the Hell Sky Fissure. Meanwhile, the battle between Mo Ran's group and Xu Shuanglin was reaching its climax. Mo Ran's strength was valiant, and Nan Gongsai was even more determined to kill. Although Xu Shuanglin's Taoist skills were sky-high, he couldn't hold his own against the 2 of them. While he was at his wit's end, Xu Shuanglin yelled at Yi Wangxi, "Yi, what are you standing there for? Do you really want to watch your adoptive father die in the hands of others? Hurry up and help me." Yi Wangxi clenched his fists with a pained expression. His entire body was trembling slightly, but he didn't go forward. Instead, he retreated step by step. Are you really going to stand by and watch? Did you forget who brought you back from the orange grove when you were young, raised you, and gave you a name? No. She was on the verge of collapse, but because she had been strong since she was young, whether it was the sect leader or the elders, they all raised her as a man. Now that she had encountered such an unforeseen event, she still persisted as usual. Her back was still straight, and although her face was red, she didn't cry like an ordinary girl. However, her flesh seemed to have been shattered. At this time, it seemed that if anyone touched her lightly, her entire body's muscles, veins, skin, and flesh would be peeled off from her bones and crushed into mud. Seeing her like this, Xu Shuanglin cursed inwardly, but he didn't force her anymore. Instead, he turned his head and fiercely fought with the other 2 people. Clang! The saber in his hand suddenly made an ear-piercing metallic sound. The top-grade weapon from the Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Under Mo Ran's willow vines, it broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Mo Ran coldly said, "What else can you use to fight?" Xu Shuanglin knew that things were not going well. At this time, he suddenly heard a distant roar above his head. He looked up immediately and saw that Chu Wanning had completely repaired the heavenly fissure. The night sky above the hunting forest returned to its original state. The hell lava that had lost the spiritual flow of the netherworld instantly scattered into little golden red spots, like fireflies floating in the forest. The sky was filled with stars. Chu Wanning floated down from the night sky. His dark ceremonial robe fluttered in the strong wind, which made his face look as white as porcelain. His features were handsome beyond compare. However, no matter how handsome he was, it couldn't hide the murderous aura that was exuding from his body. Damn it! Xu Shuanglin gritted his teeth. 1 Grandmaster Mo was already enough to make him suffer. Now, there was another Grandmaster Chu. If the two of them worked together, who in the entire cultivation world could fight against them alone? Xu Shuanglin took a step back and suddenly cut his palm with a knife. He squeezed out a drop of blood and smeared a curse mark on his forehead. He shouted in a low voice, "Why aren't you coming to save me? How long are you going to drag this out?" Then, he raised his hand and grabbed the air. His fingernails suddenly grew several inches. With a "pu" sound, he directly tore apart Luo Fenghua's body that was lying on the surface of the lake. He pulled out his bloody spiritual core and put it into his arms. Then, he quickly jumped back. He actually grabbed his half-dead elder brother, removed the enchantment under his feet, and jumped into the lake Gangquan. He suddenly plunged straight to the bottom of the lake. Mo Ran immediately came back to his senses. The Shenwu, no return, that was used to open the Hell Sky fissure was stuck at the bottom of the lake. Xu Shuanglin was an excellent swimmer. He was barefooted, so he swam very fast. Even if he was dragging a living dead person, he immediately grabbed the pitch-black Modao in the lake. The moment he emerged, another crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Chu Wanning frowned. A sky fissure? He wasn't sure. The crack was very small, only as tall as a person. It was different from the usual sky fissure in the ghost world. There was no yin qi coming out of it. Xu Shuanglin shook off the water and leaped up. With one hand holding his brother and the other holding the sword of no return, he fiercely swung the sword qi downwards with the divine martial blade, forcing the 3 people who wanted to chase after him to slow down slightly. He took this opportunity to fly up. Suddenly, a very beautiful hand stretched out from the narrow crack and tightly grasped Xu Shuanglin's arm. The gate of life and death. Chu Wanning's eyes suddenly widened. He was always calm and composed. Even if he saw the exquisite chess game, he wouldn't be so shocked. However, at this time, the blood drained from his face in an instant. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and was stunned. Mo Ran seemed to have been splashed with cold water. He turned his head. What? How was this possible? This was actually the strongest of the 3 forbidden spells. It was rumored that it could tear time and space and make people in different time and space appear at the same time. This was the forbidden spell of the forbidden spells that had long been lost in the cultivation land. The gate of life and death. 170, in the blink of an eye, Xu Shuanglin was pulled into another space by the hand that reached out from the door of life and death. Nan Gongsai wanted to chase after him, but it was impossible. The moment Xu Shuanglin crawled in, the space crack immediately sealed and closed with a bang. There was nothing left in the night sky, only a small piece of Xu Shuanglin's clothes. He didn't have time to bring it in before the door of life and death closed. At this moment, in the dead silence, it fluttered and fell into the lake. The white cloth was quickly soaked by the lake water and slowly sank into the lake. How is this possible? Mo Ran murmured, how can there be someone in this world who can truly control the door of life and death? As the Emperor Ta in his previous life, he was very clear that there were 3 forbidden techniques in the world: the exquisite chess game, the secret technique of rebirth, and the door of life and death. Although the first two forbidden techniques were difficult to learn, they were not unheard of in the Shizun continent. For example, in his previous life, there were always people who could use these two techniques, such as Master Huizue. However, there were very few records about the door of life and death in history. The most recent one happened thousands of years ago. There was once a great master who was heartbroken because of the death of his beloved daughter, so he opened the door of life and death. He wanted to bring his daughter, who was living in another space and time, back to his own world. However, his actions were detected by the him in that space-time. As a father as well, how could the him in that world allow his beloved daughter to be taken away? In the battle of life and death between the two, the space-time crack that was opened was distorted, and in the end, their daughter was sucked into the crack and crushed into pieces. After that great master came back, he broke down. From then on, the scroll of the forbidden technique was sealed in the Yang Emperor's divine wood, and he became the last person in the long river of time to completely control the door of life and death. Because this forbidden technique had not been used for a long time, over the years, more and more cultivators firmly believed that there was no such thing as a space-time distortion technique in this world. However, in his previous life, Mo Ran, because of his boundless Tao, actually tore open a similar door of life and death by himself with the incomplete scroll in his hands. However, the crack was extremely unstable. Mo Ran once tried to throw a rabbit into it, trying to send it to a place thousands of miles away. The rabbit made it, but due to the instability of the crack, it turned inside out when it came out. Its innards were on the outside, and its fur was wrapped inside. It turned into a bloody lump, and its heart was still thumping. Later on, Mo Ran tried many times. Out of 100 times, there were always 5 or 6 problems. Once a problem occurred, the scene was extremely disgusting. There were even cases where the head appeared very quickly, but the body was spat out by the door of life and death half an hour later. But even so, it was enough to cause an uproar in the world of cultivation. Almost everyone thought that Mo Ran had restored and mastered the door of life and death, but he himself was not sure. He had not seen the first forbidden technique thousands of years ago, but according to the historical records, he felt that the technique he copied was far from the real door of life and death. Chu Wanning rushed to the lake and raised his hand to pick up the half-piece of cloth left by Xu Shuanglin. He closed his eyes and felt a little relieved, but then became more depressed. He shook his head and said, "It's not the complete door of life and death. That person should have only mastered half of the scroll. According to the spiritual power left in this cloth, it should only be a space door, and not a time and space door." "What do you mean?" In other words, there is still a big difference between this technique and the real forbidden technique. Chu Wanning said, "The spiritual power I can sense is only in the space." In other words, Nan Gongxu was pulled to another place by someone through this space crack. Mo Ran thought, "Isn't this similar to the door of life and death that I restored in my previous life?" If that was the case, it was not impossible to achieve. But there was still a shadow in his heart. He asked, "What if it is the real first forbidden technique? What will happen when it is used?" For some reason, Chu Waning's expression became a little strange. She paused for a moment before saying, "If this is the real gate of life and death, then what it can do is not just tear space apart. It can even bring Nan Gongxu to another world." However, when he heard this, Mo Ran's expression changed slightly. He pursed his lips and did not say anything. He didn't have much knowledge in his previous life, and he didn't know how much of the literature he collected was credible. As for the rumor of the great guru tearing open a crack in time and space and bringing back his daughter from another world, he actually didn't think it was very reliable. Now that these words came from Chu Wanning, Mo Ran was finally completely convinced. But this conviction brought him waves of coldness. In the 5 years that Chu Wanning was not around, Mo Ran read all the classics. In fact, he faintly felt that the mystery of his rebirth was strange and treacherous. In his previous life, he had not seen the real rebirth technique. He originally thought that the so-called rebirth should be like himself, returning to a certain year and month before his death and starting over again. But in this life, when he saw Master Huizue personally perform this great forbidden technique, Mo Ran was puzzled. The Master's rebirth technique was to let Chu Waning's soul come back from the underworld, return to the body that was not rotten and not seriously damaged, and then continue to live in this world. This kind of rebirth was not the same as what he had experienced. If in his previous life, after he died, someone used the same rebirth technique as Master Huizue to save him, then he should be reborn in the Wu Mountain Palace, still the terrifying Emperor Ta, Chu Waning, Shamai, uncle and auntie. These people should still be dead, and no one would be by his side. He then guessed that there might be more than one rebirth technique in this world, so the way that he and Chu Waning were reborn was not the same. But at this moment, when he heard that Chu Waning confirmed the least known of the three great forbidden techniques, the Gate of Life and Death, he suddenly had a very terrible idea. Could it be that he was not only affected by the rebirth technique, but also by the Gate of Life and Death at the same time, causing the evil soul that should have been suffering in another time and space to tear through time and space and come back to the year when everything had not happened yet, when there was still time to turn back? If that was the case, then wouldn't everything he did be under the watchful eye of that person behind the scenes? Everything, including his rebirth, was planned by that person single-handedly and silently watching from behind the scenes. Mo Ran suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. However, before he had time to think, he suddenly heard an earth-shaking explosion from the place where the fire of tribulation was burning in the distance. Chu Waning said, "Let's go and take a look." Before his voice faded away, the 72 burning cities of the Confucian Wind sect seemed to have been burned by some kind of tribulation fire. Before Xu Shuanglin left, the fire suddenly grew fiercer and fiercer. It soared several dozen feet high, and the flames shot straight to the heavens. At this moment, even if Mo Ran and the others did not hurry over, even if they were several hundred li away from the Confucian Wind sect, they could still see this raging fire burning the dark night. Xue Xinyong had already brought Madame Wang out of the sea of fire. At this time, he looked back and suddenly saw that the fire had turned into two entangled bodies, a man and a woman were gradually taking shape. Xue Xinyong was stunned. What is going on? Madame Wang came from a famous family and had seen many treasures. Her expression immediately changed, and she said, "It's a kind of scroll that can record memories. This kind of scroll doesn't need any magic to support it. It was set up in advance by the caster. As long as it is ignited by the fire of tribulation, the memories sealed in it will appear in the fire. As long as the fire doesn't go out, the memories in the scroll will always reverberate." Reverberate? Xue Xinyong couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at the Confucian Wind sect being engulfed by the fire of tribulation, his eyes revealed a bit of pity. When others revealed the truth, they would find a few witnesses, pull them together to say a few words, and then throw a few pieces of evidence, and the matter was more or less over. What about Xu Shuanglin? That was a madman. He made all the memories he collected into a scroll and burned it to the sky. He wanted the whole world to see how dirty and filthy his family was. He used the magnificent sea of fire as a canvas and used a magic technique to expand those shameful whispers into people's ears to a thunderous sound. He hated that he couldn't let a deaf person hear these sounds. This Xu Shuanglin, what is he doing? Xue Xinyong sat on the expanded iron fan and rode on the sword with Madame Wang in the air. His face was illuminated by the flames that reached the sky and earth. He muttered, "Could it be that he hasn't exposed enough of the Confucian Wind sect's dirty secrets and wants to continue? Madame Wang, it's enough, it's really enough. He has already torn so many scars on the Confucian Wind sect and reduced it to the laughingstock of the cultivation world. Why won't he let it go? But as a woman's voice rumbled from the sea of fire, the cultivators who had escaped the Red Lotus purgatory and were watching a good show in the air were stunned. Shui Xinyong was also stunned. Brother Liu, we are both so old. Why are you still not serious? With this soft groan, the originally blurry figures of the two people in the sea of fire gradually became clear. The tribulation fire that swept across the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect expanded the two naked bodies to the extreme. Just the 5 bat patterns on the woman's tender white arms were expanded to the size of a pavilion, and the bat feathers depicted on it were clearly visible. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads to look at Jiang Dongtang, one of the top 10 sects in the cultivation world. The disciples of Jiang Dongtang were even more horrified. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they stared blankly at the female leader of their sect, Qi Liangji. This female leader, who had just ascended the throne, had a pale face. She stood on the sword like a wooden sculpture in the night wind. On her arm, the design of the 5 bats holding the flower could be clearly seen. She would never have thought that her adultery with Nangong Liu would be completely seen by someone and made into a memory scroll. Now, it was all exposed, without any concealment. It was made public. Her mind was instantly muddled. Mo Ran was also stunned. Almost at the moment when the naked phantom of Leader Qi appeared in the air, Mo Ran covered Chu Waning's eyes. Don't look. Chu Waning was speechless. This was almost a subconscious action. He was full of possessiveness for Chu Waning. He once wanted to possess this person's body, to possess this person's breathing, moaning, and broken sobbing between his lips and teeth. Now, he wanted to possess Chu Waning's clean and pure heart. Don't look, it's very dirty. Wasn't it very dirty? Chu Waning thought to himself. So what if he covered his eyes? His ears were still clearly echoing the ambiguous sounds of a man and a woman making love. Chu Waning was silent and let Mo Ran fold his hands in front of his eyes. He tried to pretend to be calm, but his face unconsciously became slightly hot. Hurry up. Still. Millimeter, Mo Ran was speechless. Chu Waning was speechless. Perhaps it was because his eyes were covered, but his other senses were much clearer. Sect leader Qi's seductive voice was like a claw with tiny hairs that climbed up his spine, stirring up a numbing itch wherever it passed. She didn't know if it was intentional, but her voice was full of passionate love. To her, the man's invasion was like the thick roots of a giant tree, deeply buried in fertile soil. The spring water under the soil was poked out, and the air seemed to be stained with a layer of fishy smell after a heavy rain. This made Mo Ran very anxious and at a loss of what to do. He wanted to continue to cover Chu Waning's eyes, but he also wanted to cover his ears. He wanted to raise his hand to cover Chu Waning's ears, but he was unwilling to move his hand away from his eyes first. What was worse was that in this suddenly erotic atmosphere, Mo Ran suddenly felt that what he desired the most in his heart was neither covering his ears nor blindfolding his eyes. There was a violent tiger in his chest that roared, egging him on and driving him. Although it was not the right time, he suddenly realized that what he wanted the most was to strangle Chu Waning from behind and hold this man tightly in his arms. He intimately rubbed his back, eagerly sucked on his earrings, and then turned his face over and kissed him fiercely. His eyes were dark as he stared at Chu Waning, who was close at hand, and his breathing gradually became unnatural. Although Chu Waning was strong and fierce, he was no match for him in terms of body size. If he wanted to do something bad to him, just like in his previous life, then Chu Waning would not have a chance to resist. This stubborn man could only use all his strength to resist the moans between his lips. He endured to the limit, but he could not escape the fate of being crushed and eaten. The person in front of him did not know what Mo Ran was thinking at the moment. As if to ease the awkwardness, Chu Waning cursed in a low voice, "This is outrageous." Yes. Mo Ran's throat was dry, but his eyes were wet. He agreed in a low voice, "It is outrageous. That Qi Liangji is clearly a married woman. Her husband just passed away, and she took over the position of leader of Jiangdongtang. Who would have thought that she would turn around and do this kind of improper thing with Nangong Liu?" Chu Wanning was very disdainful, and said concisely, "Absurd." Yes. Although he knew that it was not the right time, the desire in his heart could not be restrained. Mo Ran himself did not realize that his lips had moved closer, almost to the back of Chu Wanning's neck. He said absent-mindedly, "It is absurd." He glanced at the sky indifferently. Nangong Liu and Qi Liangji's live erotic palace was still churning violently. He vaguely remembered that Qi Liangji seemed to be much older than Nangong Liu. Her husband was Nangong Liu's sworn brother. According to seniority, Nangong Liu should respect her as sister-in-law. She didn't know how these two seemingly innocent people got together. Just as he was thinking this, Nangong Liu's hoarse voice came from the tribulation fire. He looked up and saw that these two shameless people had changed their positions and were making love. Nangong Liu deliberately seduced her and said, "If you still want it, call me brother." Mo Ran was really shocked. Could it be like this? But she was clearly so much older than him. How could she call him brother? The Emperor Ta had probably underestimated Nangong Liu's ability and overestimated Qi Liangji's face. This woman had probably been tortured to the point of madness. She did not shirk away at all. She gasped and hummed, "Brother. Brother. Don't torture me anymore." Ah. Even Mo Ran, whose face was as thick as a city wall, could not help but turn red. Coincidentally, Chu Wanning's long and thin eyelashes trembled slightly in his palm, as if they knew the heat and itch in his heart. They wanted to use this small movement to scratch away the numbness in his bones. However, those two eyelashes were too light and soft. They moved a little, but the itch did not disappear. Instead, because of the shallow touch, they could not stop. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He looked at the back of the man's neck in front of him. His pale skin seemed to have a faint peach blossom red in the night. He blinked, his heart beating like a drum. He did not dare to look again. Mo Ran lowered his eyelashes. Under the curtain, his eyes were dark, like burnt ashes, burning with a blazing heat. Underneath that pitch-black darkness were layers upon layers of sparks. He was only waiting for Chu Wanning to bestow upon him a gust of wind filled with love, and then the sparks would burn out from the embers, and the brilliant orange would be able to start a prairie fire. Mo Ran suddenly felt a little regretful. Why didn't he have a bad heart like Nangong Liu in his previous life? If he had seen this way earlier, he would have gotten rid of Chu Wanning back then. He would have let this high and mighty man lie under him, panting and calling him brother. Then he remembered that in this life, Chu Wanning had actually called him brother before. Not only did he call him brother, but he also called him senior brother. However, at that time, he did not know Xia Xianai's real identity. He still thought that this little junior brother was his little junior brother. Now that he looked back, his heart was burning. He was bold and ambitious. He knew that it was impossible, but he could not help but think about it. He thought about Chu Wanning lying on the bed. His forehead was shining, and there were a few strands of sweaty hair on his forehead. He closed his eyes slightly, leaving only a strand of his gaze to look at him. There was grievance and restraint in his gaze. Then, love burned up, burning away the grievance and restraint, and turned into a thin layer of red at the corner of his eyes. Chu Wanning's lips were half open. He resisted the urge to bite, but in the end, he opened his mouth again and called him with a wet and hoarse voice, "Senior brother, Mo Ran." He did not know when his hand had let go of the other. He probably knew that if he covered his eyes so intimately, he would really be unable to control himself and do something disgraceful. Love was an emotion that was extremely difficult to suppress. Moreover, Mo Ran had tasted it before, so he knew how ecstasy it was. Chu Wanning looked back at him. His cheeks were a little red, but he subconsciously raised his chin slightly. His eyes were bright and clear, showing a bit of pride. What's wrong with you? Mo Ran glanced at his lips, coughed softly, and turned his head away. Nothing. Have you asked all the elders in the sect about this matter? After a while, Nangong Liu stroked Qi Liangji's hair and asked lazily. Qi Liangji opened her soft eyes. What matter? Look at you. You clearly know it, but you always like to beat around the bush with me. Nangong Liu said, what other matter could it be? Didn't you tell me before that after you became the leader, you would work to merge Jiangdongtang into the Confucian Wind sect? You're talking about that. Qi Liangji smiled. Don't worry, I just succeeded the position not long ago. The leader ring is not even warm yet. You have to hurry up. When our two sects are merged into one, I will let you be the first protector of the Confucian Wind sect. At that time, you will be under one person and above thousands. As Nangong Liu said this, he couldn't help but touch her slender waist. However, Qi Liangji seemed a little unhappy. Although her face was flushed, she raised her hand to stop his action. It wasn't easy for me to climb to the position of sect leader, but you won't let me stay for a few more days. What's so good about being a protector? You won't take me home and let me be the wife of the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Liu said embarrassedly, you also know Sai Er's temper. If I want to remarry, he will definitely not agree. What's more, with our current status, marriage is not a personal matter. If it falls into the mouth of others, who knows what kind of unpleasant words they will say. Unpleasant words. Qi Liangji's eyes were filled with anger. She looked up and glared at him. You're afraid of unpleasant words, but I'm not. Did you forget how my husband died? Do you think I just want to replace him as the sect leader of Jiangdongtang? Nangong Liu, you know in your heart how I treated you since childhood. Okay, don't be angry, don't be angry. How can I not be angry? You married that little bitch Rongyang in order to let your dead old man make you his heir. I had no hope, so I married my senior martial brother. Now that both of them are dead, you just want me to be a protector after the two sects merge. Liangji, I won't. Whoever wants to be a protector can be a protector, but you must marry me. Your son Nangong Sai is wild and hard to tame, just like that bitch Rongyang. Do you really want him to succeed the sect leader? Qi Liangji said arbitrarily, I'm not afraid of the world's gossip. We are now a widow and a widower, so what's wrong with getting married? Who is in the way? Not only do I want to marry you, I also want to give birth to 8 or 10 sons for you. Nangong Liu, do you want my children, or the children that bitch left for you? 171, Nangong Liu was obviously forced to retreat by her. He had no choice but to coax her. Well, of course I love you, but this matter needs to be considered at length. Let's do as we agreed before. First, you use the order of the sect leader to let Jiangdongtang seek shelter in the Confucian Wind sect. After the two sects merge, we'll know. Qi Liangji said, her eyes a little red. Back then, I believed you, and what happened? You turned around and married Rongyang. No, this time. You have to give me a definite answer. Are you going to marry me or not? Seeing him hesitate, she was even more annoyed. She shouted in a low voice, Nangong Liu, how long are you going to be hesitant? I can kill my husband with my own hands for you and me. What about you? You don't even dare to nod your head. Ah. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Shui Zhenyong was also very surprised. He whispered to Madame Wang, Jiangdongtang's former sect leader was killed by her. This time, Jiangdongtang was also exposed. Although the former sect master was dead, there were still many of his old subordinates in the sect, not to mention his 2 brothers. They immediately rushed up to Qi Liangji, wanting to risk their lives. You killed Big Brother. How could you have the heart? Although he was more than 10 years older than you, he was very good to you. You poisonous woman. Give me back my big brother's life. While they were quarreling and fighting here, the raging flames on the other side didn't stop. Horrifying fragments of scrolls were torn open one after another, and amidst the boundlessly dazzling light, they revealed numerous stinking and shameful matters of the past to the world. These things were not only related to the Confucian Wind sect, but were also related to almost all the sects in the upper cultivation world, as well as countless famous cultivators who came to the Confucian Wind sect for this meeting. After Jiangdongtang, Wubei Temple, Fire Phoenix Pavilion, Baitan Village, and even the Kunlun Treading Snow Palace, which had always been floating in the dust, had the ugly stories of high-level disciples and elders exposed one by one. In addition to Nan Gongshu's own memories, there were also the memories that he had collected over the years, all of which were laid bare in front of everyone. Among them, there was even a record of the collusion between Nan Gonglu and the former head of Wubei Temple, Master Qian Chan. Great Master, tomorrow is the Spiritual Mountain Conference. Winning or losing is extremely important to me. Father already thinks that I'm stupid. If I lose to my younger brother's sword at the Grand Conference, then I'm afraid that I really have no chance of becoming the sect master. Almsgiver Nangong, there's no need to panic. Have you memorized the spell scrolls that this old monk handed to you previously? I've memorized it. Master Qian Chen stroked his beard and smiled. Then tomorrow, you don't have to worry about winning or losing. You just have to use all the spells on the scroll. Your little brother will naturally not be your opponent. Nan Gonglu was puzzled. Junior is slow-witted, please enlighten me. That magic scroll is a secret technique created by your younger brother, Nan Gongshu. He has been diligently practicing it and is determined to make a name for himself at the Soul Mountain Assembly. Ah! Nan Gonglu was extremely shocked. Since it was created by younger brother Shu, then how can I use his spell to defeat him? Master Qian Chan smiled slightly. Nan Gongshu is an aloof person. After researching this spell, he was unwilling to communicate with others. He hid in the cave and practiced day and night. If he said that this spell was created by him, who would believe him? You're different, almsgiver Nangong. With me and the 4 palace masters of Treading Snow Palace as guarantees, as long as we all say that we saw you use this spell, you can insist that this spell was created by you. No matter how eloquent your younger brother is, he won't be able to escape the crime of stealing his elder brother's unique spell. Master Qian Chen said calmly. Once his reputation is tarnished, he will be condemned by everyone and will never be able to make a comeback. What's the use of winning the Outstanding Talent Conference? I see. Nan Gonglu suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had been enlightened. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. After this junior succeeds, I will not let you down. After this matter is settled, Confucian Wind Sect and Wubei Temple will be on good terms for 100 years. The rolling long scroll that illuminated the night revealed all the people Xu Shuanglin hated and all the people who had offended him. Whether it was the cultivators or the people near Confucian Wind Sect, they were all attracted by the flashing picture of the fire. They saw all the stinky and ugly lice buried under the magnificent robes. When the gate to the ghost realm was cut open, Xu Shuanglin said with a smile, "I'm going to destroy all of your hearts." It was only at this moment that everyone in Porridge understood the true meaning of his words. Nan Gongshu had been hiding in Confucian Wind Sect for so many years under the name of Elder Shuanglin. What he wanted was not only to destroy the 72 cities of Confucian Wind Sect and its century-old foundation. What he wanted to destroy were all the people he disliked. All the people who had wronged him, slandered him, and forced him into a dead end for public and private interests. And his brother, Nangong Liu was only the first person to nod his head on this sacrificial ground of vengeance. After that, the sect leaders and elders, as long as they did something that angered Xu Shuanglin, no matter who they were, they could not escape from this burning execution platform. Chu Wanning suddenly remembered something in Luo Xianxian's memory in this long night illuminated by the flames. The young man covered in blood once said something with a smile. There was a man in Lini, but his heart was already dead. A talented young man with outstanding spells had never been treated fairly. He was schemed against, plotted against, and ostracized by his own family. The spells that he created with all his heart were taken away, and those who took away his spells still accused him of being a thief in the end. How absurd this was, his heart was already dead. On the Jincheng Pool, in the Peach Blossom Spring, the white chess controlled by Xu Shuanglin once said with a laugh that he was a ghost that crawled out of hell and wanted to take the lives of the living. Chu Wanning looked around. All the sects in the upper cultivation world were in panic and chaos. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. It was not just Confucian Wind sect. Xu Shuanglin used the latter half of his life as dry wood to light this fire of revenge. He did it. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion. In the direction of Confucian Wind sect's 7th city, Dark City, a purple light suddenly shot up to the sky. It was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Yi Wangxi immediately raised his sword-like eyebrows. Not good. As he spoke, he was about to fly towards Dark City on his sword. Nan Gongsai grabbed him. His unruly face looked very haggard in a short time, almost collapsing. But he still tightly grasped Yi Wangxi's shoulder and said hoarsely, "Don't go." But the evil suppressed under the Golden Drum Pagoda is about to come out. Confucian Wind sect has imprisoned thousands of evil creatures for 100 years. If they all break the seal and come to this world. Yi Wangxi didn't continue speaking. He only felt a chill run down his spine. Nan Gongsai said, "What's the use of you going?" Yi Wangxi, you've done enough for Confucian Wind sect." Nan Gongsai's eyes were empty. He raised his hand. For a moment, it seemed like he wanted to wipe the mud and dust off Yi Wangxi's cheek. But in the end, he just moved and didn't do anything. "Don't waste your energy," he said. "The Golden Drum Pagoda needs the strength of the sect master and the 10 great elders to stabilize. If you go, you'll just be throwing away your life." "I know it's throwing away my life, but even if it's throwing away my life," Yi Wangxi paused, his expression clearly pained. "Even if it's throwing away my life, I don't want to just stand by and watch. If the Golden Drum Pagoda is broken and the demons descend, Confucian Wind sect will definitely be condemned by everyone." You think that if the Golden Drum Pagoda isn't broken, Confucian Wind sect won't be condemned by everyone?" Nan Gongsai smiled. The corners of his lips were stained with dried blood. His smile became even more desolate. "Don't be silly. Confucian Wind sect has already reached its end. You have to live well, okay? Because I really..." Nan Gongsai closed his eyes. His eyelashes trembled and his throat choked up. "I really don't want anyone to die for this sect. It's not worth it." In the surging flames, Yi Wangxi stared at Nan Gongsai in a daze. Before he could say anything, he suddenly heard the rumbling sound of the Buddha pagoda collapsing coming from the direction of Ancheng. He turned his head and saw thousands of bright white streams of light flying in all directions from the towering Golden Drum Pagoda, disappearing into the vast night. Yi Wangxi lost all color. The Golden Drum Pagoda is going to fall. Bang! The earth trembled, and the ground under his feet began to crack. As the great demon that had been suppressed in the Confucian Wind Golden Drum Pagoda for hundreds of years returned to the world, it turned into a powerful blood-red light. The red light looked like an astonishingly large fish with a tail like a blooming red lotus. The big fish let out an earth-shattering roar, and the sound wave shook the leaves thousands of miles away. It suddenly rushed in the direction of the East Sea. The towering pagoda instantly collapsed into tens of thousands of broken bricks and tiles. Some of the swords that were too close to the pagoda were violently overturned by the air wave transformed by the great demon and slapped into the burning fire. They didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ashes. "What is that?" "Gun." The person next to him was angry when he heard it. He hugged his sword tightly so that he wouldn't be blown away by the sudden demon wind. He cursed, "Why are you rolling? Why do you want me to roll?" "What roll?" "I said this is gun." One of the ancient fierce beasts. Legend has it that the first leader of the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Zhongying, once subdued the fierce beast Gun in the East Sea and imprisoned it in the Golden Drum Pagoda. I didn't expect it to be true. Although the fierce beast had not recovered its vitality and had been suppressed under the pagoda for a long time, it still had a lingering fear of the Taoist priests, so it didn't stay long and fled to the East Sea. However, the rolling waves it set off couldn't be underestimated. The fire burning the Confucian Wind sect was almost lifted several feet by this wave of air, and the originally safe place was instantly burned by the fire. Shizun had been on the battlefield for a long time. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Run! Everyone run!" For a time, bricks and sand fell. After he shouted, Iron Fan carried Madame Wang and fled to the distance. The rest of the cultivators also fled, but there were also people who fought fiercely, such as Qi Liangji and several elders in their sect. They didn't have time to escape, and they didn't even want to escape. At the moment when they were swallowed by the fire, what was reflected in their eyes was the deep hatred of both sides. Just like that, they were turned into ashes. Nangong Sai suddenly turned over and jumped on Neo Beijing. She stretched out her hand to Yi Wengxi and said, "Come up quickly." Then she looked at Chu Wanning next to her and said, "Master, you also, I can't carry her. You go first." But Mo Ran made a prompt decision and said to Nangong Sai, "Go quickly. I'll take Master out on the sword." Seeing that the fire was burning closer and closer at a terrifying speed, Nangong Sai cursed secretly. She hugged Yi Wengxi from behind and disappeared into the vast night with her on the demon wolf. The trees fell one after another, and the orange forest burned with ear-piercing crackling sounds. The wind was filled with the strange sound of oranges, and there was no time to delay. Mo Ran summoned the promised sword, and together with Chu Wanning, they fled to the place where the fire had not burned. Behind him, the Confucian Wind sect's heavenly majesty and nobility had shone brilliantly for 100 years. Just like the vast expanse of pavilions, corridors, and grasslands, they were all annihilated in a single night by the surging flames. 172. Due to the airwaves set off by the gun, the fire of tribulation burned almost half of Lini. Originally, the cultivators who had only come to attend the meeting fled in panic on their swords in all directions. However, the flames continued to chase after them. Countless cultivators with insufficient spiritual power were defeated in the struggle against the flames and were devoured by them. Along the way, they flew past the villages close to Confucian Wind sect in the upper cultivation world. Those people didn't know what was going on at all. When they saw the flames coming from the direction of Confucian Wind sect, they dragged their families and tried to run away, but how could their legs escape from the lava-like fire of tribulation? "Father! Father! Father!" Everywhere they passed, there were cries and shouts. Shizun and the others had already expanded the weapon to the maximum, and it was full of ordinary people from the upper cultivation world. Madame Wang kept comforting them, "Don't cry, don't cry. Sit a little further inside. Be careful, hold on to each other, don't fall again." However, no matter how much the iron fan expanded, it could only reach that big. There were so many people in the towns that they couldn't save them all. Shizun knelt at the front and leaned over to pull a crying child, but the moment he exerted his strength, the iron fan couldn't bear it and shook violently. He had no choice but to let go and watch the tear-stained face full of hope being thrown far away in an instant. Even a tough man like him couldn't help but wail, "Why? Why? Just because one person is wronged, so many innocent people have to be buried with him." Shizun couldn't stop sobbing, tears rolling down his cheeks. Isn't this world chaotic enough? Aren't there enough people who have died in vain? Madame Wang's eyes were also red. She hugged the two rescued children tightly on both sides. After the parents of the two children put them on the iron fan, they couldn't get on in time and were swallowed by the fire of tribulation in the end. The children kept crying. Madame Wang hugged them and kept stroking their hair. She wanted to comfort them, but she didn't know what to say. She looked back and saw that there were about 10 cultivators following behind them. Many of them had already been caught by the flames, and some had already fled in other directions. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran were not here. Her eyes were filled with tears as she silently prayed for the two of them to be safe. Not far away, the still unconscious Xue Meng was being carried by Jiang 11. The firelight shone on his handsome face. Jiangxi's gorgeous sword was not good at carrying heavy loads, so it hummed under his feet. Jiang 11 glared at Xue Meng in disgust. He had thought of throwing this brat down and burning him several times, but when he saw Madame Wang's pleading eyes on the iron fan, he still pursed his lips with a sullen face and didn't let go. Shizun cried. He wanted to pull a younger child who might be able to carry him, but even though he wanted to, the iron fan was powerless. When he let go of another hand, Shizun was on the verge of collapse. He knelt there and curled up his body. He was heartbroken because of how weak he was. However, at this moment, a silver-red light flashed. Jiang 11 waved his hand. A light flashed in his sleeve and lifted the girl, who Shizun couldn't carry on his back, onto his sword. The exquisite and resplendent sword, the Snow Phoenix, hummed even louder. Jiang 11 didn't have a good temper. He lifted his leg and kicked it. He said sternly, "What are you shouting for? If you have guts, stand still and wait for the fire to burn you." The Snow Phoenix didn't make any noise. It carried Jiang 11 and the other two people and silently flew forward. However, the slender sword hilt looked like it was going to break at any time. Jiang 11 flew to Shizun's side and glanced at him with disgust. He scolded, "What's there to cry about? If you can save her, then save her. If you can't, then forget it. Why are you pretending?" Madame Wang said, "Senior Marshal brother, what? Did I say something wrong?" Jiang 11 sneered. Although he was extremely handsome, the curve of his mouth was mean and vicious. He seemed particularly unreasonable. If you hadn't left with him and stayed in the lonely moonlit night, you wouldn't be so weak now. You can't even control your own sword. If your position was empty, your husband, a hero who cares about the common people, could save one more person. Madame Wang seemed to be stung. She suddenly lowered her head and slowly closed her eyelashes. She didn't say another word. In the opposite direction, far away, Mo Ran's sword had also expanded to a great extent. Apart from Chu Wanning, it was also filled with ordinary people from the upper cultivation world who were saved. Those people trembled, tears and snot flowing. They stared blankly at their homes being swallowed by the sea of fire and razed to the ground. The flames reflected the sparkling tears in their eyes. They closed their eyes and cried. Under such a heavy atmosphere, Mo Ran remained silent and didn't say anything. He wasn't like Shizun. He didn't make any unnecessary struggles. He knew that it couldn't carry more people, so he didn't look at the rushing water and crying villages under his feet. The sea is in front. He frowned slightly. Shizun, where are we going? Flying Flower Island. Can you handle it? Flying Flower Island was the upper cultivation world's closest island to Lini. Moran nodded and said, I can handle it, but I'm not familiar with the Eastern Sea. It'll take some effort to find it. Shizun, keep an eye on them and wake them up. The sword is too crowded. If they fall asleep, I'm afraid they'll fall. Chu Warning said, okay. Moran flew on the sword for more than 2 hours. When the sun rose from the horizon, they broke through the clouds and saw a medium-sized ring-shaped island on the sparkling blue sea. They had finally arrived at Flying Flower Island. Although this island was under the jurisdiction of the Confucian Wind sect, it was a desolate place with few people. Most of them were scattered fishermen who relied on the sea for a living. There was only one big family. They saw the huge fire at the Confucian Wind sect from across the rolling waves of the sea. They were anxious and didn't know what was going on. Many residents looked around in their yards, afraid that there would be a strange phenomenon in the sky. They didn't dare to sleep. When dawn broke, the strange phenomenon didn't affect them. However, a group of people on a long sword landed on the damp beach. The leader was a tall and handsome man. There were some mottled bloodstains on his cheeks. It was obvious that he had gone through a fierce battle. There weren't many cultivators on Flying Flower Island. The people who lived there were ordinary people. Therefore, they were afraid when they saw him. They didn't know whether he was good or evil and why he was here. Aya, why are their faces so dark? Some people whispered while looking at the men, women, and children behind Moran. They seem to have escaped from the fire. Are they from Lini? A sturdy fisherman gathered his courage and approached them. He asked, are you from the Confucian Wind sect? The peak of life and death. Moran handed the child in his arms to Chu Warning. The child was too young and couldn't support himself. In order to not let him be pushed down, Moran kept holding him on the sword. Something happened at the Confucian Wind sect. These are all residents of Lini. The fire was too strong, so the weight of the sword was limited. I couldn't save too many people. He was talking to himself. When he looked up and saw the confused expressions of the fishermen, he realized that he had talked too fast. How could these people from Flying Flower Island know about the fire and the art of sword control? So he pursed his lips and said gently, I'm sorry. I'll tell you in detail later. He turned around and looked at the disheveled crowd behind him. Can you get them some food and water first? A child who had lost his parents was panic-stricken. He slowly moved to Moran's side and reached out his small hand to grab the corner of his robe. Moran lowered his head and touched the child's hair. He said to the fisherman, I'm really sorry to disturb you. Most of the residents of Flying Flower Island were good people. Soon, someone brought tea and snacks for them to eat. Moran briefly told the whole story to the islanders. Those people couldn't close their mouths for a long time. They stared blankly at the flames on the horizon. The Confucian Wind sect was burned to ashes. Someone couldn't believe it. Sect leader Nangong passed away. Moran said, he didn't die. He ate the linkai fruit and was taken to another place. What's the linkai fruit? Chu Warning stood on the side and watched Moran slowly explain to the fisherman. However, he didn't go forward. He looked a little unreasonable. Between his eyebrows, there was a natural coldness. If he went to negotiate with the villagers, the result wouldn't be better than Moran's. In his arms, the sleeping child woke up. Seeing that the person holding him was a strange man, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he burst into tears. He wasn't as obedient as when he was in Moran's arms. Chu Warning glanced at Moran. Seeing that Moran was still surrounded by the villagers and couldn't get away, he was a little helpless. He habitually said to the child with a straight face, "Don't cry." The child began to cry even louder. He continued to shout, "Daddy, Mommy. I want Daddy, I want Mommy. Don't cry." Chu Warning stiffly coaxed, "You, don't cry." "What? Mommy. Mommy." Chu Warning didn't have a choice. He held him with one hand and raised the other hand to stroke his hair. Unexpectedly, the child didn't want him to touch him. He tilted his head back. His bright red little face was full of tears and snot. "I want Mommy, I want Daddy, I want to go home." He was really at his wit's end. Chu Warning had never coaxed a child before, so he didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but think about what he should say to comfort this little guy a little. However, as soon as he sank into deep thought, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. His whole person was like a foot of water in a box, or black iron as cold as ice. The child was crying uncomfortably. While kicking and struggling, she suddenly saw Chu Wanning's expression and choked. She was so frightened that she didn't say anything. She only bit her lip and tears rolled down her cheeks like a broken string of beads. Chu Warning suddenly thought of something. He opened his Qiankuan bag with one hand and took out a piece of glutinous rice candy. He peeled off the candy wrapper and handed it to the child. With tears in his eyes, the child made a funny sobbing sound. He looked at Chu Warning and then looked at the candy in his hand. Since he was young, his mother had told him a lot of stories to coax children to be obedient. Among them, there was no lack of ferocious and terrifying cultivators who would use drugs to knock out disobedient children and capture them to refine immortal pills. The child silently held back his tears and stared at him. Suddenly, he was extremely frightened. Chu Warning didn't know what the other party meant. He stared blankly back at the child while still holding the piece of glutinous rice candy in his hand. He had phoenix eyes. His eyes were slightly upward and the ends of his eyes were long. Although this kind of eyes was good-looking, when he wasn't smiling, they had a kind of arrogant and judgmental attitude. Even if he was smiling, this pair of eyes would add a bit of wild aura like rose thorns, containing provocation and arrogance. However, not everyone could bear this kind of arrogance. Therefore, although Chu Wanning's face was handsome, he was innately disliked by people. He was even more disliked by children. "Eat it." When he was on the sword, he saw Mo Ren use candy to appease a few little guys. He did the same thing, but he didn't understand why it didn't work. The child pursed his lips. He hesitated, trembled, and then slowly shook his head. He didn't want to be made into an immortal pill. Before he could finish speaking, the child reached his limit and cried out in fear. He cried so hard that the earth shook and the mountains shook, causing the people around to look at him. Chu Warning didn't react. He was still holding the piece of glutinous rice candy in his hand and said in a low voice, "It's quite sweet." He wanted to say that the candy was sweet, but the child connected the he said halfway, so it became, "You're quite sweet." After thinking about it for a while, he felt that this Taoist priest was definitely going to use him to refine immortal pills. Moreover, he was going to refine him into a very sweet immortal pill. He was so scared that he started to wail and cry fiercely. Chu Warning froze. 173, he felt like he was holding a hot potato and didn't know what to do. Seeing more and more people looking at him, the tips of his ears couldn't help but redden in embarrassment. At this moment, a pair of hands reached over and took the child from his arms. Chu Warning breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. "Mo Ran?" "Yes." Mo Ran moved the child to one of his arms and held him while the other hand was free. He rubbed Chu Wanning's hair. His expression was calm, probably because he had seen the miserable scene in Lini. There was a faint trace of melancholy between his eyebrows, but when he looked at Chu Warning, he wanted to curl up the corners of his mouth and not let his expression look too ugly. His expression when he wanted to smile was not as handsome as usual, but it made people feel inexplicably warm. "You've talked to the people on the island?" "Yes, I've talked to them. I'm afraid the fire in Lini won't be extinguished for at least 4 or 5 days. Before that, we have to stay on Feihua Island. There aren't many houses on the island, and we brought so many people." I asked the village chief. He said that we can still live if we squeeze in. It wasn't wrong to let Mo Ran handle this kind of problem. He knew better how to communicate with people, appearance and so on. Thinking back to when he helped to harvest the rice, the way the girls in the village looked at him, he knew that he was more likable than himself. Chu Wanning silently thought for a while. He didn't know what to feel in his heart, but he nodded and said, "You've worked hard. Don't say that to me." Mo Ran looked at the candy in his hand and understood. He turned to the child in his arms and smiled. "What about you? Why are you crying?" "I want Mama. I want Daddy." Mo Ran saw that the child was still so young and couldn't walk, but his parents died in the fire and couldn't come back. He couldn't help but feel sad. He rubbed his forehead against the child's face and comforted him in a low voice. "Daddy, Mama, there are some things that will take some time before they can come to accompany you. You have to be good, they will be happy to see you." He hugged and comforted the child for a while, and the child gradually calmed down. Although he was still sobbing, he didn't shout and cry anymore. Mo Ran looked down at the child with tears on his eyelashes. Chu Wanning held the candy and quietly stood beside him, looking at him. This man's side profile was very good-looking. The lines were strong and straightforward. If placed in the ink seal calligraphy, it would be the facial muscles and willow bones. The strokes were powerful and vigorous, and the calligraphy was tall and straight. It was easy to describe a handsome face. So when Mo Ran poked his head over and bit the candy on his finger, Chu Wanning suddenly retracted his hand. He opened his eyes in shock and asked, "What are you doing?" The glutinous rice candy was so small. When the man's head came close and quickly took it, his lips naturally touched the tip of his finger. The warm and wet tip of his tongue even accidentally licked his finger. Chu Wanning only felt his whole body go numb. That quick and small intimate contact was enough to make his spine itch. It was like a new sprout bursting out of a seed, pushing away the silent soil and making the stuffy soil soft. Mo Ran held the candy in his mouth and smiled at him. He turned his head and winked at the child. He raised his head and rolled the candy into his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed, and then he said to the child, "Look, it's not some scary pill. It's candy." Chu Wanning, his mind was wandering just now, so he didn't pay attention to what the child and Mo Ran were talking about. At this time, his gaze fell on the child again. The child stared at Mo Ran for a while. After a while, he whispered in surprise, "Ah, it's really candy." "Yes," Mo Ran said with a smile, "this immortal elder brother is so nice. Why would he catch you to refine pills?" Chu Wanning, because too many things had happened the night before, and because it was too scary, Mo Ran didn't feel sleepy. After settling down the men, women, and children, the sky was already bright. He walked to the beach of Flying Flower Island alone. In the morning, the coastline would recede far away, revealing the beach that couldn't be seen when the tide rose. When he was alone, a lot of thoughts surged up and shrouded his eyes, forming a layer of haze that he couldn't get rid of. He took off his shoes and walked slowly along the wet coastline. His footprints stepped on the wet sand, leaving 2 lines of crooked tracks behind him. In fact, there were still many things about Xu Shuanglin that he didn't understand. For example, why that guy didn't like to wear shoes on such a cold day and was always willing to walk around barefoot. Mo Ran was a person who hid a lot of his past and was always treated badly by others. Perhaps it was because of this that he could clearly understand why Xu Shuanglin wanted to destroy the Confucian Wind sect at all costs. He wanted to destroy Jiang Dongtang and even disrupt the entire upper cultivation world. Being suppressed and ostracized wasn't the most painful thing. The most painful thing was being betrayed by someone close to you. The most painful thing was that even though you didn't do anything wrong, even though you were full of passion and wanted to become a master, at the most important Soul Mountain conference in the cultivation world, you were criticized by everyone, saying that you stole the unique spell that you spent all your effort to create from your elder brother. You were ridiculed and rolled your eyes, forever unable to turn the tables. Mo Ran knew that after this catastrophe passed, the cultivation world was bound to face a reshuffle. For those sects that had suffered both face and body damage, they would all think, Xu Shuanglin is really a madman. Perhaps only Mo Weiyu, who used to grind his teeth, drink blood, and kill people like flies, would be able to stop himself from thinking as he quietly walked along this quiet and long coastline. Xu Shuanglin, what kind of person is he? This madman, when he was young, was he also high-spirited and vigorous? Did he practice swordsmanship hard in the orange grove? Only when night fell did he return tiredly and satisfactorily, holding a fresh orange in his sleeve and bringing it to his lazy older brother to eat. At that time, he didn't know that although his older brother didn't accomplish anything, he could use his 3-inch tongue to make him lose his foothold in the cultivation world. Did this madman also bury himself in magic scrolls, ponder hard, seriously dip his brush in ink, and write down some somewhat inexperienced ideas? Then, when he was dissatisfied, he bit the end of the brush and fell into deep thought again. At that time, he also didn't know that no matter how hard he tried, in the end, his reputation would be tarnished, and he would never have any hope. Mo Ran closed his eyes. The sea breeze blew against his face. The sunlight fell on his eyelashes, gilding them with a layer of gold. He thought of the 3 Lives courtyard, drinking Meng Po's water and forgetting the 3 lives. Xu Shuanglin gave this name to the place he lived in. Was it just a casual choice? There was also the previous life. In the previous life, Xu Shuanglin hid in the Confucian Wind sect for the same purpose as in this life. But at that time, he died in battle for Yi Wangxi. This name was also given to her by Xu Shuanglin. What did he forget? Had he ever tried to forget those unjust and unfair years, to forget the hatred and glory of the past, to forget those ugly faces? There was also the corpse that Xu Shuanglin painstakingly dragged out from the abyss of hell, Luo Fenghua's corpse. What did he want this corpse for? In the illusion, Xu Shuanglin told Nangong Liu that only by obtaining the spiritual core of the person who cast the curse could the curse on the ring be completely broken. But from the final result, Xu Shuanglin's real purpose was definitely not to help Nangong Liu break the curse. The space crack, the exquisite chess game, the rebirth technique, there was also the hand that stretched out from the crack in the end. Mo Ran faintly felt that something was very wrong. He frowned and pondered. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He thought of one thing, that year beside the Jinqing pool, when the old dragon Wang Yu died, he said, that mysterious person used the power of the heart-picking willow at the Jinqing pool to practice 2 secret techniques. One was the rebirth technique, and the other was the exquisite chess game. At that time, he did not mention the gate of life and death. In other words, for Xu Shuanglin, he only cared about the rebirth technique and the exquisite chess game. The exquisite chess game was for the convenience of doing things and controlling chess pieces. What about the rebirth technique? Who did he want to rebirth? Mo Ran thought about it and felt that there were 2 answers. One was Rong Yang, and the other was Luo Fenghua. According to Xu Shuanglin's words, the person that Rong Yang used to like was actually him. Later, because of some variables, she finally broke off with Xu Shuanglin and married his brother. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it should not be her. If Xu Shuanglin really liked Rong Yang and wanted to resurrect her, why did he kill her only son in her previous life? More importantly, this guy had been lurking around Nangong Liu for a long time as Elder Shuanglin. If he wanted to use the rebirth technique to resurrect Rong Yang, Why didn't he directly stop her from being sacrificed at the Jinqing pool? It was not Ronyang. Mo Ran turned his head and looked at the sea that was dyed red by the rising sunday. The waves continued to spread and surge. The tide was rising with the rise of the sun at a speed visible to the naked eye. Between heaven and earth, there was a golden brilliance. It was Luo Fenghua. Mo Ran was almost certain that the person that Nan Gongshu wanted to resurrect was Luo Fenghua. The matter of the Confucian Wind sect was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Just like the rise and fall of the tide, those broken shells, and those dangerously colorful starfish were all covered by the rolling waves at dawn. The sea rose very quickly. The fine sand and stones were washed away by the waves, spreading to the beach where he was walking. Suddenly he felt cold under his feet. Mo Ran lowered his head. The waves had already surged up and slapped the backs of his feet. Whoosh! He moved his well-trimmed toes and felt a little cold. He turned around and wanted to walk back to the beach to put on his shoes. But when he turned his head, he saw Chu Wanning walking toward him from the red clouds filling the sky. Chu Wanning's expression was indifferent. With one hand, Chu Wanning picked up the shoes and socks that he had casually thrown on the sand and handed them to him. Why are you barefoot? It's so cold. Mo Ran followed him to the top of the sand slope and sat down on the rocky shore. He shook off the sand on his feet and put on his shoes again. He suddenly felt somewhat relieved. Although he was destined to never obtain the kind of love he wanted from Chu Wanning in this life, Chu Wanning was still the best Shizun in the world. He would always care about him and take care of him. Seeing him walking around barefoot, he would worry that he would catch a cold. What do you think about the Confucian Wind sect matter? It's not that simple. I think so. Chu Wanning's brows had almost never relaxed since last night. Even though there was a brief moment of peace and tranquility, the space between his eyebrows was still dyed with melancholy. He watched Mo Ran put on his shoes and socks, then he turned his gaze back to the boundless sea. The rising sun from the sea level burned a dazzling golden red. Far in the distance, the unextinguished fire of Limi intertwined, making it difficult to distinguish the two. It's really hard to find out where Xu Shuanglin was pulled to by the space-time crack. Chu Wanning said, if he deliberately doesn't want to be discovered, I'm afraid no one will be able to catch him for 8 to 10 years. Mo Ran shook his head and said, if he can't hold back for 8 to 10 years, after he recovers his energy, he should make some moves. What do you mean? Mo Ran told Chu Wanning his guess, and then said, Luo Fenghua's body is not a real body. It's a prosthetic limb that was recultivated in the infernal purgatory. After leaving the ghost world, without the support of Yun Qi, it will fester and decay very soon. So I guess at most 1 year, even if he's not fully prepared, he will make some new moves. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He had always been cautious and prudent when doing things or thinking. Regarding this kind of uncertain matter, he wouldn't make bold assumptions like Mo Ran. But it didn't hurt to listen to Mo Ran's hypothesis. What about that hand? Chu Wanning asked, what do you think about the hand that took Nan Gongshu away in the end? Mo Ran shook his head, I know too little about the first forbidden technique, so it's hard to say. I don't know. This sentence was not true. Although Mo Ran didn't want to lie to Chu Wanning, there were some things that he really couldn't tell Chu Wanning. He didn't dare to say. It was true. Since he could remember, he had very few peaceful days. Even if he added up his 2 lifetimes, it wouldn't exceed a year. A person who had been wandering for decades suddenly asked him to sit down, gave him a pot of hot tea, and a bonfire. How could he bear to get up and leave again? How could he bear to shatter this good dream with his own hands? So he could only say that he didn't know. But in his heart, he was restless. He was almost certain that the owner of that hand was not so simple. Otherwise, why didn't Xu Shuanglin in his previous life collect the 5 great spiritual bodies so quickly and wantonly slaughter them? If it wasn't for someone who had been reborn inciting and bewitching him, according to the normal course of events, Xu Shuanglin shouldn't have thought about how to resurrect Luo Fenghua at this time. What's more, when Xu Shuanglin controlled the white chess piece at Jinchenki, he once said to Chu Warning, "If you think that I'm the only one in the world who knows the 3 great forbidden techniques, then I'm afraid you won't live for long." Mo Ran felt that Xu Shuanglin definitely knew that some people who shouldn't have existed in this world had come to this world. But at the same time, he also felt that although Xu Shuanglin knew that there were people who had been reborn, he didn't know that he was also reborn. Otherwise, when the Confucian Wind sect was fighting, why didn't he directly expose his background? As long as he obtained some of Mo Ran's memories from the memory scroll and put them in the tribulation fire, no matter how good Chu Warning treated him, he probably wouldn't want this disciple anymore. Then everything would be over, and he, Mo Weiyu, would never be able to make a comeback. Why didn't Xu Shuanglin do this? There were 2 possibilities. First, for some reason, he couldn't do this. Second, he still didn't know his trump card. But no matter what the situation was, Mo Ran was very passive at this moment. He had too few clues in his hands. If the other party was careful and didn't expose any clues, then he could only stand in the open and wait for the cold knife to stab him in the back at any time. Mo Ran pursed his lips, his thick eyelashes drooping and trembling slightly. He couldn't care so much. In his previous life, he lived in hatred, selfish, and did all kinds of crazy things. In this life, no matter what the outcome was, he wanted to do his best to live every day well. He wanted to do his best to make up for those who owed him. He wanted to do his best to protect his master, Shamai, Xuemeng, and protect the peak of life and death. He tried his best to keep this moment of warmth that he couldn't ask for. Just as he was lost in thought, a fisherman suddenly rushed over and shouted to Mo Ran and the others, "Not good, 2 immortal monarchs, something happened." Mo Ran was shocked. He supported himself with his arms on the ground and immediately jumped up, asking, "What's wrong?" The owner of the island went out to sea a few days ago and just came back this morning. She heard the village chief tell her what happened and was very dissatisfied with the village chief's handling. She threw a tantrum and refused to let the elderly and children live in the empty house. At this moment, she has already chased everyone out. "The people you brought are all standing outside." The fisherman was kind-hearted. As he spoke, his eyes became moist. How pitiful. It's so cold, but she didn't even want to give them clothes and blankets. The owner also said. Chu Warning also stood up with a gloomy face. What else did she say? She also said that those people from Lini had eaten the rations and drank the water from the Flying Flower Island, so she said that she wanted to settle the debt with them. If they didn't pay up, she would capture them and enslave them on the island. Zhongxian paused for a moment before continuing. Before he finished, Chu Warning was already furious. His moon-white robe fluttered as he rushed toward the village in the center of the island. 174. Although Flying Flower Island was poor, the head of the household obviously knew how to make money and lived a very prosperous life. She was wearing a bat-embroidered golden satin robe, and a top-quality snow gauze robe made by the Kunlun Treading Snow Palace. Her black and white hair was tied up in an extremely glossy bun, and her hair was adorned with jade beads. Her eyebrows were thickly drawn with the finest conch, and her lips were slightly red. Around her neck was a pearl necklace with a warm texture, and 2 golden earrings inlaid with rubies the size of pigeon eggs hung from her ears, tugging heavily on her earlobes. She was a woman in her 50s, and her youthful beauty was long gone. Her body was slightly bloated, and her face was full of wrinkles. It would be fine if she deliberately dressed up, but she obviously thought that the more luxurious things she wore, the more beautiful she would be. So, instead, she was trapped in this pile of glittering pearls and jade, like an old turtle wearing red and green. The old turtle sat on half of the land of Flying Flower Island, and the village chief didn't dare to say anything when she spoke. At this moment, the sun rose, and the old turtle with red flowers and green leaves came to the square slowly. She sat in the red rosewood bat deer chair that was prepared for her, and looked at the refugees from Lini. Why did you accept them? She opened her heavy and oily eyes and glanced at the village chief. They haven't even paid, so why did you give them a room to live in? How about the food? How much did they eat? Not much. It's all leftovers in the village. They can't eat anymore, the village chief murmured. The old turtle snorted and said, they still have to pay. Didn't the rice and wheat come from my son Sanyang's land? This year's harvest wasn't good, so I opened the warehouse to give 10 kilograms of barley flour and a pot of oil to every family on the island. I don't mind giving you food since we're all family, but I'm afraid it's not good for you to use my food to help the refugees in Lini, right? You're right, the village chief said with an apologetic smile. But look, these little girls and old men are so pitiful in this cold weather. You're so kind, so why don't you just let it go? The old turtle stared at him. How can I let it go? Money, it's all money. Village chief, how much did each family feed them? Old turtle asked. I asked you to record it. Did you record it? Village chief had no choice but to say, yes, I've figured it out. As she spoke, she handed a booklet to Sun Sanyang. Sun Sanyang raised her right hand and 9 colorful bracelets appeared on her right wrist. They were made of gold, silver, jade and all kinds of gemstones, covering almost half of her forearm. Yes. She lazily finished looking through the accounts book, opened the box, counted with her fingers, and said, you people are really pigs. You can really eat. In such a short time, you've already eaten 26 steamed buns on the island. Our steamed buns are big and sturdy, so it's not too much to charge you 90 silvers. In addition, I drank half a jar of fresh water, which I brought back from Lini. Lini sold me 3 gold per jar, so I had to take into account the travel expenses, so I sold it back to you for 4 gold per jar. Half a jar is 2 gold, so that's a total of 2 gold and 90 silver. By the way, Sister Zhong. The kind-looking woman who was called trembled and hurriedly raised her head. Ah, third madam. Sun Sanyang smiled. Your steamed buns are the best. When you knead the dough, you put lard inside. You have to account for it. This, 10 steamed buns will only produce a grain of lard the size of a pea. How do you calculate this? Why not? 10 steamed buns will produce a grain of lard the size of a pea. After conversion, I charge you 1 copper coin. It's not too much. So it's 2 gold, 90 silver and 1 copper coin. Sun Sanyang said, in addition, you slept in the house on my land. Although the house is not mine, the land is mine. You slept for a total of 1 hour, so the fee for 1 hour is 70 copper coins per person. She turned to ask the steward next to her. How many people are there in total? In reply to third madam, there are 49 in total. That's not right. Didn't you say 51? What about the other 2? Before she finished speaking, a gloomy voice suddenly said, they are here. Although Chuaning was not wearing a white robe, but a deep moon-white robe, he still had a divine aura and a frosty aura. His pair of slightly upturned eyes were clear, but they were cold and arrogant, like sharp bayonets unsheathed. Sun Sanyang was an ordinary person, but when she saw cultivators, she did not fear them. She had been making a living for most of her life. Although she nitpicked and haggled over the smallest details, she did not commit any crimes. Therefore, she said unhurriedly, so it's an immortal. No wonder you don't need to sleep. These people were saved by you, right? You came at the right time. Hurry up and pay up. The village chief said in a low voice, third madam, these two are not from the Confucian Wind sect. They are immortal masters at the peak of life and death. You don't have to, I don't care which sect they are from. I only recognize money, not people. Chu Wanning glanced at the refugees who were huddled together and shivering from the cold. He raised his hand and cast a golden-red barrier to dispel the cold. Then he turned his head and asked, "How much do you want?" 2 gold, 93 silver, and 430 copper. Although Sun Sanyang was disgusting, they had nowhere else to go. Chu Wanning knew that if he offended her, he would implicate the people he brought with him. Therefore, although his complexion was very bad, he still took out a money pouch from his Qianquan bag and threw it to her. There's about 80 gold inside. Most of his money was with Shizun, so he did not have much left. We need to stay for about 7 days. Count it and see if it's enough. It's not enough. Sun Sanyang would not do it herself. She handed the money pouch to her subordinates and let them count it on the side. 80 gold is only enough for you to stay for 3 days at most, and it doesn't include food. If Immortal Master is not convinced, I can settle this account with you. A businessman knows how to calculate money. I can tell you the reason for every transaction. At this time, Mo Ran also rushed over. He did not have much money on him. Together with Chu Wanning, it was barely enough for 52 people to eat and live for 4 days. Sun Sanyang put away the money and smiled with her bright red lips. I'll let you stay for 4 days. After 4 days, if you don't have money, I won't care if the fire is extinguished or not. You have to leave immediately. In order to save money, Chu Wanning did not eat that night. He threw the transmission begonia into the river and tried to get in touch with Shizun. Then, he returned to the small house he was temporarily staying in. This house was more simple and crude than the one he stayed in during the farming season in Yuliang village. There were not many rooms on the island, so everyone had to squeeze together. Chu Wanning was not used to sharing a room with strangers, so he could only sleep with Mo Ran. At this time, the light in the room was on, but Mo Ran was not there. He did not know where he went. Chu Wanning took off his outer robe. Although the robe was luxurious, the material was not better than the white clothes he usually wore. It was stained with ashes and blood from the fire. He poured a wooden bucket of hot water and was about to wash it when the door opened. Chu Wanning looked up and glanced at him. Where did you go? You're back so late. Mo Ran entered the house and brought back a bamboo lunchbox. The wind was a little strong outside, and it was very cold. He put the lunchbox in his arms and looked up. The tip of his nose was red from the cold. He smiled and said, I went to San Niang's house to beg for food. Chu Wanning was stunned. You went to beg for food? I was joking. Mo Ran said, I brought some food back. What food? Steamed buns. Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. There was also a bowl of fish soup and a bowl of braised pork. Unfortunately, there was no dessert. That Sun Sanyang watched too closely. Everyone in the village was afraid of her. No one dared to give me anything, so I went to her house to find her. I took a silver dagger that I always carried with me and exchanged it with her. Chu Wanning frowned. She's too black-hearted. I know that silver dagger of yours. There are spirit stones embedded in it. Why did you exchange it for so little? It's not just that. I bargained with her and exchanged it for 52 portions. Everyone has one. I watched the kitchen send it out. Mo Ran said with a smile, so master, you don't have to worry about others. Just eat it all obediently. Chu Wanning was really hungry. He sat at the table and drank a few mouthfuls of hot fish soup. Then, he picked up a steamed bun and began to eat with the braised pork. Sun Sanyang was stingy. She didn't give much meat, and most of it was fatty. Chu Wanning didn't like to eat it, but the steamed bun dipped in the meat soup tasted pretty good. He ate one, then the second. Mo Ran glanced at the steaming water bucket and asked, "Master, are you going to wash your clothes?" "Yes. It's just a robe. I'll help Master wash it." "No need. I'll do it myself." Mo Ran said, "It's fine. I'm just going to wash it, so I'll do it on the way." As he spoke, he went to the bed and picked up the clothes that he had thrown away. Then, he carried the wooden bucket and walked out. The moon was shining brightly in the courtyard. Mo Ran looked up and wondered how Xue Meng and Uncle were doing. He wondered where Yi Wangxi and Nan Gongxi had gone. He looked at the tribulation fire on the other side of the sea. It was still rolling like a tide of blood, burning day and night. Song Chotong, and that person. That person he hated to the bone in his previous life and slaughtered the entire Confucian Wind sect. They were probably already buried in the sea of fire. Mo Ran sighed and stopped thinking about it. He put down the wooden bucket and mixed some cold water in the water tank. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and began to wash his clothes. Chu Wanning, this guy, whether it was making mechas or writing scrolls, he was methodical and meticulous. However, when it came to washing and cooking, he was always a mess. For example, before Mo Ran completely immersed his clothes in the water, he would habitually check his Qianquan pouch and his secret pouch first, in case anything important got into the water. However, Chu Wanning often forgot to do this step. Mo Ran fell silent as he looked at the pile of gadgets that he found in Chu Wanning's robes. "What are these?" "Begonia handkerchief." Fortunately, it was still normal. All kinds of medicinal pills. There was nothing wrong with it. A handful of candy. Mo Ran was speechless. He took a closer look and realized that it was the milk candy that he had bought for him in Yuliang village. "Are you not done yet?" As he scrolled down, Mo Ran was shocked. Explosive talisman. Mo Ran's face turned green. He held the half-soaked talisman in his hand. It was wet, and he was terrified. How magnanimous was Chu Wanning? How could he carry the explosive talisman on his body without any restrictions? Although the possibility of igniting the talisman and causing it to explode was very low, this was too dangerous. Was this a joke? Mo Ran frowned and hurriedly checked his clothes from head to toe. He cleared out all the explosive talismans, freezing talismans, and soul-subduing talismans. He found that the rising dragon talisman with a small dragon drawn on it had also been carelessly left behind by Chu Wanning. If he didn't even look at it, these talismans would all go to waste, and most of them would be useless. Chu Wanning was really. Mo Ran shook his head helplessly and said to himself, "In the future, I can't let him wash Shizun's clothes by himself." While he was thinking, a small, lotus-white object suddenly slipped out of the secret pouch. Mo Ran didn't care at all, thinking that it was some kind of spell or talisman. He casually picked it up and glanced at it. With just one glance, he was stunned. It was an old brocade pouch embroidered with albizia flowers. The petals and leaves had lost their color and were no longer as bright as they were at the beginning. He was somewhat puzzled and somewhat at a loss. He vaguely felt that this thing was very familiar. He must have seen it somewhere before, but it had been too long, so he couldn't remember at the moment. Mo Ran rubbed this small brocade pouch, his dark brows tightly knitted, and his eyes flashed with an uncertain light. The past quickly flowed past one by one. He tried to find the source of this blooming albizia flower in the rapid flow of time. The light and slightly cool cloth, the color that had faded over time. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully, turning it over and over, but he couldn't remember. He was worried that there was some kind of dangerous item like the explosive talisman inside, so he opened a small hole and took a look. It was a strand of hair. No, when he looked carefully, it was actually 2 strands. They were tied together, entangled together, like an inescapable net, tightly fitting together. In the hurriedly passing time, they had always been entangled, accompanying each other. At first glance, one would think that they were a bundle, but in fact, these 2 black strands had long been inseparable. Hair. Mo Ran was in a daze, and a little wisdom flashed in front of his eyes. He muttered, "Brocade pouch, Albizia brocade pouch." Suddenly, he remembered something from the past. Immediately after, that matter exploded in his heart like a flame, burning his chest until it was on fire. His eyes instantly widened in shock. The ghost MC. He remembered. The golden boy and the jade girl, colorful butterfly suppressing Albizia, made a toast, tied a knot, cut hair as an oath, hair as an alliance, he remembered. From then on, 2 lonely souls accompanied each other, never to be separated from each other. He remembered. He remembered. In front of the colorful butterfly suppressing ghost MC, when he and Chu Wanning were married in a ghost wedding, the golden boy and the jade girl cut 2 strands of hair for them, kept them in the Albizia brocade pouch, and handed it to Chu Wanning. It was this brocade pouch. How could it be? Mo Ran's brain buzzed, blood surged, and in a flash, he was stunned. How could it be? He clenched this brocade pouch, his hands slightly trembling, his eyes jumping with longing light, flashing with surprise, horror, disbelief, bewilderment, ecstasy, and even sadness. Shizun. Chu Wanning, why did he keep this? 175, when Chu Wanning was eating the last steamed bun, the door behind him opened. Mo Ran walked in with a pile of things and placed them on the bed. Shizun, there are some talisman fragments in your outer robe that you didn't take out. I've put them all here for you. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and walked out again. He was really too embarrassed to directly take the brocade pouch and ask Chu Wanning. He always felt that no matter what the other side said, the atmosphere would be extremely awkward. Moreover, Chu Wanning's face was so thin, and his mouth was so clumsy. If by any chance he said something wrong and made him unhappy, what should he do? Mo Ran pursed his lips. His black eyes flashed with a burning light. He was a little confused and at a loss. He suddenly had a thought that even he himself found inconceivable. Could it be that Chu Wanning, she actually liked him? Mo Ran was shocked by his own bold and delusional thoughts. He hurriedly shook his head and muttered in a low voice, "Impossible, impossible, as the saying goes, you can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you're in the mountain." This was probably the case. If this brocade pouch belonged to someone Mo Ran didn't care about at all, such as a female cultivator, then Mo Ran would definitely be well aware when he saw it. In an instant, he would be able to determine the other party's feelings. If they didn't like him, why would they carry another person's brocade pouch and carry it for so many years? Originally, things were so simple. But as soon as he met Chu Wanning, Mo Ran became confused. People were like this. The more they cared, the easier it was for their imagination to run wild. They would become very clumsy, not knowing where to put their hands and feet. A single glance from the other party could make him feel conflicted for a long time. The other party was silent, but from that silence, he could carefully dig 3 feet into the ground and dig out the hidden meaning behind the pause. In this way, no matter how simple a matter was, he would repeatedly ponder over it, carefully chewing and swallowing, tasting a lot of complicated feelings. Did he make a mistake? Did he misunderstand? Did Chu Wanning forget to throw it away? This was a question that could be denied even if one thought with one's toes, but he could actually think about it for a long time. He was lost in thought as he absent-mindedly washed the clothes in the bucket. The more he bathed, the colder his heart became. Mo Ran couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the house. Through the old wooden windows that were papered with paper, golden candlelight shone through. The candlelight flickered, dimming and brightening. Even the tender bud in Mo Ran's chest trembled softly and swayed. If Chu Wanning really liked him, the Emperor Ta, who used to be so thick-skinned, had only thought about this sentence halfway before his face turned red. Mo Ran felt a little hot and thirsty. It was a thirst that couldn't be quenched by water. The only one who could soothe his heat was the person in the room. Only the sweetness from that person's mouth could comfort him greatly and give him a moment of peace. Only that person, the man he swore to cherish, protect, and respect. When he thought of respect, Mo Ran's burning chest seemed to have been splashed with a cup of water. In the past, when he couldn't control himself and developed a strong desire for Chu Wanning, he would always remind himself like this and criticize himself. But tonight was different. Tonight's brocade pouch seemed to have added a handful of dry firewood soaked in pine oil to the burning heat in his heart, fueling his ambition. Respect. He kept telling himself, but it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The thoughts that could always be extinguished in the past burned aggressively at this moment. The cold water that was splashed on him instantly evaporated into wisps of steam, making his eyes dazed. Thus, Mo Ran was shocked to find that the mantra of respect had finally, completely, it was ineffective. In the room, Chu Wanning ate the last steamed bun. He wanted to wipe his fingers, so he walked to the bedside and took out a begonia handkerchief from the pile of junk. He sighed, thinking that his memory was really bad. Before washing the clothes, he didn't know to take out the things inside first. He made a fool of himself in front of Mo Ran. He also didn't know that Before he finished thinking, he suddenly saw a slender red string under the cover of a pile of talismans. Chu Wanning's heart thumped. He reached out to take out the red string to take a look, but his fingers paused in the air, not daring to move forward. After hesitating for a moment, he withdrew his hand and reached into his lapel to feel the position closest to his heart. As soon as he touched it, his expression suddenly changed. His acacia flower brocade pouch really wasn't on him. Chu Wanning's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. After a long while, he remembered that he usually kept the brocade pouch that he got from the ghost master of ceremonies inside his lapel. However, the inner pocket of the ceremonial robe that Xue Xingyong ordered was slightly slanted. The brocade pouch was soft and slippery. He was afraid that he would accidentally drop it, so he kept it in the pocket of his outer garment. When he carefully looked at the pile of junk, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and couldn't move. Small things like candy were all placed at the top, and below were the talismans. Only the red string was hidden at the bottom. The person who hid it seemed to be blushing. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, "I didn't see it. I didn't see anything." After a long while, Chu Wanning held his breath. With a glimmer of hope, he held the end of the red string and pulled it out from the messy talismans. Sure enough, the red string of the brocade pouch had been moved. It was completely different from the way he was used to. No matter how calm he was, his white cheeks quickly flushed red. His ears were so red that it seemed like blood was going to drip out. He opened the brocade pouch tied by the red string. The two strands of ink-black hair that had been entangled with each other for many years were like the thoughts that had been secretly coiling around him for many years. Just like that, they fell into the warm yellow candlelight and wrapped around his fingers. Mo Ran saw his brocade pouch. After seeing it, he even revealed that he was hiding something. He buried the brocade pouch at the bottom of the pile of junk. This realization made Chu Wanning's head explode. Blood surged. His heart could no longer calm down. His whole face was as hot as burning charcoal. What should I do? Did Mo Ran already know what he was hiding in his heart? It's over. The person Mo Ran likes is Shimingjing. If he knows that I have feelings for him, he will definitely be scared. Will the gentle and soft relationship between the two of them collapse? Chu Waning's mind was in chaos. His hand tightly grasped the brocade pouch. After a long time, he calmed down a little. He hoped that Mo Ran didn't know. Gambling on his good reputation of being a pure and simple man for many years, he hoped that Mo Ran didn't find out anything. Normally, if one day one's long-lasting secret love was found out by one's beloved, it couldn't be better. It would be a kind of relief. But for Chu Waning, perhaps this was not the case. He was already 32 years old. He had long been used to being alone. When Mo Ran and Shamai were young and full of vigor, Chu Waning had always been alone. He had never thought that now that he was 30 years old, he would still have the opportunity to be with his true love. Revealing one's true feelings was undoubtedly the beginning of a relationship. But it was also possible that it would not end in failure and return empty-handed. Chu Waning put away the brocade pouch again and paced back and forth in the room. Finally, he stopped in front of the dusty copper mirror. He raised his eyelids and looked inside. The mirror had not been used for a long time. It was covered with a thick layer of dust and could only reflect a rough shadow. So he raised his hand and wiped the surface of the mirror. From the dust, a face that was not so perfect was revealed. There was a scratch on the copper mirror. It happened to fall into the corner of his eye. Chu Waning blinked and looked at himself. So ugly. He looked at the person in the mirror. Suddenly, he was very angry and also very depressed. How could I look like this? He knew that Mo Ran liked gentle, good-looking, slender, and beautiful young men. And he himself had not done any of those. Although he did not have any wrinkles, the weight of time on a person's body could not be hidden. Chu Waning was young and mature. Now that he did not have the slightest bit of warmth, how could he have the nerve to talk about love with a young man? Moreover, that person was his own disciple. If this spread out, not to mention himself, even Mo Ran, even if it was at the peak of life and death, they would all lose face. Moreover, he slept for 5 years. Shimingjing grew up to be more and more beautiful, peerless in her generation. When she was not smiling, her eyes were like burning peaches. Then he looked at the person in the mirror again. In between his eyebrows, there was only an unpleasant air of hostility and arrogance. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Only a fool would choose him. Chu Wanning looked at the dim bronze mirror. He thought to himself that if time could be rewound 10 years ago and this ugly guy in the mirror had fallen in love with someone in his 20s, perhaps he would still recklessly confess due to his hot-bloodedness. It wouldn't matter even if his head was bruised and bleeding. But now he was already 30 years old. He was no longer young. All that was left was a sorry figure, vigilant, harsh, and a fierce face that would scare a child to tears. Mo Ran was in his prime, Shamai was devastatingly beautiful. But he was no more than an ugly guy who was no longer young. He did not dare to ask for anything, he only wanted to hide. He only wanted to live peacefully like this. He did not even dare to think that he would be allowed to have a one-sided love, allowed to have a crush on a person, allowed to have a legitimate reason to treat that person well in the name of Shizun. He felt that it was enough. He was very satisfied. Right at this moment, a creaking sound came from behind him. Chu Waning did not turn his head. From the copper mirror, he saw Mo Ran carrying a wooden bucket and walking into the room. Neither of them said anything. The copper mirror was still a bit blurry. Chu Waning could only see a tall figure standing at the door, but he could not see clearly what kind of expression that figure had, or what kind of ripples of color were flowing in his eyes. Even though he had repeated to himself 100 times to remain calm, Chu Waning's heart was beating very fast for no reason. He did not want Mo Ran to see his awkwardness, so he undid his high ponytail and bit the hair band between his teeth. He lowered his head and pretended to retie his hair in front of the mirror. He felt that he was really smart. Biting the hairband gave him a reason not to open his mouth to greet the other person. Suddenly, a hand touched the back of his ear. Chu Waning's body suddenly trembled. He tried to suppress it, but he still could not suppress it. He trembled slightly. He did not often have physical contact with others, so he was not used to it. Moreover, the person who touched his ear was Mo Ran. The rough and wide palm rubbed against the delicate skin of his ear. In just a moment, his back went numb. Chu Waning still had his eyes lowered. He suspected that if he raised his head now, even if the light was dim, even if the copper mirror was dim, the person behind him would be able to see that his face was abnormally red. He only bit the hairband and tried to remain calm. He said, "Are you done bathing?" "Ian." The man's voice was low and slightly hoarse. Chu Waning felt that he was so close to him. There was a chill from the cold night on his body, but it could not hide the man's vigorous and hot breath. This breath made him dizzy. His thoughts were blurred and slow, and he could not turn around. Mo Ran helped him gather the loose strands of hair that had slid down. He wanted to say something, but stopped. "Shizun, just now what did he want to say?" Chu Waning bit the hairband and lowered his eyes. His heart was beating fast. It seemed that what he wanted to ask was too difficult to say. Mo Ran paused for a moment, then changed the topic. "Forget it, it's nothing. It's so late, and you're still tying up your hair." Chu Waning did not answer. He only felt that the body behind him was too close. So hot. "Are you going out?" Chu Waning said, "No, I'm just going out to wash the dishes." "I'll help you." Chu Waning said, "I have hands and feet." Mo Ran smiled behind him. He seemed to be looking for something to talk about. He smiled awkwardly. "It's good that you have hands and feet, but Shizun is also clumsy. I'm afraid you'll bump into something." Chu Waning, seeing that he did not speak, he thought that he was unhappy. Mo Ran withdrew his smile and said seriously, "The water outside is cold. Remember to take some hot water out." Chu Waning responded. It was a little like an yen, but also a little like a hum. It was a vague nasal sound, but it was very pleasant to hear. When it fell into Mo Ran's ears, it urged the bud in front of his chest to be more aggressive. His Adam's apple moved slightly. His eyes fell on Chu Waning's pale neck that was exposed from the edge of his clothes when he lowered his head. He felt even more annoyed and thirsty. He swallowed subconsciously, but tried to make the sound as soft as possible. He did not want Chu Waning to hear it. Mo Ran took a deep breath and forced a smile. He said, "This mirror is so blurry. It hasn't been used for too long. Shizun, you can't see clearly. Give me the hairband. I'll comb your hair for you." Chu Waning bit the snow blue ribbon. Before he could refuse, Mo Ran held the hairband in his hand. In this case, he could not bite it. He could only let go of it resentfully and let Mo Ran tie his ponytail for him. He pretended to be arrogant and snorted. "Do you know how to do it? If you don't do it well, I'll have to do it again. Shizun, have you forgotten? In the peach blossom spring, I braided your hair." Chu Waning was suddenly speechless. Shia Sai was his shameful past. He did not want to mention it again. He closed his eyes and frowned, letting Mo Ran help him comb and tie his hair. However, Mo Ran's palm kept brushing against his ear. He felt very uncomfortable. His scalp was numb and his throat was slightly thirsty. He frowned even more. "Why aren't you done yet?" Mo Ran laughed in a low voice. "You're always so impatient. Don't worry, it'll be done soon." His voice seemed to be closer than before. It was just behind his ear. Chu Waning could not help but clench his hands that were hanging in his sleeves. He did not know if it was his own misperception, but he kept feeling that Mo Ran's breathing was somewhat heavy. It was the kind of heaviness that a wild beast would have before pouncing on its prey. This made him feel like he was being stared at. He even felt like a tiger or wolf would pounce on him from behind and press him in front of the bronze mirror. It would greedily and hungrily bite his throat and suck the blood gurgling in his veins. Sometimes, a person's perception was astonishingly accurate. However, Chu Wanning felt it. Because of his inferiority, he did not dare to believe it. How could he know that if he were to raise his head at this moment, what he would see in the mirror would be Mo Ran's bright and gloomy eyes? Desire and rationality were clashing within them, sparks flying everywhere, and smoke rising everywhere. Mo Ran held the smooth silk hairband. The clear half of him was controlling his body. He obediently helped Chu Wanning tie his hair. Meanwhile, the dark half of his soul was thinking anxiously. What was he doing? Tying the hairband. But this hairband was clearly tied in the wrong place. He felt that he should roughly press Chu Wanning down in front of the old and abandoned dressing table. He should use the hairband to tie his eyes. His other hand should wrap around the front of his face and grab his chin. He should kiss him as if he was thirsting for blood. He should press down on him tightly and absorb the sweetness in his mouth. He should suck on the soft tip of his tongue. He should clearly be fiercely rubbing against Chu Wanning's ear and licking the tiny mole behind his ear. He should be heavily panting, sticking close to Chu Wanning's ear and lowering his voice to ask him. Chu Wanning, my good Shizun. Why are you hiding that brocaded pouch? Wanning. Wanning. Do you like me? His longing heart felt like it was about to be torn apart. His blood was boiling. His eyes were hot and red. 176, after Chu Wanning tied his ponytail, he went outside to wash the dishes. There were 3 bowls, but he didn't enter the room even after washing them for a long time. Mo Ran sat on the bed, somewhat anxious. His fingers unconsciously scratched the edge of the bed, occasionally glancing out the window. What to do? He was thinking. Tonight, how should he sleep? This was a seemingly simple question, but in fact, it was fatal. Mo Ran couldn't understand Chu Wanning's intentions, and he was even more conflicted. Desire and rationality were in full swing. At this time, the warm curtains were lifted, and Chu Wanning returned to the room with the washed bowls in the chilly air outside. He glanced at Mo Ran, who was sitting by the bed. The candlelight flickered, and his gaze seemed to be somewhat subtle. But in the next moment, his eyes fell, and before Mo Ran could see clearly, he had already sat by the table with his back to him. Shizun, you're still not sleeping? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that he had misspoken. No matter how he heard it, it sounded like a man who couldn't be any more thirsty, urgently inviting his lover to rest in bed. Chu Wanning didn't turn his head, and said lightly, I still have some things to do. If you're sleepy, you can sleep first. I'm not sleepy either. Mo Ran said, Shizun, what do you want to do? I'll help you. You can't help, I want to make more voice condensing begonia flowers tonight. As Chu Wanning spoke, he raised his hand and pinched his fingertips, forming a golden and tender begonia flower, and placed it on the table. This begonia flower was formed by Chu Wanning's spiritual energy, and could be used to receive short messages. This was his unique secret technique, and no one else could imitate it. But Mo Ran was somewhat puzzled. He came to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. His strong arms rested on the back of the chair, and his chin rested on his arms. What is Shizun doing with this? Selling it. Yen. Hearing the slight surprise in Mo Ran's voice, Chu Wanning looked up and glanced at him. We don't have enough money to stay on Flying Flower Island for 7 days. Didn't Sun Sanyang want to do business? Then I'll do the same as her. Sound condensing begonia is unbeatable all year round. Look at all the gold and silver jewelry on her body. Which one of them isn't shining? I think she just likes shiny things. Once it's done, I'll sell it on the streets tomorrow. I'll see if she wants it. Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. Shizun wants to sell flowers. Chu Waning's expression changed slightly. He probably didn't want to put himself in the same category as the girls selling white orchids in the alley, so he said very stiffly, flowers made by magic can't be counted as flowers. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Chu Waning didn't say anything. He lowered his head and quickly condensed 4 or 5 flowers. Then he said in a muffled voice, do as you wish, as long as you don't find it embarrassing. How is it embarrassing? Mo Ran picked up one of the flowers and smelled it. The flower was very light and didn't have any fragrance. The way it flowed with light was very graceful and unique. The golden light shone on his handsome face and dark eyelashes. He said with a smile, that Sun Sanyang will probably cry and beg Shizun to sell it to her. How much does Shizun want to sell it for? 100 of them won't cost much spiritual energy. How about 3 copper coins for one? Mo Ran, Chu Waning looked at him again and slightly frowned. He hesitated and said, too much. Mo Ran sighed. He didn't say too much, but also didn't say too little. He only said, tomorrow, Shizun, don't give me a price. I'll sell it. Why? I made the flowers and I set the price myself. 3 copper coins. Mo Ran stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of Chu Waning, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Shizun, you're the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable. This is your late-night begonia, something that cultivators can't even get their hands on. You're selling it for 3 copper coins. No one asked me for it. Besides looking good and being able to transmit sound, this thing has no other use. I think this price is about right. Mo Ran was so angry that he almost laughed. Then, sell it to me, okay? I'll give you the money right now. Chu Waning stopped. A half-formed begonia flower lost the support of its spiritual flow and dropped a dazzling golden petal. He actually really did reach out his palm and said indifferently, deal. Mo Ran was speechless for a long time. He touched his money pouch and then remembered that Chu Waning and he had all the money left on them had been squeezed out by that old turtle. He couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. When he looked up, he saw Chu Waning looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. He muttered, Shizun already knew that I don't have money, but Chu Waning thought he was funny, so he said, you were the one who boasted that you wanted to buy my flowers. He silently swallowed his words. Because he suddenly felt that Chu Waning's words were a little ambiguous. Chu Waning should have said, buy my flowers, but he was lazy. Before he finished speaking, it sounded like Mo Ran wanted to spend money to buy the man in front of him. Mo Ran's heart suddenly beat faster. He didn't look at Chu Waning's eyes, afraid that the other party would see through his rebellious thoughts. But when he looked down at his hand for a while, he suddenly realized that Chu Waning had been washing the bowls outside for a long time. He had forcibly turned the hot water into ice water, and his fingertips were frozen red. Mo Ran didn't have time to think too much. Almost out of habit, he grabbed the 5 outstretched fingers on the table. Chu Waning was shocked. He was pretending to be calm. He stretched out his hand to ask for money, but he didn't get the money. Instead, his hand suddenly fell into a pair of warm and broad palms. The temperature of the palms was just right, but he felt like he was being burned by a soldering iron. He suddenly pulled away. What are you doing? Mo Ran originally didn't have such vulgar thoughts. He really just wanted to warm Chu Waning and feel sorry for him. But he never expected to encounter such a big reaction. For a moment, he was stunned. The 2 people looked at each other under the dim candlelight. Suddenly, the candlelight burst and broke the silence. Chu Wanning knew that he was being too sensitive. He didn't say anything for a while. He pursed his lips and felt a little embarrassed. Mo Ran looked at his silent appearance. The young seedling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He tried to stretch his soft little body, tickling his chest even more. Shizun, Chu Wanning, are you? Halfway through his sentence, he stopped. He didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. His rationality finally pulled him back from the brink, and he didn't continue speaking. But before he could finish asking, Chu Wanning still said stiffly, no. Mo Ran was stunned. What do you mean by no? No matter what you say, the answer is no. Chu Wanning frowned and raised his sharp thorns. He was like a cat guarding its territory, not letting strangers come close. Take your hand away. Mo Ran took his hand away and continued to put it on the back of the chair, looking very obedient. Chu Wanning continued to condense flowers. When he finished condensing the begonia that had dropped a petal, he was a little angry. But there was more helplessness in his anger. After a while, Mo Ran said, Shizun, actually, I just wanted to ask if you were cold. I wanted to warm your hand. I'm not cold. Liar, the hand that he had just touched was clearly ice. Probably feeling that it was really awkward for the two of them to sit like this, Chu Wanning said, if there's nothing else, go to sleep. I'll take you to sell flowers tomorrow. In the past, he would often say, take you to cultivate, take you to meditate, take you to read books. Take you to sell flowers or something like that. Mo Ran wanted to hold it in, but he couldn't. His black eyes were smiling. Under the candlelight, he hummed in agreement, but he didn't want to move. Go to sleep. Mo Ran glanced at the bed. He decided that no matter what, he couldn't sleep before Chu Wanning. Since he wasn't sure whether he should sleep on the bed or on the floor, then he would see what Chu Wanning wanted. If he slept in the innermost position, obviously making space for him, then he would sleep on the bed. If Chu Wanning slept in the middle, then he would be honest. Mo Ran had such a bad idea, but his face turned red. I won't sleep first. Why are you sitting? Chu Wanning frowned. Mo Ran raised his hand and closed his 5 slender fingers. Using his spiritual power, he pinched out a fire-red butterfly. Chu Wanning was speechless. Selling it for money. Mo Ran smiled. With a light flick of his finger, the fire-red butterfly flew up and landed in the pile of begonia flowers that Chu Wanning put aside. It dived in and flapped its fluorescent wings like pollinators, going in and out of the flower. Mine is more expensive. I'm black-hearted. 10 gold for one. Chu Wanning watched the irksome butterfly fly around and stop on his begonia flowers, licking the delicate powder. Chu Wanning's face darkened. Mo Wei. What's wrong? He was so angry that he didn't know what to say or how to say it. In the end, he suppressed it and said in a hoarse voice, 3 copper coins for one, no more. Mo Ran laughed. After laughing for a while, he pinched out another fire-red butterfly and handed it over. That butterfly gently landed on the begonia flowers on Chu Wanning's fingertips. I sell it to others for 10 gold. I think this price is very appropriate. Then sell it to me. Chu Wanning took a deep breath and said fiercely, I'll sell it again. In short, it can't be more expensive than my begonia flowers. After thinking for a while, he added, but I don't have money on me. I'll give it to you when we get back to the peak of life and death. Mo Ran smiled and pinched out the 3rd butterfly. He gently blew on it and that butterfly danced around Chu Wanning. Mo Ran rested his head on his strong tanned arm and said gently, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you still want to say no credit. Chu Wanning slightly raised his chin. His eyes were still wet with anger, but his expression was very arrogant. He thought it through. If Mo Ran really dared to say no credit, then he would take out the etiquette of a teacher and teach this arrogant man a lesson. The arrogant man smiled even more brightly. His dimples were deep and his nasal voice was shallow. He said, "No, I want to say." What did he want to say? Chu Wanning was ready for battle, her awe-inspiring. "You can buy me." The man didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he also omitted the word spirit butterfly, so his words became vague and ambiguous. He rested his head on his arm and seriously stared at Chu Wanning. He gently smiled and said, "I'll sell it to you for free." No matter what, he didn't expect this kind of answer. Chu Wanning was startled and then his face suddenly turned red. It was already very late at night. The spirit butterflies and begonia flowers were piled up in the room. They were already enough to sell. But none of them got up to go to sleep first. Mo Ran's thoughts were needless to say. He planned to see how Chu Wanning slept and then act according to the circumstances. Chu Wanning didn't know his plan, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't know what Mo Ran would do tonight. Would he sleep on the floor, or on the bed? Although this man made him feel more and more dangerous, if Mo Ran really did lie on the bed, he didn't plan to chase him away. He could even feel the secret hope in his heart. He hoped to see Mo Ran sleepily get up, say, "I'm sleepy," and then lie on the bed. Why isn't he sleeping yet? Chu Wanning and Mo Ran thought anxiously as they played with the flowers and butterflies. "Go to sleep. Lie on the bed first, Shizun." "Yes." "Are you tired?" "It's too late." "Why don't you rest first?" "No need, I'm used to it." So another 2 hours passed. Mo Ran. "Yes." "Why are you still sitting?" "I'll condense more butterflies." "If Shizun is sleepy, you can go to sleep first." "I'll wait." Chu Wanning tried his best to resist the urge to yawn and clenched his teeth. Because he couldn't sleep for 2 consecutive nights, his eyes were a little red. He stubbornly said, "I'm not sleepy yet." Mo Ran. After some time, the butterflies and begonia flowers in the room were piled up like an ocean. The gold and red intertwined, dazzling and dazzling. Mo Ran drowsily raised his head and was suddenly startled. Chu Wanning was really too tired. He had already fallen asleep on the table. There was still half a begonia flower at the tip of his finger. The petals trembled slightly as he breathed. Mo Ran walked over and gently picked up the remaining half of the flower. He put it on the table and then picked him up. 177. Chu Wanning hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days, so he slept very deeply. Mo Ran's movements were gentle, so when he laid in Mo Ran's warm arms and was carried to the bed, he was still not disturbed. Mo Ran put him in the center of the bed, put his hand on his neck, put him on the pillow, and then covered him with the quilt. After doing all this, he didn't leave. He just stared at that face with infatuation, from the dark eyebrows down inch by inch to the thin lips. Beautiful. How could his Shizun, his Wanning, be so beautiful? He was so beautiful that if he looked at him more, his heart would soften, and his lower body would become hard. His scalp was slightly numb, and reason strangled his neck. He knew that this was wrong, but Chu Wanning's face was so close, and the faint begonia smell on his body was like countless pairs of soft claws, tearing apart his delicate clothes, seducing him to go to the hot bed with him. Maybe it was because the blood in Mo Ran's veins was surging like a river, or maybe it was because his heart was beating like a drum, or maybe it was because his eyes were too hot, burning the sleeping person awake. In short, Chu Wanning opened his eyes and suddenly woke up. For a moment, no one made a sound. Mo Ran was stiff in the same place, and Chu Wanning turned from drowsiness to astonishment in an instant. His pair of phoenix eyes opened wide, meeting Mo Ran's blazing eyes. Chu Wanning suddenly woke up. "What are you doing?" The expression on the handsome, young, and strong man's face was hard to see clearly. He slowly leaned down, and Chu Wanning was so shocked that he didn't dare to move. He was getting closer and closer. His heart was thumping. Bang! The bedside made a light sound, and suddenly the light around them dimmed, falling into an even more ambiguous and hazy atmosphere. Mo Ran leaned over and pulled the bed curtains tight. He straightened up and sat by the bed. He lowered his head to look at Chu Wanning, who was lying on the bed. His voice was low and slow. I saw that Shizun was fast asleep, so I wanted to help you put down the bed curtain. I didn't expect that I would still wake you up. Chu Wanning didn't make a sound. He leaned against the pillow and turned his head slightly to look at him. The dark yellow curtains that had just been unhooked fluttered behind Mo Ran. The candlelight outside became so hazy, like the mist on the window in winter. It was too dark, and the young man's handsome face was almost impossible to see clearly. In the dark night, only a pair of eyes were shining brightly, like falling stars. Mo Ran suddenly called out, "Shizun. There's something I want to ask you." With the help of the darkness, the disciple's courage seemed to have grown. Chu Wanning's heart tightened. He thought, is he going to ask about that brocade pouch? His face was calm, but his heart was surging with emotions. Is it too late to pretend to be asleep now? Mo Ran asked, "Where do I sleep?" Chu Wanning was speechless. Thus, after being busy for most of the night, Mo Ran decided to sleep on the floor. The bed is too small. In fact, he regretted asking just now. His body was still young and full of vigor, so it was better not to sleep with Chu Wanning. It was not that he did not know how terrible a man's desire could be. "I'll sleep on the floor." "Is there an extra bed?" "There is a bed." "Will it be cold?" "No, I'll just lay down more straw." As Mo Ran said this, he went outside to get some straw. He came back with a pile and laid it on the floor. Chu Wanning was no longer sleepy after being tormented by him just now. She leaned to the side and propped up her head. With one hand, she lifted the curtains of the bed and silently watched as the man busied himself. With lightning speed, he prepared a single bed for her. "Sleep, Shizun. Sweet dreams." The man lay down with his clothes on and pulled the blanket over himself. His dark eyes were gentle and steady as he looked at Chu Wanning on the bed. Chu Wanning, seeing Mo Ran's, "I'm very honest, look," Chu Wanning was also relieved. He put on an, "I'm very cold and aloof," face and casually put down the bed curtain and lay down. However, Mo Ran sat up again. "What are you doing?" "Turn off the lights." The man got up and blew out the candles. The room fell into silence. The master and disciple lay on the bed, each with their own thoughts. They looked at the begonia flowers and butterflies faintly lit in the endless night. "Shizun. What's wrong? Are you still not going to sleep?" "I'm going to sleep." Mo Ran's voice was very gentle. In the night, it was especially soft. "I just suddenly wanted to tell you something." Chu Wanning pursed his lips. Although his heart was not as fast as when he guessed blindly the first time, he still could not help but feel his throat go dry. "I wanted to say, Shizun, you don't have to be so reserved when you sleep. You always sleep in a corner." There was a hint of a smile in his voice. It was low, but very pleasant to hear. "Chu Wanning. I'm used to it." "Why?" "The room is always too messy. Previously, when I flipped over and fell down, I was cut by a file on the floor." Mo Ran heard this and did not speak for a long time. Chu Wanning waited. When there was no movement, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Mo Ran said, but his voice seemed to be closer. Chu Wanning turned his head. Through the soft and fuzzy curtain, he saw him pull the mattress closer to him with the help of the fluorescent light from the begonia flowers and butterflies. Mo Ran lay down again and said with a smile, "When I'm here, Shizun doesn't have to worry. You won't get cut when you fall. He paused, then said seemingly casually, I'm here. After a while, Mo Ran heard the person on the bed snort softly and say faintly, the flesh on your arm is so hard. If you hit it, it won't be much better than a file. Mo Ran laughed, there's something even harder. Shizun hasn't seen it yet. He originally wanted to say the muscles on his chest, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that this sentence was filled with a strong smell of blood. He was stunned and hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. Chu Wanning was already silent and awkward when he heard the first sentence. When he heard the second sentence, the atmosphere between the two of them sank even deeper into the abyss. Of course he knew that Mo Ran had something even harder and hotter. It was even more chilling than the handle of the mecha he made himself. Putting aside that damn cultivator ranking list, he himself had unintentionally felt it through his clothes. It was a kind of terrifying passion that made one's whole body tremble and numb. Chu Wanning said impatiently, sleep. Yes. But how could he sleep? The lava of love was tormenting the two of them, licking their chests that were so hot that they were cracking. The room was too quiet. They could hear each other's weak breathing, hear each other tossing and turning in bed. Mo Ran put his hands behind his head and opened his eyes, looking at the fiery red butterflies fluttering all over the room. A spirit butterfly fluttered down and stopped on the bed curtains, covering the curtain with a gentle, thin red. In this kind of silence, Mo Ran suddenly remembered something. Back then at the Jincheng Lake, the person who saved him from the heart-picking Willow's nightmare had vaguely said something in his ear. At that moment, his divine sense was blurred. He wasn't sure whether those words were his imagination or not. But now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt that maybe he didn't hear wrong. Maybe it was true. At that time, he heard Chu Wanning say, I like you too. Mo Ran's heart beat faster and faster. Some minor details that he didn't notice in the past sprouted at this moment, turning into fresh and tender leaves. Then, nourished by his wolfish ambition, they grew into a lush tree that reached the sky. His head buzzed and his vision was dizzy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. I like you too. I like you too. If he really misheard those words back then, if Chu Wanning didn't say that, then why was Chu Wanning unwilling to admit that he was the one who saved him after the nightmare at the Jincheng Lake woke up? Unless he didn't mishear. Unless Chu Wanning really said, Mo Ran sat up abruptly. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He said hoarsely, Shizun. Even though the person behind the curtain didn't move, Mo Ran still asked, today, when I was washing clothes, I picked up something, is it? It was very quiet behind the curtain. Do you know what it is? When the words came to his mouth, he suddenly became timid. He actually asked Chu Wanning so stupidly. The other didn't answer for a long time. Mo Ran hesitated, his eyes wet and dark. Shizun, are you still awake? Did you hear me? On the bed covered by the curtain, Chu Wanning didn't move anymore. It seemed that he had really fallen asleep. Mo Ran waited for a long time. He was unwilling to give up. Several times he reached out to open the curtain, but he froze. Shizun. He muttered, lying down again. His voice was very soft. Pay attention to me. Of course, Chu Wanning wouldn't pay attention to him. His entire being was in chaos, and the clear mind that he had always prided himself on was now filled with a cloud of smoke. He lay on the bed, staring at the dark curtains with his eyes open. He thought slowly and stiffly, what does Mo Ran want to do? He thought a lot, made all kinds of outrageous guesses, but he didn't dare to guess the most obvious answer. He didn't dare to guess that Mo Ran also liked him. It was like a hungry person who had obtained a piece of fragrant and crispy meat pie. Because it was not easy to obtain, they especially cherished it. Therefore, they ate up the outer layer of the pie, but could not bear to eat the last remaining meat filling for a long time. Chu Wanning listened to the gentle and anxious murmur of the person outside the curtain. He quietly pulled the quilt up, covering his chin, mouth and nose, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. Then he covered his eyes as well, hiding his whole body under the quilt. Of course he heard it, but he didn't know how to answer. His heart pounded, and his palms were sweaty. He had a sense of being forced into a dead end. He hated that he couldn't sit up and roar, "Yes, if *** King hid that brocade pouch. I like you. Are you satisfied? Get out of here, don't ask anymore. Go to sleep." He was tormented and nervous. His heart was itching. "Shizun? Is he really asleep?" After a while, Chu Wanning heard Mo Ran sigh softly. He covered his head with the quilt. In the darkness, he felt dejected and his heart palpitated, nervous and sweet. He had mixed feelings, sour, bitter, and sweet. He told himself to be calm, but in the end his cheeks burned. He couldn't help but secretly kick the quilt. 178. The next morning, Chu Wanning woke up with dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep well at all last night, so he looked especially gloomy. His originally cold face was covered with a thin layer of ice, and there was no warmth. He pushed the door open and saw Mo Ran washing clothes outside. Why is he washing clothes so early in the morning? Didn't he wash them last night? Seeing him coming out of the house, Mo Ran seemed a little embarrassed. His cheeks were splashed with soap, and he turned to greet Chu Wanning, "Master." "Yes." Sun Yang kept his promise. He took the money and sent the food to every house in the morning. "I put it on the small stone table in the yard. Master, go eat it." "What about you?" "I've eaten." Mo Ran's arm was soaked in the sparkling water, and the lines were strong and refreshing. "After you've eaten, we'll go sell butterflies and flowers together." The food Sun Yang gave him was very simple, but the amount was not small. There were actually 3 steamed buns. He sat in the small yard and slowly ate the pastries. The sun rose from the east, and the sunlight shone through the grape trellis, creating mottled shadows on the table. He turned his head and looked at Mo Ran's tall back, and a vague feeling of warmth surged in his heart. He took a big bite of the steamed bun. The appearance of the golden begonia and the red spiritual butterfly immediately caused a huge commotion in the market on Flying Flowers Island. All the fishermen on the island swarmed over to take a look. Even those who didn't plan to visit the market today were attracted by the sight of the golden begonia and the red spiritual butterfly. There are flowers. What's so strange about flowers? Haven't you seen flowers before? Golden begonia. It's made of spiritual power. It's blooming all year round. It can even transmit sound. Wow. Where is it? Where is it? A huge wave of people came. There are butterflies. What's so good about butterflies? There are a lot of them in spring. It's red. It's made of spiritual power and can drive away small evil spirits. It's very beautiful and obedient. It won't run around and will fly around you. Ah. Really? Where? Where? Another wave of dark clouds surged forth. Sun Yang was sleeping in his mansion when he heard the news. He couldn't help but take a few of his attendants to the market. Before they reached the entrance, they saw streaks of golden red light gushing out from the crowd in the distance. Some people couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. She felt as if her heart was being scratched by ants. She pushed away the surrounding villagers and walked over to take a look. He saw the 2 immortal monarchs who had come yesterday. One of them had a bright smile on his face and was performing tricks to attract bees and butterflies, trying to attract business. The other one was expressionless and stood under the tree with his arms crossed. He didn't say a word and remained silent. Selling butterflies, selling butterflies. The handsome man turned around and smiled at the other man with a dull face. Master, why aren't you shouting? Huh? Chu Wanning snorted coldly in his heart. He didn't know how to spell the word shout. Did he have to be as shameless as Mo Weiyu, a vulgar person, and shout, selling flowers, selling begonia flowers, in front of everyone? Don't even think about it. How much are the butterflies? They felt that such celestial objects must be very expensive. The crowd hesitated for a long time. Finally, someone dared to ask for the price. Mo Ran said, 10 gold for one. Chu Wanning coughed behind him. Mo Ran said, 3 copper coins for one. So cheap. The surrounding people were shocked. They all came forward to buy. Mo Ran handed a butterfly to the left and a flower to the right. While he was busy, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a little girl in ragged clothes in the distance. She was biting her fingers, looking longingly at the bustling scene here. Mo Ran smiled and didn't say much. He suddenly closed his 5 fingers, forming an extremely beautiful butterfly. He gently blew, and the butterfly floated to her side across the sea of people and landed on her braid. The girl was stunned. Her face was full of astonishment. She walked a few steps hesitantly, then stopped and shook her head. She had no money, not to mention 3 copper coins. She didn't even have a single one. Mo Ran waved his hand at her and mouthed the words, "For you," to her. Then he winked, smiled, and turned his head away, continuing to busy himself. Sun Sanyang watched as the dazzling and beautiful spirit items were bought. A young lady who loved beauty directly put a begonia flower in her black hair bun. In an instant, her head of black hair shone brightly and shone with an indescribable air of nobility. She couldn't help it. These butterflies and flowers, I want them all. Mo Ran raised his eyes, his smile undimmed. I was wondering who was so generous. So it was you, Sanyang. How many are left? Count them, I'll take them all back to the residence. That won't do. Mo Ran smiled. Everything has a first come first serve. Others came before you, and they haven't finished buying. I can't let you have the things first. Sun Sanyang looked at the crowd of villagers and immediately became anxious. She was afraid that they would be sold out. She said, then I'll increase the price. I can't make the decision. Mo Ran said, I'm just helping. You have to ask my Shizun about the price. Sun Sanyang went under the tree and found the aloof flower seller Chu Wanning. Immortal gentleman, sell those flowers and butterflies to me. We're all businessmen, the price can be negotiated. Chu Wanning said coldly, 10 gold each. Mo Ran heard this and couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head and saw Chu Wanning's pair of dark eyes. He was amused for a moment, but he also felt lush softness. He couldn't help but grin and scratch his head. His deep dimples were very beautiful. Sun Sanyang was very rich, and this money was just a small amount to her. She quickly ordered the servants to take away the begonias and swallowtail butterflies. When she returned to the Fu, she immediately combed her hair into a high bun and inserted more than 50 brilliant and colorful golden flowers. She also let the butterflies dance around her. The servants saw that her head was covered in golden light. From a distance, she looked like a burning candle. They couldn't help but find it funny. However, since she was their master, they could only hold it in. They held it in until their ribs were about to break. In the end, they didn't laugh out loud. Sun Sanyang wasn't happy for too long. Someone came to report that the 2 immortals were selling other things in the market. She was startled when she heard this. With a cloud bun on her head, she was surrounded by bees and butterflies. Once again, she ran towards the market. Selling butterflies, Sun Sanyang squeezed through and put her hands on her hips. She was furious. Didn't I just buy all of them? Why are there more? Mo Ran blinked. They're newly made. Since they can be newly made, why did you sell them to me for 10 gold each? Mo Ran smiled. Think about it. You get up in the morning and go to a pan-fried bun shop where there are many people waiting in line to buy pan-fried buns. Everyone else is waiting in line, and you want to cut in line. The shopkeeper tells you that you can eat first, but you have to pay more. Isn't that right? Sun Sanyang said angrily, You profiteer, you. Just as she was thinking about how to refute this person's fallacious reasoning, she suddenly saw the immortal who had been silent all this time walking over. Chu Waning's fingertip flashed with brilliance, and a twin begonia flower appeared on her fingertip. Although Sun Sanyang was angry, her attention was also attracted. She asked, What is this? Why is it different from the previous one? This kind of begonias has been added with the face-changing technique. If you put it at the bedside before sleeping, it will keep you radiant the next day. The effect is about 15 days. Chu Waning casually handed the flower to Mo Ran and said to Mo Ran, Go and sell it. 100 gold each. Wait. Sun Sanyang was afraid that these two people would say something about cutting in line and asking for extra money. Although she was furious, she still said, Don't take it away. I want this one. How many more can you make? I want all of them. Chu Waning said, I don't want to use the same technique too many times, so I'll only make 3. Then I'll give you 300 gold. Mo Ran, take the money. Chu Waning said and lowered her head to condense the other 2 flowers. She handed them to Sun Sanyang and then began to condense the 4th flower. Sun Sanyang was unhappy. Didn't you say you'd only make 3? This flower has been added with the art of fine sound. Chu Waning said lightly, when worn, it can make a woman's voice become more pleasant. Sun Sanyang was greedy for money, but she was even more greedy for time. She anxiously watched as this immortal who was at the peak of life and death condensed one flower after another. She was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could only say, Okay. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. At night, when they went back and closed the door, the master and disciple sat at the table and calculated the money. They found that it was enough for the people they brought over to eat and drink well. When the fire on the other side was extinguished, Chu Waning pushed half of the money to Mo Ran and kept the other half. He said, Before we leave, return the rest to Sun Sanyang. Mo Ran was stunned. Why? Flying Flower Island is far away from Lini, and there are few resources. It's very inconvenient to eat and wear. But look at the fishermen on the island, most of them have enough to eat and wear. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Yes. When he said this, Mo Ran thought about it carefully and felt that it was indeed so. Chu Waning said, You'll know if you ask around. Today, when you were cleaning up the stall, I went to the village chief and asked him some things. In fact, this Sun Sanyang was originally a disciple of Lini's Confucian Wind sect. Because her talent wasn't high, her master didn't really care about her. She entered the sect for 5 years, but she still only knows basic swordsmanship. Mo Ran was slightly surprised. She's a disciple of the Confucian Wind sect. Then has Shizun seen it before? No. Chu Waning said, the village chief said that when she was 17, she followed the cultivators of the Confucian Wind sect to Flying Flower Island to recruit new disciples. Those cultivators of the famous sects took advantage of the long journey and the fact that the island was full of mortals. Even if they were bullied, they couldn't go all the way to the Confucian Wind sect to denounce them. Therefore, during that time, they committed crimes against the islanders. They ate for free, stole money, and even sexually assaulted young men and women. Chu Wanning said Sun Sanyang couldn't stand it, so she quarreled with her senior martial brothers and sisters. She was young and insignificant, but her temper was fierce. She offended her fellow disciples, and in the end, she was plotted against. After being stabbed by one of the senior martial brothers, she was pushed down the cliff. Mo Ran muttered, "So that's how it is." No wonder the village chief advised her that she wasn't a disciple of the Confucian Wind sect. I didn't expect, sigh. Yes. She was lucky. That sword didn't hit her vitals. After she fell into the sea, she was seen by a fisherman who was fishing. That fisherman had 2 daughters, but they both died early. After saving her, he took her as his adopted daughter and taught her how to fish, hunt, and do business. Later on, her adopted father passed away, and she inherited his legacy. Gradually, she became the biggest family on Flying Flower Island. Chu Wanning paused for a moment and said, "You heard it too." She said that this year's harvest on Flying Flower Island wasn't good, so she was the one who opened the granary and gave aid to each family. Although Sun Sanyang's business was good, she only took money from cultivators. She never took a single cent more from the islanders. She would even subsidize the poor. Mo Ran didn't say anything, but he remembered the little girl he saw in the market earlier that day. She longed for begonia flowers. With that kind of shabby dressing and dirty face, it was obvious that she had lost her parents. However, she wasn't thin. Her cheeks were bulging, and her eyes were shining with a clear light. If it wasn't for someone helping her, such a young child who had to beg for food for a living, wouldn't she have become sallow and emaciated? Sun Sanyang goes out to sea more than 20 times a year. Each round trip takes 7 to 8 days, so she spent most of her life on the sea. Look at her luxurious residence, why bother to come and go in the wind when she's already in her 50s? Every year, she painstakingly brings the things on the island to Lini to sell for money. Then, she goes to Lini to buy supplies and bring them back to Flying Flower Island. Chu Wanning said, "She obviously doesn't lack money." "I understand." Mo Ran felt bad after hearing that. He immediately got up, took the half of the money, and was about to leave. Chu Wanning called out to him. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to return the money I earned from her to her." "Sit down." Chu Wanning said lightly. "Why are you so silly?" Look at Sun Sanyang. She has a strong personality and is very strong-willed. What she hates the most are cultivators. Tell me, if you go over and give her the money like this, won't she beat you out of the house?" Mo Ran thought for a while and suddenly felt a little pain in his back. He couldn't help but sigh and ask, "Then what should we do?" "I've told the village chief that before we leave, we'll give the rest of the money to him and ask him to find a chance to pass it to Sun Sanyang." Chu Wanning said, "At that time, we'll all be gone. After all, money is something that can make life better on Flying Flower Island. She won't refuse it." Mo Ran lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then nodded. "You're right, Master. We'll do as Master says." Chu Wanning sighed and said, "There are many things in this world that can't be judged by just looking at the surface. Sometimes, the layer under the surface may not be the final truth. I often remind myself that I need to calm down and judge people and things carefully. But sometimes, I still can't help it." His words made Mo Ran very uncomfortable. Judging a person based on their appearance, judging right and wrong, good and evil, right and wrong, wasn't this what he had done to Chu Wanning in the past? Apart from him, most people in the world of mortals would find it extremely difficult to maintain a pair of clear eyes and a calm heart in the face of intense emotions. They would think and see the truth hidden under the dust and sand. He was like Chu Wanning to Chu Wanning and Nan Gongsai to his mother. Which one of them wasn't bewitched by emotions and blinded by appearances? In the end, they made a painful mistake that they couldn't look back on. Perhaps only people like Chu Wanning, who seemed to be indifferent and unreasonable, would stubbornly leave room for everyone in his heart and try his best not to judge everything with the greatest malice. Therefore, the more Mo Ran tried to understand him, the more he found that the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, who seemed to be more irritable than anyone else, had a heart that wasn't tainted by evil. Under this person's arrogant and cold face, there was actually a kind and tolerant soul. Because of this soul, he pitied Chu Wanning more and more, and an extremely strong desire to protect him arose in his heart. Perhaps it was because he had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and his hands were stained with blood, that he could understand more and more that there was nothing more precious in this world than a pure heart. It was a Cheong flute in the smoke of war, a flower in the trenches. Therefore, the Emperor Ta, who had once brought disaster to the world, silently thought in front of such a soul. If there was a day when Master needed it, then even if he was covered in cuts and bruises, even if his blood ran dry, even if he died without a complete corpse, even if he had to sacrifice his head and damaged soul, he would protect this clean Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Mo Ran smiled. Just thinking about some small things. Small things. Mo Ran pursed his lips and suddenly remembered that when he went to the market in the morning, Chu Wanning said to him that he wanted to learn the art of sword control. He said, "Master, come with me." 179, the two of them arrived at a cliff on the Flying Flower Island. There were jagged rocks there, and below them was the surging waves of the ocean. When the waves crashed onto the rocks, they would instantly shatter into thousands of snowflakes. There was nothing in the surroundings except for the boundless sea, the sky, and the new moon. Mo Ran summoned the sword that was bound to him, then turned to ask Chu Wanning, "Why can't Shizun use a sword?" "It's not that I can't." Chu Wanning said, "It's just that I'm not good at it." "What do you mean you're not good at?" Chu Wanning waved his sleeves, his expression a bit more arrogant, but his ears were red. "I can only fly close to the ground." Mo Ran was a bit surprised. Flying a sword 1 inch above the ground or 100 meters above the ground consumed the same amount of spiritual energy. Since Chu Wanning could fly close to the ground, there was no reason why he couldn't fly high. He said, "Shizun, why don't you try?" "I'll see." Chu Wanning didn't summon his sword, but instead said indifferently, "I'm not willing to use a sword normally because I feel that weapons should be respected. It's not appropriate to step on them." Mo Ran didn't know why he suddenly explained, but he still nodded. "Shizun is right. But, we can't just lie on the sword, or hang on it and fly." Chu Wanning was at a loss for words, but when he looked up, he saw that man smiling at him under the moonlight. He couldn't help but feel angry. "Normally, if there's an emergency, I'll use the soaring dragon barrier to fly." Mo Ran was startled. "That little dragon? It can become bigger." Chu Wanning said, seeming to have saved some face, but he soon felt a bit embarrassed. But when it came to the fire at the Confucian Wind sect, it was completely useless. "It's afraid of fire." Mo Ran suddenly understood. "So Shizun wants to learn how to use a sword, because you want to, in case of emergencies." Mo Ran did not utter a word. Lini was billowing with thick smoke and raging flames. How many lives had been devoured by the sea of flames? At that time, Chu Wanning stood on his sword and watched as the mortals below were devoured by the tribulation fire. They were burned to ashes one by one, and not even a single bone was left. However, the dignified immortal venerable couldn't do anything. He couldn't ride his sword to carry anyone. How would Chu Wanning feel at that time? No wonder this person who would rather ride a carriage than ride a sword would suddenly make such a request to his disciple. "I understand. Don't worry, Master. I will teach you well." Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning did not say anything. He lowered his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. But in the end, he sighed and raised his hand. "Huaisha, summon him." A golden light suddenly condensed, and Mo Ran once again saw the divine weapon that had only appeared in a life and death battle with him in his previous life in this serene sea, sky, and moonlight. Chu Waning's blade of slaughter, Wuxia. It was a long sword that looked very much like Chu Waning's sword. In this world, there was probably no second person more suitable than Chu Waning to be its sword master. Its decorations were dull, and its entire body was flowing with gold. Because the golden light was too dazzling, it was even slightly pale. The light was endless, and very calmly flowed down from the sword, falling into the night like burning fireworks, but also like sliding white sand. This is Wuxia. Chu Waning looked at it and said. You haven't seen it before. Its evil aura is too strong. I don't use it often. Mo Ran's mood was complicated. After a while, he nodded and said in a low voice, it's a good sword. The night wind blew gently. Mo Ran stepped on the body of his sword. With a slight movement of his toes, the sword obediently and slowly rose a few inches from the ground. Mo Ran turned to Chu Waning and said, Shizun, try it too. Chu Waning also stood on Wuxia. Wuxia steadily rose a few inches, carrying Chu Waning in a circle. Isn't this pretty good? Mo Ran said. Try it a little more. As he spoke, he controlled the sword to fly to a position about 5 feet away. He lowered his head and smiled at Chu Waning. Come up here. Chu Waning pursed her lips and silently raised the sand so that it was at the same level as his. Mo Ran said, no problem, Shizun, don't you know how to do it? Let's. He suddenly shut his mouth, because he suddenly noticed that Chu Waning's face was pale, and the lines on her face were extremely tense. Her drooping eyelashes were trembling like a blade of grass in the wind, as if she was doing her best to endure something. Mo Ran looked down, it was less than 5 feet away from the ground. When he looked up again, he stared at Chu Waning in disbelief. He suddenly had a very absurd thought in his mind. Shizun did not know how to control the sword, could it be because he was afraid of heights? Mo Ran, this was very awkward, and he also felt that it was very strange. Chu Waning's lightness kung fu was very good, he could jump up and down a towering building as he wished, he could jump a few feet with a tap of his toes. How could such a person be afraid of heights? But when he observed the person standing on the sword, his face was indeed ugly, his eyes wandering, even if he tried to suppress it, there was still a faint trace of fear between his brows. Mo Ran probed, Shizun. Chu Waning's reaction was a little intense. He suddenly looked up, the night wind ruffling his hair, but he did not raise his hand to brush it away. A pair of upturned phoenix eyes flashed with anger, behind the messy hair on his forehead sparks of vigilance. Hem. Cough, puff. What are you laughing at? My throat is dry, I'm coughing. Mo Ran did his best to hold back his laughter. He thought, there was no escape, so he really was afraid of heights. No wonder he explained so much just now, he wanted to leave some face for himself. Since Shizun wanted to leave some face, as a disciple, he naturally had to cooperate with Shizun and give him a way out. Mo Ran said, the higher you go, the more difficult it is to control the sword. At the beginning, I could only go up to 5 feet, I need to practice more. You couldn't go up before? Yes. Mo Weiyu, who had soared hundreds of feet in the air for the first time, gently nodded. Maybe it wasn't even 5 feet, I didn't dare to look down, so maybe 3 feet. In short, Xue Meng could easily kick me down. Chu Waning's heart slightly calmed down. He had never had the face to tell anyone about his fear of heights, but now it seemed that there was nothing to be ashamed of. Shizun, try not to look down. Just look at me. Mo Ran hovered above, thought for a while, then descended a little. Don't care how much you go up, as long as you think about flying to the same position as me, it's fine. Chu Waning gritted his teeth and went up a little more. The thin and smooth blade of the sword was stepped on. The originally warm night wind, at this time, to him, became wet and cold like a snake, slithering into his clothes and crawling, hissing and hissing. "Don't look down, don't look down." Mo Ran patiently repeated to him, stretching out his hand. "Come here, hold my hand." Chu Wanning studied seriously and said, "No need, I can do it myself." Mo Ran did not force him. He knew Chu Wanning's temper very well. When this person wanted him to do it himself, if it was not a big matter, it was best to let him do as he pleased. A person who was used to being a giant tree, was not used to relying on others. Accompanying by his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, made him feel free and comfortable. Although he really wanted to turn Chu Wanning into a soft spring water, fiercely knead him into his rough torso, let him break in his arms and dissolve in his blood. Like most men in the world, he would always have some unrealistic and frightening possessiveness towards the people he loved deeply. This was his nature, and also his instinct. The aggressive nature of a male instinct made him long to lock up Chu Wanning, endlessly entangling himself with him day and night, swallowing all of his passion. He longed for him to lie on a warm bed all day long, a golden beast, beautiful and fragrant, not to be seen by a second person other than himself. He longed for him to be under his body for a lifetime, his warm body forever wrapped around him. He longed for the blue and purple kiss marks on his body to not disappear, to nurture him into a beast of desire, to use the heaviest and hottest passion every night to fill his stomach to the brim, to feed him to the point of weakness. However, his love made Mo Ran unable to bear it. His love made him want to respect Chu Wanning, wanted to see him in high spirits, light hooves and fast horses, wanted to see him wielding a sword out of the mortal world, shaking his sleeves to cause snow to fall. He wanted to indulge him in the forest to arrogantly grow to the sky, benevolently casting shade, indulging him in luxuriant foliage, but also allowing him to break branches and get hurt in the wind and rain. Thus, his love put shackles on his instincts, put a bridle on his beastly desires, and made him lower his eyelids, suppress his burning hot breath, and become obedient. It made him rather lock up his nature and pull out his sharp teeth in this life. Because of his love, he became possessive, and became selfish. Now, because of his love, he became tolerant, and became selfless. Thus, he would not try to imprison Chu Wanning like he did in his previous life, trying to change Chu Wanning. This late and pure love made the former Emperor Ta willingly submit, and was willing to use his whole life to accompany Chu Wanning. The sword rose little by little, and when it reached a certain height, even if Chu Wanning did not look at the ground, his fingertips could not help but tremble slightly under his wide sleeves. His scalp was numb. Mo Ran saw his nervousness, and said, "Don't be afraid, this is the same as lightness kung fu." "It's not the same." Chu Wanning said, "Lightness kung fu is dependent on oneself, sword kinesis is also dependent on oneself. Sword kinesis is dependent on the sword." Chu Wanning said angrily. Mo Ran, he somewhat understood why his Shizun's lightness kung fu was first class, but was afraid of sword kinesis. Chu Wanning was not used to relying on anything, he had always relied on himself, so only when he relied on himself, he felt most at ease. This knowledge made Mo Ran's heart ache, and he felt very distressed. He said, "It's okay, Shizun, you have to believe in Wuxia." But Chu Wanning's expression was calm, and the anxiety and panic in his eyes could not be hidden. Mo Ran saw that his forehead was oozing with sweat, and his feet were beginning to shake, and thought that this was not good, this could not go on. If Chu Wanning fell from the sword now, the shadow would be even deeper. He said, "Let's go down first." Chu Wanning could not have asked for more, and the two landed on the ground. He paused for a moment, and then asked, "How high did we fly?" Mo Ran deliberately reported more, and said, "More than 50 feet." Chu Wanning was indeed shocked, and his eyes widened, "So high?" "Yes." Mo Ran smiled, "Shizun is so powerful, next time, even 500 feet will not be a problem." Hearing 500 feet, Chu Waning's already pale face became even more unsightly. He waved his hand, and did not say anything, and stared blankly at Wuxia. Mo Ran thought for a moment, and said, Shizun, how about this? I'll take you around first, and then you can get used to it. You don't have to take me, it's not like I haven't done it before. But before, Shizun didn't look at the ground while riding the sword. This was exactly what he said. Every time he rode on someone's sword, he would do his best to look at that person's back, or some other point, doing his best to think that he was still stable on the ground. Mo Ran summoned his sword again, and deliberately made it wider. He stepped on first, and then turned to Chu Waning, and said gently, come up. Chu Waning gritted his teeth, but still flew up, and landed lightly on the sword's hilt. Mo Ran said, stand firm. When he finished speaking, the sword received the order, and in a flash, it flew straight into the clouds. At first, Chu Wan closed her eyes out of habit, but when she heard Mo Ran's laughter, she was jolted awake. She pulled herself together and looked down. It would have been better if he didn't look, but once he did, Chu Waning's hair stood on end. Mo Ran, that grandson of his, brought him along and flew towards the depths of the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Flying Flower Island was left far behind, becoming more and more distant. Beside his ears was the sound of the rushing wind. Even his robes were cold from the cold night air. Beside his feet, there was nothing to lean on other than this saber. They flew towards the top of the sea. At night, the blue-black sea water was like an ancient giant beast opening its black mouth, swallowing all the creatures that came and went. His cold eyelashes trembled slightly, and Chu Waning subconsciously wanted to close his eyes again, but he heard Mo Ran say behind him, don't be afraid, nothing will happen. I am not afraid. Chu Waning's face was as white as paper. Mo Ran smiled, all right, you're not afraid. Then if you feel cold, or bored, you can tell me, and I'll bring you back to the island. Chu Waning did not say anything. He knew that Mo Ran was saving his face. After all, a venerable immortal shivering on the sword was more impressive than a venerable immortal shivering on the sword. Mo Ran saw that he could not take it anymore, and stubbornly refused to speak, and could not bear it, so he said, I'll make the sword bigger. He raised his hand and expanded the sword 5 or 6 times, enough for him to stand side by side with Chu Waning. Master, in a few days, the fire of calamity in Lini will be extinguished, we'll return to the peak of life and death, but what about the people we brought with us? As he spoke, he tried to relax Chu Waning's tight bowstring. Chu Waning was really amazing, he could actually think. He said, bring them to the center of Shu. Bring them to the center of Shu first, after the fire of calamity in Lini, it will be a scorched earth, it's not suitable for people to live in. Mo Ran said, all right. He looked at Chu Waning's pale face. After a while, he really felt sorry for him, so he asked, are we going back? Wait a little longer. Mo Ran expanded the sword a few more times. He asked Chu Waning to sit down. It was much better to sit than to stand. He opened the enchantment. Chu Waning turned his head and asked him, what are you doing? It's just a chilling enchantment. Mo Ran's gaze was very gentle. It's too high, it'll be cold. Chu Waning let him do as he pleased. The enchantment was of the same origin as his own. It was very similar to that of a begonia flower condensed on the film as the brilliance flowed, but his was golden, and Mo Ran's was red. With this layer of translucent enchantment, even though he knew that it had no other effect except for dispelling the cold, he suddenly felt that there was an additional layer of protection around him, or perhaps it was because looking through this layer of enchantment, the ocean was no longer frighteningly dark. In short, Chu Waning's tense body gradually relaxed, and his breathing gradually became less stagnant. Mo Ran sat beside him and smiled. Master, look over there. What? Do you see it? Chu Waning looked in the direction he pointed for a long time, then frowned. There's nothing but the moon. It's the moon. Chu Wanning was slightly startled, saying, what's there to see? It's the same looking from the ground. Mo Ran smiled. This is the first time I've sat with Master to admire the moon. Chu Wanning did not respond. After a while, when Mo Ran thought that he would not say anything, he suddenly said softly, it's not like we haven't seen it together before. What? Mo Ran was a little surprised, turning his head to look at him. The moonlight fell on Chu Wanning's handsome face. His skin was like pure white petals in the cold night, and under the 2 curtains of thick eyelashes, there seemed to be memories deeper than the ocean in his eyes. It's been too long, you should have forgotten. Chu Wanning said. It's nothing. Mo Ran did not know what to say for a moment. He had lived for much longer than Chu Wanning in front of him. Many of the past events were not so sharp, so what Chu Wanning remembered, he did not necessarily hide in his heart. He looked at Chu Wanning's side profile, feeling guilty, but in that guilt, he could not help but feel a trace of sweetness. He could not help but think of that brocade pouch, and the words he was about to ask yesterday. Chu Wanning kept their knot of hair, kept many memories. Why, colored butterfly town, Jinqing Pond, when the sky split, he risked his life to save him. Why? Before, he did not dare to make wild guesses, thinking that he was too bold and shameless. But in the past 2 days, every inch of discovery had been fanning the flames of his wild ambition. Why? Master. Blood surged in his chest, surging with excitement. His throat was very thirsty. When he stared at Chu Wanning, his eyes were extremely bright. He suddenly wanted to go over, kiss his face, and muster up the courage to ask him, do you like me? Riding the sword, between heaven and earth, gave Mo Ran a vague illusion. It was as if the 2 of them no longer had any ties in this world, as if the love and hate of the past had not happened. Everything was as tranquil and pure as the moonlight falling through the clouds. He felt that the tender seedling in his chest had finally grown into a large tree. The thick veins pushed open the lifeless soil, turning over the thick smell of blood from the depths of the earth. Chu Wanning saw that he was silent for a long time, so he turned around and asked, what's wrong? Mo Ran did not answer. His head was dizzy, and he longed to possess him, to hug him, to kiss him. He couldn't help but lean over. Then, he suddenly realized that after the barrier was opened, although Chu Wanning had slightly recovered, he was still pursing his pale lips, and his complexion was very bad. He hugged his arms, his slender fingers subconsciously clasping his arms, tightly gripping the cold cloth. Even when Chu Wanning was afraid, he didn't grab others, but himself. Mo Ran was stunned. Then, the aggressive light in his eyes extinguished, turning into tiny bits of light like a fisherman's flame. It was very gentle. The lips that originally wanted to kiss him slightly pursed, carrying a soft and bitter smile. The hand that originally wanted to abruptly hug him stopped. A moment later, it touched the back of his cold hand. You? Chu Wanning was shocked, a hint of red appearing on his pale face, but he said in a low and alert voice, what are you doing? He wanted to pull his hand away, but Mo Ran held it, and was not willing to let go. Chu Wanning only felt that his 5 frozen fingers fell into an extremely warm hand, from the center of his palm to the tips of his fingers. They were tightly wrapped and stuck together. Don't always rely on yourself. Mo Ran said, I'm here, you can rely on me. If Chu Wanning could still be said to be calm and composed before, after hearing these words, no matter how slow or hesitant he was, it was impossible for him not to feel the affection in these words. Moreover, there was that pair of black eyes that could take a person's life, solemn, gentle, and affectionate gazing at him. Chu Wanning's heartbeat instantly became as apprehensive as a torrential rainstorm, knocking into his soul bit by bit. He didn't dare look into Mo Ran's eyes again, suddenly turning his face away and lowering his head. It was too hot. How could it be so hot 100 feet in the air? He had always been arrogant and calm, but at this moment, it was as if he had suddenly stepped into a territory he was completely unaware of. The armor on his body had been stripped off, and the sharp claws had been cut off. In front of Mo Ran's sudden straightforwardness, Chu Waning's usual moves seemed to be ineffective. The man passionately pried open his clam shell, using his eyes to stare at the sparkling white flesh inside. Whether it was the glowing pearls or the fishy sweet clam meat, they were all exposed to the man's eyes. This haughty and calm man had thrown away his helmet and armor, and was suddenly overcome with panic and helplessness. What to do? What should he say? He realized that his hand was still tightly held by Mo Ran, tightly pressed together. He didn't know what to do, anxious and nervous, the rims of his eyes turning slightly red, he subconsciously wanted to pull his fingertips away. But the moment he moved, Mo Ran tightly held onto him. The man's palm was soaked with sweat, it was wet. Don't take it away. He was so strong, stubborn. For some reason, Chu Waning suddenly felt that there was a hint of sadness in his words. Mo Ran's eyes burned, he stared at him for a long time, then said in a low and hoarse voice, Chu Waning. What did you call me? It's my fault. At this moment, Chu Waning's body was even tighter than before, and his heart was beating faster than when he was riding the sword at the beginning. He was not used to it, not used to it. He tried his best to tidy up his position and make one last desperate struggle before falling into this great abyss. He lowered his eyes and said, well, you know you're wrong, but it's not hopeless. Mo Ran's heart was very hot, and finally, without thinking, he blurted out, Waning. Save. Chu Waning didn't have time to say the last word. When he heard this gentle voice with a sigh, his mind buzzed, and in an instant, it was blank. He couldn't say the last word anymore. Hopeless. Hopeless, they hesitated outside the quagmire of love and desire for so long, and finally couldn't help but step in and fall into it. From then on, they were trapped in an inescapable net, deep into their bones. Mo Ran's voice was low and hoarse, he stared at him, Waning, in fact, these few days, I have something to ask you. His heart was burning fiercely. Mo Ran tightly held Chu Waning's hand, his fingers trembling. No, I won't ask you. Chu Waning had just let out a sigh of relief when he heard Mo Ran say the next sentence. I won't ask you anything, I just want to tell you. Mo Ran was resolute and never looked back. In one breath, he used all his courage. I like you. His heart was trembling violently. I like you, not the love of a disciple for a master, it's my audacity, I like you. Chu Waning closed his eyes, his fingertips trembling in that person's hot and moist warmth, gradually stopped. How could it be? How could it be? He must have misheard. He was so ugly, so fierce, so bad at talking, so uninteresting, he was a good-for-nothing, a terrible fool. Who would like him? I like you. Chu Waning was stunned for a long time, he really didn't know what to say, his heart was in great grief, he didn't know what to say, he actually felt bitter, he actually felt fear, his mind was almost blank, he wanted to be like before, he wanted to scold, nonsense, he wanted to say, ridiculous, he thought a lot, but he was choked in his throat, he couldn't say anything. After a long time, Chu Waning said hoarsely, without rhyme or reason. I have a bad temper. You're very good to me. I'm old. You look younger than me. Chu Waning was almost anxious, he was at a loss and helpless. I'm so ugly. This time it was Mo Ran's turn to be stunned. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the extremely handsome man in front of him. He didn't understand why such a good-looking person would feel ashamed of himself. Chu Waning saw that he didn't say anything. His heart was even more flustered and blank. He lowered his head and said, I'm not good-looking. Not as good-looking as you. He silently muttered like this, Suddenly his cheek was touched by a warm hand. He heard Mo Ran sigh. It was actually gentler than tonight's moonlight. Are you willing to look at my eyes? Chu Warning, your eyes. Mo Ran's eyes were warm. It reflected the figure of a man in white. He said, do you see it? That's the most good-looking person in the world. Chu Warning stared at him. Although his heart was in a perilous situation, his face that had been frozen for a long time didn't have much of an expression. Mo Ran held his hand. It was dripping with sweat. He softly said, I like you. Chu Warning seemed to be stabbed, his fingers trembling. After a moment, he suddenly lowered his head. I like you was like a sharp knife, stabbing into his heart, causing his blood to flow. It couldn't be stopped. Chu Warning's eyes reddened, probably because he really had waited for too long. He actually didn't know that when he heard these words, he would have this kind of reaction. He was very anxious, almost to the point of tears. He said, I'm not good. I've never been liked by anyone. I've never been liked by anyone. There's never been anyone who felt happy, proud, and precious because they had me. 32 years. No one has ever liked me. When Mo Ran heard these words, he looked at the man in front of him who was lowering his head, not even willing to raise his face, suddenly felt so much pain, it was so painful that it cracked his heart, and crushed his bones. That was his treasure, but it had been covered in dust for almost half of his life. He was in so much pain that he didn't know what to say, he didn't know how to say it. In the end, he could only clumsily hold Chu Warning's hand tightly. He repeatedly said, there is. Someone likes you. I like you. Someone wants you. Someone wants you. Don't feel so inferior. Don't be so stupid. Don't make your best self sound worthless. Fool. Fool Chu Warning. I like you. After a long time, Mo Ran asked him, then what about you? What? Mo Ran lowered his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering. I'm so stupid, so insensible, so unreliable. I've also done many unforgivable things. He paused, then said in a small voice, will you like me? Chu Warning had already raised his face, but when he heard him say this, he suddenly met that pair of soft black eyes, and actually panicked. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly pulled his hand away and turned his face away. He didn't nod, but he also didn't shake his head. There was no affirmation, nor denial. But Mo Ran clearly saw that Chu Warning's ears had turned red, all the way to his beautiful neck. That brocade pouch, don't say it, Chu Warning suddenly said in a muffled voice, this time his whole face was red. Don't say it. Mo Ran looked at Chu Warning's unwilling, embarrassed, angry, and confused appearance. Light and shadow moved in his eyes, the moonlight lingering. He sat over, stretched out his hand again, and caught Chu Warning's fingertips. Chu Warning was trembling, Mo Ran's fingers were also lightly trembling. He covered Chu Warning's slender fingers, and then, one by one, in a way that had never been done before, 10 fingers tightly interlocked, palms pressed together. Chu Warning's face was red, and he looked away even more. This time, he didn't try to break free. And so, Mo Ran held Chu Warning's hand, finally understanding in hindsight, and nervously confirmed. Chu Warning also liked him. He finally understood. 180, for Chu Warning, this was the first time he had interlocked his fingers with Mo Ran's palm. He felt that it was enough, too much. Fortunately, Mo Ran did not do anything else. Otherwise, he could have jumped down from 100 feet high and escaped. How lucky. For Mo Ran, this was the nth time he had interlocked his fingers with Chu Warning's palm. He felt that it was not enough, too little. Fortunately, he did not do anything else. Otherwise, he would want to kiss and ask for more. This was not good. But even so, Mo Ran could still feel that Chu Warning seemed to be running away. That day when they landed from the sword, Chu Wanning turned and ran without saying anything. After running for 2 steps, he felt that he was in a hurry and immediately slowed down. After slowing down for 2 steps, he heard Mo Ran following behind him. Feeling embarrassed, he started to walk again. Mo Ran watched him take big strides. His heart was itching and aching, hot and soft. Seeing Chu Wanning walking towards a big tree, Mo Ran immediately said, "Be careful." Bang! He still bumped into him. He hurried over and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Let me see." Chu Wanning held his forehead and did not say anything. After a while, he walked forward again. Mo Ran wanted to follow, but he heard him say, "Don't follow me. I need to go back and rest. Stand there and feel the wind for a while. Come in when it's cold." Did the wind get cold? Mo Ran smiled. How could it be cold? Holding your hand, this night, my heart was warm. But he still listened and did not continue to follow. He stood under the cold moonlight and watched Chu Wanning walk away until he disappeared behind the wall. Then he walked to the tree that Chu Wanning had accidentally bumped into. After a moment of silence, he put his forehead on the trunk. The bark was rough. He closed his eyes. Chu Wanning, she liked him. Floating flowers and flowing water, an isolated island like spring. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the clear clouds covered the sun. The tide surged, and the sky and water merged into one. No matter how good the world was, it couldn't compare to the fact that Chu Wanning liked him. Even if he was lacking in words and had a low aptitude, at this moment, his heart was surging with emotions and thoughts. Love could turn a simple and straightforward person like Mo Weiyu into a poet. Chu Wanning liked him, Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning liked him. He rubbed his forehead against the bark, wanting to calm down, wanting to endure, wanting to cool down, wanting. No, he couldn't do it. He could not remain calm, could not hold back, could not cool down. His closed eyes trembled slightly, tenderness and ecstasy soaked between his eyelashes, the corners of his mouth curled up, the dimples on his cheeks deepened, the sweetness overflowing more and more. Chu Wanning liked him. Liked him. It was the person he was infatuated with, the best person in the world, the person he wanted to hold in his arms for the rest of his life. It was Chu Wanning, the former Emperor Ta, the current Grandmaster Mo of the cultivation world, was actually in this desolate and uninhabited white sand, leaning against a tree with branches and leaves rustling. His eyes were closed, his head was lowered, his shoulders were slightly trembling, and he laughed out loud. Because Chu Wanning liked him, the wind he smelled was sweet, the sound of waves he heard was sweet. Chu Wanning liked him. He lowered his eyes and laughed, but as he laughed and laughed, he started to cry. He grinned like a madman, his tears flowing. It was so sweet, but his heart was in so much pain. Chu Wanning liked him. Since colorful Butterfly Town, he had been secretly carrying their hair knot brocade pouch. Liked him, he suddenly wanted to know, from when did Chu Wanning start to stand behind him, silently accompanying him, silently waiting for him to turn around, waiting for him to reach out, waiting for him to turn around, waiting for him to see him. Chu Wanning, how long had he waited? In this life, in the previous life. Stacked together, 20 years. It was even longer than 20 years. He was the Mo Weiyu who had seen through the smoke and knew that the most priceless thing in the world was time. Under power, one could turn the hand over the clouds, turn the hand over the rain, turn the hand over the hand over the hand over the clouds, all kinds of treasures, beautiful women, sweet words, would come endlessly. Only time passed like a river, and could no longer be chased. If a person was willing to use 10,000 taels of gold to exchange for you, that was desire. If a person was willing to use his future to exchange for you, that was love. And if a person was willing to use 20 years of his life, the best years of his life, to exchange for you, to wait for you. He did not make a sound, did not ask for anything in return, and did not ask for results. That was stupidity. Really, really too stupidity. Mo Ran's throat was dry, bitterness spread to the root of his tongue, surging like a tide. He thought, Chuaning, you really are too stupidity. Why? How could this be? How could I, Mo Weiyu, be able to make you like this? You are the best person in the world, but what about me? Hands full of blood, death is not to be regretted, thousands of people spit on, never to be reincarnated. I bullied you, I hated you, I let you down, I killed you. You don't know what I have done, you don't know at all. Mo Ran hugged the tree, sobbing into the whistling sea breeze. What did he do? In Chuaning's eyes, he chased the back of another person. In Chuaning's eyes, he was waiting for the other person to turn back. In the illusion of Jin Chenkai, he personally said to Chuaning, Shamai, I like you. He took a knife to cut Chuaning's heart. But what about Chuaning? He was silent like a rock. Jiang Lucia did not turn, the knife stabbed in his heart. He was like nothing had happened, taking care of him, tolerating him, accompanying him. Until death. Until death. He laughed loudly and cried bitterly. He was the only one under the moonlight. No one could see that he was on the verge of going crazy. Chuaning, in his 2 lifetimes, had never let Mo Ran know his feelings. The most humble thing this proud and unyielding man had ever done in his life was to fall in love with someone. For that person, he had done everything he could. However, during the long wait, he knew that there would never be a place for him in the other party's eyes. Even though he knew that the other party would not like him, he chose not to disturb them, chose not to alarm them, and did not want to give them any trouble at all. He had chosen to leave behind his last bit of dignity. In his previous life, until his death, he had only said one sentence, I am the one who is unfair to you, and I will not complain in life or death. In this lifetime, she had confessed to him. Chuaning was such a good and proud person, but he had said, I'm not good. I've never had anyone like me. Emperor Ta. Mo Weiyu, what did he do? What had they done? Was he blind, or had he lost his mind? Why couldn't he see through it? Why did he let you down? Chuaning lay on the bed. The curtain had already been lowered. He looked at the lights outside the tent through the layers of smoke. His face was very hot, and his heart was beating very fast. However, his thoughts were frozen and flowing very slowly. Compared to the person outside who was unable to experience pure sweetness because of the evil of the spirit, Chuaning seemed so simple and clean. He spread his 5 fingers in front of his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had already used one hand to cover the back of his other hand. His palm and the back of his hand overlapped, just like how Mo Ran had held his hand. When she realized what she was doing, Chuaning was stunned. Then, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She hated herself for being so captivated by that guy's powerful strength and not being able to break free. What a good-for-nothing. He fiercely let go of his hands and used his left hand to slap his right hand. Creak. The door was suddenly pushed open. The night wind stirred up the curtains. Chuaning abruptly turned over and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. He heard the man enter the room and walk to the bed. His tall figure blocked the weak candlelight. Even through the curtains, he could feel the sudden dimming of the room. Mo Ran's shadow was cast on the bed, oppressing him, making it hard for him to breathe. Shizun, you're already asleep. Mo Ran's voice was very gentle. For some reason, it was a little hoarse, like the bitter saltiness of seawater. Chuaning did not answer. Mo Ran stood in the same place for a while. Then, As if he was afraid of waking Chu Wanning, he went back to the place where he slept last night. He obediently made a mattress on the floor and blew out the candlelight. In an instant, the room was plunged into darkness. Because of the absence of the spirit butterflies and begonias, the darkness was even deeper than last night. It made one's senses feel stimulated and oppressed. It made one fear what would happen in the night, but also look forward to what would happen in the night. But Mo Ran did nothing. This person who used to be famous for visiting brothels suddenly became so dull, cautious, pitiful, and polite. He lay down with his clothes on. Chu Wanning let out a sigh of relief. Then, he vaguely felt a little melancholy. But before he could feel ashamed of his melancholy, he heard Mo Ran get up from the ground again. Then, the curtains moved slightly. He pulled open the curtains of his bed. Chu Wanning's heart jumped to his throat. He did not move. He still looked like he was sleeping soundly. He even tried to regulate his breathing, hoping that the other person would not notice anything strange. He did not know what Mo Ran wanted to do by suddenly getting up. He had never had a Dao companion. He had never broken the precepts. The only knowledge he had about sex came from those inexplicable and absurd dreams. He was like a person who had never been in the water. He feared the turbulent waves more than he desired. He would rather find a small pool of water that only reached his waist and splash a few times. If he suddenly had to face the current head-on, he was afraid that he would drown in the whirlpool. So, he was actually very afraid that Mo Ran would do something else. But, he did not know if it was because Mo Ran felt his slight trembling or heard his disappointing and rapid heartbeat. Mo Ran stood quietly for a while. Then, he leaned over. He leaned a little low. Chu Wanning could almost feel his blazing and vigorous breath. His blazing chest seemed to be pressing down. But he just looked at him like this for a while. He tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Then, he covered him with the mattress. Chu Wanning felt a little relieved. He felt both satisfied and dissatisfied. But from the looks of it, Mo Ran was still an honest person after all. While the word, person, was still spinning in his mind, the honest person Mo Ran lowered his head again. Chu Wanning only had time to feel the soft and warm touch on his cheeks. With a buzzing sound, his mind was set off by stormy waves that pierced the huge rocks by the shore. Thousands of snowflakes flew everywhere. Mo Ran's breath lingered around him, burning him, tormenting him. He kissed him on the side of his face. How many people could face the sleeping face of their loved one and only watch with folded arms, only cover them with a blanket, and only say goodnight? Mo Weiyu had exhausted all of her restraint and patience. The chains had deeply pierced into her flesh, strangling everything else. But in the end, she had let go of this warm and gentle kiss. His blood rumbled. Poor Wan Yuheng. He was wise and strong. He was calm and composed all his life. But in Mo Weiyu's blazing and deep breaths, his cheeks were hot and his palms were sweating. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything. He couldn't feel anything. He held his breath. His heart was beating so fast that it didn't seem to belong to him anymore. The world was a vast expanse. It was as if nothing was left. It was as if a cluster of fire had suddenly ignited in his stomach. Colorful intertwining dots of light flashed in front of his eyes. In his dizziness, he could only barely realize one thing. Mo Ran was kissing him. Even though it was only the side of his face. As for other things, such as how long Mo Ran kissed him, he didn't have the energy to think about it. His fingers were clenched tightly under the blanket. Hot sweat dripped down. His eyelids couldn't stop trembling. Fortunately, the night was very dark. Mo Ran didn't see his eyelashes fluttering uncontrollably. Fortunately, Chu Wanning's face was too hot. His whole body was drowsy, so he didn't feel it. When they kissed, A drop of warm tear slid down Mo Rant's cheek and landed on his neck.